Ray Noble and his orchestra. Dale Evans, the sportsman. Our guest, one of Hollywood's newest stars, Miss Teresa Wright of Mrs. Miniver and Pride of the Yankees fame, Bill Thompson of the Air Lanes, and that young man about the country who has just returned from a visit to Washington by the request of Washington, Charlie McCarthy.
Everybody, hiya, Mr. Twist.
Oh, Charlie. Well, did you have a good time seeing Washington and visiting the White House?
Oh, yes, it did, yes, quite so, sir. It was grand having lunch at the president's residence.
Oh, it was. Well, say, Edgar, how did Charlie behave at the Capitol? Well, no better than usual, buddy.
Well, at least I got in the White House as Charlie McCarthy.
Yes. What do you mean by that?
Oh, I know. I didn't have to put on silk breeches and palm myself off as the Swedish ambassador.
All right.
That's what you did.
I didn't say I was the Swedish ambassador.
No?
No.
What about those silk knickerbockers?
Well,
Huh?
I believe they were correct.
You do?
Yes.
Not with your Duncan Fife legs.
Oh. What's the matter with my legs?
What's the matter?
Yes, they look like pipe cleaners. Now, Charlie. And another thing, I wouldn't be interested in another thing, young man. I'm sure everyone would rather listen to Brazil with Ray Noble's orchestra and the Sportsman.
You know, I think I'd like Brazil.
Well, of course, it is the land of beautiful music, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And don't forget Chase and Sander and Carmen Miranda. Say, while I was away, did any information come in about my birth certificate?
No, not that I know of, Charles.
Oh.
Why, are you still looking for it?
Well, I want to know who I am, don't I?
Do you?
Or do I? Yeah. I guess I do. Gee whiz. Even a dog has a birth certificate, you know.
Yes, I know, but that really isn't important unless you plan to enter a dog show, you know what I mean?
Mr. Noble, how can you say things like that? Here I am, just an orphan, adrift on the sea of life. I don't know whether I'm flotsam or jetsam. Woe is me, what tragedy.
Oh, stop it, Charlie. Stop feeling so sorry for yourself.
Bergen, yeah. Are you sure you're not holding out any information on me?
Oh, I'm positive. You know, I've told you time and again, all that I know about you is that you were left on my doorstep.
Left on your doorstep, yeah. So's milk. But at least you know who delivers it, though.
I say, but Charles, have you tried finding your parents by offering a reward?
Why should I offer a reward?
Well, they ought to get some compensation for taking you back. I mean,
you know what I think I'll do?
No, what?
By golly, there's an idea. I think I'm going to call up a few McCarthys in the phone book. I'll see if they know something about me. It's possible.
Yeah, that's an idea. Yes, that's quite an idea.
But how do I even know my name is McCarthy?
Well, I know that.
Yeah?
Yes, because your name was pinned to your blanket when I found you.
Oh, it was? Well, at least we have that much. Well, I'll look in the phone book. Now, where's that phone book? Always taking a phone book and never putting it back.
Oh, here it is, Charles.
Where?
Right in its place, right in its place.
Oh, this place. Oh, I didn't look there. Now, let's see. McCarthy. How do you spell? Oh, I know how to spell that. It is McCarthy. 8 pages of McCarthy's. They're as common as dirt, hardly. Arnold McCarthy. No, I don't think I get it. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh, here's one. McCarthy's Butcher Shop.
Well,
Oh, I couldn't be that lucky, no. Yeah, this fool's dream.
Yes.
Here's a good one. Max McCarthy, kosher restaurant.
Doesn't seem like it, does it?
We Irish get in on everything, don't we?
I say, Charlie, I have an idea. Why don't you try long distance?
Oh, what for?
Well, perhaps you'd find a distant relative.
No. Mr. Noble, this is not a time for jokes. Even if you had one, which you didn't.
I thought it was good.
Yes, I know you did. See, I know. Look at this one, C.S. McCarthy. I think I'll try that one. That's the one here. Operator, give me Mohawk 47700. Hello, Mohawk 47700. Hello, Mo. Hello, Chief.
What did you say?
What number is this?
You want to know. You called it.
Yeah. Well, who am I talking to?
Yourself, I'm hanging up.
Yeah, now wait a minute. This is urgent.
Urgent? Oh, what can I do for you, Mr. Urgent?
I'm calling in reference to a certain Charles McCarthy.
Is he in again? Hold him. I'll come right down and bail him out.
Have you noticed that wrong numbers are never busy? Oh, I don't know what to do. There must be some way to locate my parents.
Well, Charlie, if you're really serious, I'm going to help you.
Thank you.
I feel that it's my duty.
Well, thank you, Bergen.
Even though I know it may mean that I'll lose you.
Oh, but Bergen, I wouldn't leave you. Unless I found a better home. Wouldn't take much.
Well, Charlie, I can't help but wonder how I'll get on without you.
Well, you'll just have to learn to live on less, that's all.
Oh, I imagine I'll continue in the theater. I don't see why I shouldn't.
Oh, sure. You can always bill yourself as Edgar Bergen, formerly with the renowned Charlie McCarthy.
Yes, I suppose so. But I'd rather hope that you'd be a comfort to me in my old age.
Well, haven't I been?
Yeah, well, Charlie, there's only one thing that really matters. And that is that I want you to be happy.
Well, I want you to be happy too, Bergen.
Why, you've been like a son to me.
You've been like a father to me.
I wouldn't let anyone harm a hair on your head.
I wouldn't let anyone... Well, that stops me.
Discovered by the RAF, and now one of the phenomena of the war are the gremlins. Bug-eyed, green-horned gremlins are air-minded cousins to gnomes, goblins, pixies. Gremlins perforate leak-proof gas tanks. Gremlins poke fingers into gun barrels, deflecting bullets. Gremlins ice wings of high-flying planes. Foremost in the field of gremlin research is a gentleman who is with us today. To the world, he is known as the old-timer and Mr. Wimple of the Fibber, McGee, and Folly Show. In the halls of science, he is known as Professor Bill Thompson, SPMCG-ATIW. Professor Thompson. Professor, what do all those letters after your name stand for?
Well, Edgar, SPMCG means Society for the Prevention of Misinformation Concerning Gremlins.
I should have known that.
Yes.
And what does the ATIW stand for?
Also taken washing.
And now, Bill, just what is a gremlin?
Well, it's a Fifinella's husband, and a Fifinella is a flibbertigibbet's mother, and a flibbertigibbet is a little gremlin. Now, do you understand what a gremlin is?
Why, yes.
Please explain it to me, will you?
Just as I thought.
Oh, now, look, Edgar. Do you know who puts the lumps in mashed potatoes?
No.
The sand and spinach?
Well,
And the itch in long winter underwear? Do you know who hides Grandpa's false teeth and holds back my stomach when I go up in an elevator?
Don't look at me.
Why, gremlins, of course.
How did you happen to become interested in these gremlins, Bill?
Well, my first experience with little fellows occurred while I was flying a helicopter over Flageria.
Flageria?
Yes,
Yes.
Very interesting country, yeah. Some of the facts about Flageria can't be told because enemy ears may be listening. But the Minister of Finance, Carhead Funnel Flats, in a recent address said, quote, That last is punctuation, of course.
Yes.
All of which we see has a great similarity to the Gaelic and means approximately the same thing in that language.
Yes. But what about the gremlins?
Oh, the gremlins.
You remember
them,
them,
of course,
yes.
the gremlins. Well, I first encountered them on Flageria's national holiday,
Yes.
which is called Beavermouth Tuesday, and it occurs immediately 3 Thursdays before St. Swithin's Day. As I recall, the band was playing the national anthem, which is very oriental because Flageria was once part of the Byzantium Empire.
You mean empire.
No, I mean umpire. The country had 2 strikes on it from the beginning. Would you care to hear the anthem? Just a smidgen, of course.
Well, of course, just a smidgen.
All right.
How does it go?
It doesn't go. You have to push it. I'll give you part of it. I'll give you the words, too. The lyric is very lovely.
Yes.
Men queste parno nirdate bunhistir tarakam.
Well, that's very pretty, isn't it?
Yes, well, you'll notice the bass horn is very predominant.
Yes,
throughout.
yes, yes. I had trouble avoiding it.
Yes. What's that? Why, Edgar, it's a gremlin coming in the window.
Why, that's fantastic.
No, that's Harvey. He's a good friend of mine. Come on over, Harvey. Have a seat on my shoulder, Harv.
What do you say?
Well, he's a stratosphere gremlin, but I can translate. He said, okay. Harvey, this is Edgar Bergen.
What do you say now?
He said it could happen to anybody. Well, he says that he has to go now. Harvey is due back at the shipyard.
Oh, I hope he doesn't do any damage.
Oh, no, he's a good gremlin. Aren't you, Harvey?
What sort of work do you do at the shipyard, Harvey? What did he say?
Well, he says he's an what you said-er.
What you said her. What's that?
Well, he says when one workman drops a hot rivet down another worker's back, his job is to stand there and say, oh, what you said.
Beautiful, beautiful Texas, where the beautiful bluebonnet grows.
Are you kidding?
I've got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got a touch of Texas in my walk. Oh, give me a sarsaparilla and a Dayton Amarilla.
Take us back to New York.
You've got a touch of Texas, I declare. I'd know a touch of Texas anywhere.
Oh, this place will be my ruin, Kaya Yippin and Wahoo.
Well, go on back to Times Square, but you've seen only part of.
We've seen every part of what we're deep in the heart of.
You've got a touch of Texas in your talk. Got a touch of Texas in your walk.
Oh, the state may be a slogan, but for miles there's nothing human.
Well, go on back to New York. I got a touch of Texas on my face. Can't get enough of Texas on my face. Why, I could write a sonnet just about the blue bonnet.
Get us out of this place.
Oh, boy, you've seen only part of.
We've seen every part of something deep in the heart of. Got a touch of Texas.
Now, did you go to the San Antonio Alamo?
I rode a Bronco down in Dallas.
And I hope you got a calendar. Go on back.
Take us back.
Go on back to New York.
Well, Charlie, you know we have a very special guest this evening.
Yeah?
Yes.
Who?
Well, someone you like very much.
Really?
Yes.
Who?
Well, do you remember why you saw the Pride of the Yankees 4 times?
You mean, Teresa Wright?
Yes.
Why, she's the pride of the McCarthys.
Yes? Well, here she is, Charlie.
Hello, Charlie.
Won't you come over, Miss Wright, and have a seat? Oh, you're most welcome customer, Miss Wright.
Customer?
Yes, the customer is always right. Oh, you're so lovely. Oh, you're so lovely. You're so radiator. No.
You mean radiant.
Yes, radiator, something that warms you.
Yes, I know what I'm talking about, huh?
Yes.
I mean radiant, that's what I mean.
Well, Charlie, I hope you'll forgive Charlie.
Oh, that's all right, Edgar. I was so touched when I heard about Charlie looking for his parents. You poor boy.
Miss Wright, do you think you could help me find my kith or kin?
Kith or kin?
Mm-hmm.
How could I help?
Well, you could supply the kith.
I suppose it would be nice if you could find your mother.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder what she's like. I hope she's like you.
Would you like to have me as a mother?
No, Mother. Oh, Joe, I feel funny calling you Mom.
Charlie, oh, Charlie.
Oh, gee, Mother. I had the funniest dream. I dreamt I was awake. When I woke up, sure enough, I was right.
Is that?
Well, come on. It's time to get up.
Yeah. Now you look pretty today. Is that a new dress, Mother?
Oh, no, it's just an old thing I bought last Wednesday.
Oh. Marvelous how it's hung together, isn't it?
Now, never mind the compliments. You'll have to help me clean the house anyway.
Oh, gee, Ma, well, I'm tired.
Now, hurry up. The probation officer's coming to visit us today.
Oh, so he's back again, is he?
Yes, where's your brother Curly?
Oh, Curly?
Well, gee whiz, Ma. Can't you see I'm right here, Ma?
Curly Bergen, huh?
Curly, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Just look at that button off your shirt.
Well, gee whiz, Ma. I never took up domestic science.
Haven't you got a safety pin?
Well, sure, I got a safety pin, but what's he holding up with pants?
Oh, dear, there's your Sister Dale crying again. What's the matter now, Dale? Somebody's been using my comb.
Well, it wasn't me.
And how it wasn't. Boy, is he dumb.
Oh, it's that so.
Yes, that's so, yes.
Well, you wouldn't talk that way if you knew about me when I'm going to get famous.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll be a success.
You a success? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to go up. I'm going to be a ventriloquist. Ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist. Yeah. You're not the type. Where do you get an assistant?
That's all right. I'll get one. I'll find a good assistant.
Well, you know, good ventriloquist assistants don't grow on trees. I wish I hadn't said that.
Say, Mother, when is Daddy coming home?
Yeah, say, where is Pappy anyway? Dear old slap-happy Pappy.
I don't know, children, but it's high time he was coming home again.
Yeah, you mean it's time he was coming home high again.
Oh, Mother! What is it, Dale, dear? Father is at the door.
Tell him we don't want any.
Ophelia!
Horatio! Father!
At long last, Horatio K. Boomer returns to his crude little brood.
What gives you? I sent you out 6 years ago for a pound of butter.
Ah, yes, my darling. How have you been?
Fine.
Is that all you have to say to me?
No. Where's that pound of butter?
Oh, yes, the butter. Now, let's see. Where did I put that butter? It was here a minute ago. Butter. Here's a postcard from my cousin, twice removed. Once by the sheriff and once by the FBI. Here's a racing form sent to me by the Bookie of the Month Club. Here's an interesting little thing. A pair of handcuffs with the detective's hand still in them. Had to get away in a hurry that night. A chance for a short beer. Oh, well, imagine that. No butter.
Horatio, I hope you'll watch your conduct when Lord Burpingham gets here.
Who's Lord Burpingham?
Our daughter thinks she's going to marry him.
That's what he gets for hanging around our house.
Oh, is that so? Lord Burpingham is a rich millionaire, I'll have you know.
Yeah, they say he's filthy with money.
Filthy with money. Well, let's give him a good cleaning.
Dale, darling.
Oh, Lord Raymond Hugh Burpingham, honey. Horatio, this is Lord Burpingham. He comes from a very old family. His country seat is in Bornfoggy.
Oh, so that's where it is, huh? Well, then there's no use offering on the chair, is there?
Dear old Bornfoggy. Is that anywhere near grating on the nerves?
Well, as a matter of fact, old boy, it's about a stone's throw from scribbling on the margin. You must drop in and throw a stone or something sometime, you know.
Horatio, Lord Burpingham is madly in love with our daughter, we hope. Aren't you, Lord Burpingham?
Oh, yes. Well, as a matter of fact, I've come here to ask for a hand, you know.
Yeah, well, you'll take all of her or nothing.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Boomer, you won't feel you're losing a daughter or something.
No. We'll look at it more as gaining a meal ticket. Yeah.
Lord Burpingham, what business are you in?
Oh, business, huh? Well, for a while I did a little,
Yeah.
and then Well, that didn't last very long anyway, and then
Yeah. Well, that must be interesting work, huh? Say, baby, let's see you do something wealthy.
Wealthy?
Yeah, like writing a check.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't quite get it, old boy.
What we mean is, crudely, how you fix for money.
Oh, I see. Well, candidly, old chap, not too well. I could use half a crown on Tuesday.
What do you mean?
Well, for the first time in my life, I find myself broke again.
He hasn't any money, Charles. Let's ask him to leave.
Ask him. Let's throw him out. Let's get his shoes first.
That's right. Out you go, brother.
Oh, you can't. I didn't know we had a door there.
Well, Charlie, there you are. Just one big happy family.
Yeah, you mean one big scrappy family, huh?
Well, there's family life for you. You still think you'd like it?
I don't know. Maybe being an orphan isn't so bad after all, huh?
A surprise. It just happens that joke just reached Chicago dead. Better tell another one, Vincent, but not quite so funny this time. I don't want to split and explain. Do you think Duffy knows the one about the woman who says, I just bought a dog, and the man says, spit? And the woman says, nobody drools a little. Hello? Okay, Duffy. Well, Vince, so much for jokes. What else can you do? Well, I can sing a bit. You can sing, huh? Mm-hmm. Okay, take a try at it. Well, very well. Stand back now. You made me what I am today. I hope you're satisfied. You drag me down until the hope within me died. You shattered each and every dream. You pulled me from the start. And although you're not true, may God bless you. That's the curse of an aching heart. Hello? What? Well, how would you like to be standing right here next to it? Okay, I'll tell him. Mr. Price. Yes? The chairman of the membership committee has decided your case in the affirmative. You're out. Furthermore, the chairman has asked me to dissolve the club, so you have kind of rare distinction, Mr. Price. Well, what do you mean? This is the first time in history that an entire club has...
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. You can't leave me now, Elizabeth. I need you. I've just come from Dr. Elston. It's my eyes. I'm on the verge of going blind.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the extraordinary story of In the Dark. Thomas Northcote was a very busy man, a marine architect, a wealthy shipbuilder. And by the summer of 1940, he found himself working harder than ever and longer hours. He became the victim of severe headaches. So finally he visited his friend and physician, Dr. John Elston.
The pain isn't constant, you say, Tom?
No,
comes and goes. When it strikes, it's almost unbearable.
Been working unusually long hours, haven't you?
Yes. All day and for the past 6 months till midnight. What do you think is wrong with me?
Well, when a man passes 40, he's subject to a lot more things than when he's younger.
Yes, but what is wrong with me?
Pretty exacting work, yours.
Why don't you tell me? Can't afford to spend the day here.
Oh, don't get excited. Calm down, I'll tell you. You won't like to hear it.
What? You don't think I'm losing my mind?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you mean.
Please, Tom.
That's ridiculous. Why, I've known all about my family for 200 years back. Not a trace of insanity in one of them.
I said nothing about insanity.
Well, then, what are you talking about?
Well, it is possible, however, to throw yourself completely off balance by overwork. Worry, mental strain.
I know.
Your nerves are shot to pieces. What does Elizabeth think about your working like this?
I don't know. What can she say? It's got to be done.
Well, Tom, you're going to let someone else do it for a while.
What?
I mean it. You're headed for a nervous breakdown. And something else.
What else?
Blindness.
Good heavens.
You have an eye condition which has become aggravated by environment.
What can be done about it?
Stop work immediately, rest, get outdoors, get away.
For how long?
A month at least, maybe longer. Put that yacht you built to some use. Been tied up for over a year.
Are you sure about all this?
Positive.
All right, John. I've no choice in the matter. I'll drop in again in a few days.
Of course. Goodbye, Tom.
So Tom, completely flabbergasted, goes back to his office and tries to finish some plans and specifications. But he cannot keep his mind on the work, so he goes home early.
Well, good evening, Mr. Northcote.
Good evening, Billings.
This is most unusual. I mean, we didn't expect you for dinner.
I know. I didn't feel so well this afternoon.
Sorry, sir.
Isn't Elizabeth having dinner here?
No, sir. Mrs. Northcote hasn't had dinner in for several weeks.
I didn't know that.
She's been going out every evening.
Well, I don't want much. Something light.
Very good, sir. Oh, there's a letter for you in the library.
A letter?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Billings. Letter, eh? Certainly not a business letter. No return address. If your wife Elizabeth doesn't away from a certain man, there's going to be a scandal in this town that you won't like. A friend. Heavens. Stay away from a certain man. Billings. Billings!
Yes, Mr. Northcote?
Do you know where Mrs. Northcote has gone?
No.
Did she say who she was to meet?
No, she never does.
Just goes out for the evening?
Oh, sometimes in the afternoon as well.
I see.
You look a bit pale, sir. Shall I call Dr. Elson?
No, Billings, I don't think he could be of much help. I'll be all right. Good night.
Tom moves slowly up the stairs to his room and goes to bed. He has difficulty falling asleep, stares into the darkness, and through his mind runs the phrase, certain man, a certain man. But what man? Finally, he drops off to sleep. He rises early and without seeing Elizabeth goes to the office to wind up his affairs, then arrives home early again. But Elizabeth is not there. Elizabeth is sitting in a cocktail lounge with Charles Carroll, her attorney.
I never see Tom anymore. He leaves early, comes in late. Nothing but business, business, business. I just can't go on like this. It's driving me mad.
You're no different from a lot of women in this country. Production has speeded up, and there's nothing a man can do about it.
But if Tom loved me, he could find a little time to spend with me.
You still love Tom.
I did. But his indifference has made me cold as a cucumber.
Yes, but you have everything. Money, position. Why throw it away? This condition may only be temporary.
I can't understand you, Charles. We went through puppy love together. Went through school together. Then we drifted apart, and I met Tom.
Why can't you understand me?
Because for 3 weeks now, and I've seen you almost every day, you, of all people, have been trying to talk me out of divorcing Tom.
That's right.
But do you want me to go on like this?
I want you to be sure, Elizabeth.
I am sure. Are you afraid you'll lose some business if I divorce Tom with you as my attorney?
Elizabeth, you know I'm terribly fond of you. I always have been and always will be. Your happiness means a great deal to me. That's why I don't want you to take this step until we're sure that you'll not be sorry later.
You're the one who isn't sure.
Darling, it's for your own good. Please wait.
All right, Charles. That's the way you feel, I'll wait.
Good.
Can you drop me off at my place?
Yes, I can. But,
But what?
well, look, Elizabeth, I'm going to be very busy for the next 2 or 3 days. And we've talked over this situation for weeks, so suppose you think on it for a while and make up your own mind. Then call me.
Why, of course, John. I have been taking a lot of your time lately. I'm sorry.
It's all right, darling. Come along.
Charles takes Elizabeth home and leaves her at the door. Tom Northcott is in the library waiting for Elizabeth.
Tom? Huh. What on earth are you doing home so early? Well, I'm certainly surprised.
Are you?
What's happened?
What did you do this afternoon?
The same thing I do every afternoon and every evening. Try to kill time.
I suppose it has been rather boring lately, since I've had to spend so much time at the plant.
Yes, it has.
Been playing bridge a lot, have you?
Yes. Bridge and parties. Oh, there are a number of things one can do when one has to.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but this extra heavy load of business is not of my own making. I thought you would understand.
I understand that you work hard, that you're very busy. But even when you're here, you seem to be completely unaware of my presence. You come in late, go to your room without a word, get up with the birds, and leave without a word.
I wasn't aware of that. But I suppose it's true.
I was able to stand it at first. And then I became horribly lonely. So lonely, I couldn't bear this house another moment. So I started going out here and there.
That should have helped?
For a while. You had changed, Tom. I did attribute it to business, but when you changed so completely, became so indifferent toward me, I suddenly realized that you no longer loved me. And then I changed.
You changed?
Yes. Finding some way to occupy my time is no longer the difficulty.
No. What is the difficulty?
My difficulty is forcing myself to come back to this empty shell each night.
You think I don't care for you?
What else could I think?
You're saying you've lost your affection for me.
Yes.
And you found someone who is more attentive?
I have many friends whose company is most pleasant.
A man?
Friends. Men and women. Friends who understand.
Elizabeth, they don't understand. And you don't understand. In another moment, you'll be telling me you want to leave me.
I do. I can't stay here any longer.
Then we'll both leave together.
What?
This is all a complete misunderstanding, Elizabeth. We love each other, regardless of what you think. This can be remedied very easily.
No,
Please
Tom.
listen to me. I need your help.
Help? What do you mean?
For some time now, I've been ill. I've said nothing about it, but it's grown worse. The pain has increased.
Pain?
Yes. In my head. In my eyes. Flashes of light. I went to see Dr. Elston.
John.
Yes, Dr. Elston. He told me that I must quit work, take a complete rest, or go blind.
Blind? Oh, Tom, how awful.
We'll take the yacht, Elizabeth. A long cruise. It'll save my sight, and it'll help us, too. We can pick up where we apparently left off.
But, Tom,
Please, Elizabeth, I need you.
All right, Tom. I'll go.
We can leave in a few days. And we needn't go alone. If you prefer, we can have some guests along. Oh, would that help?
Yes. Yes, I believe it would.
Very well. Who would you like? You select someone you'd like to have along, and I'll select someone. People we both know.
Yes. Well, I'd like to have
Yes?
Dr. Elston.
John. You'd like to have him along?
Very much. His charming company, and besides, he may prove valuable.
And it's John Elston. I'll ask him tomorrow. And say, how about Charles Carroll? Always liked Charlie. And Marge Durant. They're still engaged, aren't they?
Why, I don't know.
By George, Elizabeth, I'm going to enjoy this trip. I feel better already. I wonder if the doctor will join us.
I'm sure he will.
Well, if he turns me down, I'll let you talk to him. I'm sure you can persuade him.
Next day, Tom visits the doctor, John Elston. And after some persuasion, the doctor accepts the invitation. Then Tom runs into Marge Durant in the doctor's waiting room.
Well, hello there, Marge. How are you?
All right.
Haven't seen you or Charlie in some time. How is Charlie?
Oh, all right, I guess.
You guess? Haven't you seen him? Don't tell me you two have broken off your engagement.
Oh, no, not officially. Charles has been exceptionally busy for several weeks.
Well, you mustn't be too hard on us men in times like these. We don't mean to be neglectful.
No?
I'm taking a cruise in the old yacht. Going to leave in a few days. We're gone several weeks. How would you like to join us?
Us?
Yes. Elizabeth and me. And Dr. Elston. He's just accepted.
Well, I'd love to go.
We all need to get away from things now and then.
We certainly do, but I don't...
Oh, I've already asked Charlie. And he said he'd love to go, if I could persuade you to go.
Charles said that?
He did. So you'll have a chance to see him every day.
Well, I'll be tickled to death to join you.
Good. The party's complete. Come aboard Saturday night. We'll sail early in the morning. See you later, Marge.
Now it is Saturday evening, the eve of departure. After an early dinner, Tom, suffering from severe head pains, goes to the library where he dozes in an armchair.
Tom? Tom? Tom, wake up.
Huh? What? Oh, Elizabeth. I must have had quite a nap. Well, the pains are gone. I'm glad of that.
It's 8:30. We better leave for the yacht.
8:30? Good heavens. Turn on the lights, Elizabeth.
What?
Push the switch.
Tom?
What's wrong, Elizabeth?
Tom, the lights are on.
What? Elizabeth.
Yes, I just turned them on.
Good Lord. It's happened.
Oh, Tom, I'm terribly sorry. Shall I call the doctor?
No, wait.
We better cancel the trip.
No, please. I'd rather go on. And I'd rather we didn't say anything about this. I'm sure it'll pass. We'll go ahead. And I'll bluff it through for a while. You'll help me. Won't you, Elizabeth?
Yes, Tom. I'll help you.
Tom notifies his skipper that he'll be late in coming aboard. Then when he is sure his guests on the yacht have retired, he and Elizabeth arrive, and he goes to his cabin. Next morning, the guests lounge in the sun on the afterdeck. Tom appears and moves along the deck to the stern, stops, and leaning against the rail, lights his pipe.
Morning, everybody. Wonderful day, isn't it?
Yeah, clear as crystal.
Where are we going?
Does it matter, Marge? This is a cruise to nowhere. The less we know about where we're going, the bigger surprise we get when we get there.
Don't you know?
No, my skipper does. Makes it more interesting, don't you think, Dad?
I suppose so.
That was Elizabeth's idea. Wasn't it?
Are you asking us?
Oh, I thought Elizabeth... That is, I thought she told you.
It's a swell idea, just the same. Eh, Charles?
Yeah, it's all right with me.
Hope the weather stays like this.
Yes, I was wondering about those dark clouds gathering off there. They mean anything, Tom?
Oh, yeah, yes. Well, maybe not.
Pretty black, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Where are you looking? Over here, Tom, on the port side.
Huh? Oh, those. Well, they are dark, but we may see them for days and never contact them.
I hope you're right. I'm not much of a sailor.
No?
How about you, Elizabeth?
Oh, good morning, dear. Sleep well? I've had the best rest in years. You look lovely this morning.
Tom, what's wrong with you?
What do you mean?
Good morning, folks. Sorry to be such a sleepyhead, but I was dead tired. How do you feel, Tom?
Why, I... Confound it, my best pipe.
I'll get it.
Wait a minute. Tom can get it. It's right at his feet.
Tom.
Here it is, Tom. When did this happen?
Last evening?
You weren't going to tell me. I'm to bluff it through.
Yes. You knew it was going to happen this soon, but you said if I took a rest, it'd be all right.
I didn't want to alarm you. I hoped my diagnosis was wrong.
But you knew it wasn't. I'm sorry. Tell Captain Baker I want to see him in my cabin. Please forget all this and try to enjoy yourself.
I'll help you to your cabin, Tom.
No, thanks, Charlie. I designed this ship. I built it. I know every corner and cranny.
What a rotten shame.
Poor Tom. Poor fellow.
evening after dinner, Elizabeth visits Dr. Elston in his cabin. Half hour later, Tom gropes his way along the rolling deck toward the doctor's room. Elizabeth has just left.
Did you say come in, Doctor? I couldn't quite hear. Storm coming up.
Yes, of course. Come in, Tom.
I wanted to talk with you, John, before I turned in.
Certainly. Sit down, Tom.
Yes. Here we are. Not a bad storm. Not bad at all. This will blow over.
Yes, I suppose so.
That's strange. That odor. You don't smoke, do you, John?
Why, well, once in a while. Why?
I smell a strong odor of tobacco. The same peculiar aromatic blend Elizabeth uses.
Well, it's quite possible. Elizabeth was just here.
Really? Poor girl. She's terribly upset about me. Came to talk over my condition?
Yes, she's quite worried.
I can imagine. And you're worried, too. Aren't you, John?
Well, I'm concerned.
Oh, that's a terrible thing. One can't possibly realize how terrifying it is till it happens to him.
I think I can fully appreciate it, Tom.
Can you? I wonder.
Think you better turn in.
Well, perhaps you're right. I should steel myself against sympathy. Sympathy of others and sympathy for myself. Poor Elizabeth. I feel sorriest for her. What a fate. To be tied down to a blind man for the rest of her life.
She'll understand. I'll look after Elizabeth.
Will you, John? That's awfully good of you. I appreciate that.
Better run along to bed, Tom. Get all the rest you can.
Yes. Yes, of course. Good night, John.
Good night.
The next evening, after dinner, Elizabeth is in her cabin. Elizabeth feigned seasickness and did not appear, so Charlie Carroll goes to her room.
You're not seasick, Elizabeth? You and I have sailed rougher water than these.
But I don't want anything to eat, Charles.
Now, please, darling, you can't go on like this. You've got to pull yourself together.
I know. But what am I going to do? I'm bewildered. A few days ago, I was positive he didn't love me and I didn't love him. Now this happens and everything has changed.
How do you mean?
Well, now I'm sorry for him. And the indifference has changed to something else.
Changed to pity?
Perhaps that's it.
You mean you don't want to divorce him now?
I don't see how I could.
Afraid of what people would say?
Oh, no. But somehow it just doesn't seem right. Now Tom's different. Maybe it took this darkness to show him the light. I mean... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
No. Elizabeth. Come on, darling, get a hold of yourself.
Oh, Charles. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, darling. Everything will turn out all right. I know what to do.
Charles, you're a darling. I don't know what I'd have done without you all these long weeks.
Now just take it easy.
Well, take a look at that, Doctor. We certainly ought to apologize, but we were stricken dumb.
Marge, what are you talking about?
Oh, dear, the sweet little innocents. You give them a lecture on life, Doctor.
Now, wait a minute, Marge.
For 3 weeks, Charles has been busy. And this is why. What a nice way to be busy.
Marge, please. You're jumping to conclusions.
Jumping? Are you kidding? Charles has been avoiding me for 3 weeks, and there's the reason in all her glory. Marge, you're out of your mind. You can't believe such a thing.
Of course not.
Not unless I heard it, and I heard it and saw it. Tom would just love to hear about this. Marge, you mustn't. No? Watch me. Just watch me.
Don't worry, Elizabeth. I'll stop her.
What is it, Doctor? Come in.
Tom, I want to talk to you.
What do you want, Doctor?
I want you to turn the ship around and go home.
Oh, but that's silly. You needn't worry about me.
I think you should turn around.
What are you so upset about?
I insist that you take the ship back.
You seem frightened, Doctor. What do you anticipate?
An unpleasant situation exists aboard the ship.
What?
I'd rather not say.
But I don't want to return. Unless you can give me a good reason. Can you?
I'd rather not say.
You're afraid of me, aren't you?
Certainly not.
I know what's troubling you. You know that I know about you. You and Elizabeth.
What?
Well, you're crazy.
You and my wife have been seeing each other for weeks and weeks. You realize now that I know the truth. You're afraid that I might do something drastic. That I might kill you.
Such nonsense. Wait a minute. Is that why you were so insistent that I come on the trip?
Maybe.
I don't know where you got such an idea, but you're all mixed up. If she's been seeing anybody, it hasn't been me.
Oh, come now.
I didn't want to tell what I know, but I see now that I'll have to. You come with me to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth? You expect me to believe that she'll tell the truth?
You come along just the same.
Let's wait till morning. Pretty rough weather tonight. Waves are breaking clear over the decks.
No, I don't want to wait till morning. Now.
Very well, Doctor. If you insist.
I'll lead the way.
Wouldn't want you to get washed over the side. That'd be too bad.
We'll go around by the stern, up the other side. Look out, here comes a big one. Hang on.
Doctor, where are you? Doctor!
I've got him, Mr. Northcott. He almost went over.
Is he? All right, Captain.
He got a deep wound in the back of his head.
Must have struck the opposite rail when the wave hit.
I think he's dead, Northcott.
Dead? Good Lord.
He's dead, all right. I'll get him off the deck before we hit another big one. Better get back to your quarters, Mr. Northcott. Hang on to the rails.
Elizabeth, are you here?
Yes, Tom, what's wrong?
Something terrible has happened. An accident.
An accident? What is it?
It's Dr. Elston. He's dead.
Dead? What are you saying?
He was coming along the afterdeck, and a big wave came over and washed him against the opposite side. Struck his head. The captain said he's dead. Well, why don't you say something? Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Charlie, I didn't know you were here.
She's fainted.
Fainted? Really? Well, that's strange.
Elizabeth. You're all right, darling. Here, drink this.
John. Oh, John. Oh, here you are, Tom. You're just the one I wanted to see.
Yes, Marge?
What's the matter with her?
She fainted when I informed her that Dr. Elston had been killed.
Doctor, what happened?
A big wave tossed him across the deck. He struck his head on the opposite rail.
Oh, poor John. Let's turn back. I can't go on.
And why can't you go on?
I just can't. Please turn back.
That's ridiculous. We'll have to bury him at sea, of course, but why shouldn't we go on?
Are you out of your mind?
No. Why are you so terribly upset about the doctor? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? You sound as though you didn't care.
Maybe I don't. But it's very obvious that you do.
You're out of your mind.
Would you faint if anything happened to me? No. But the doctor, that's different.
What are you trying to say? What?
You and the doctor. I found out days ago. You tried to blame me, but I know differently now. I received a letter from someone telling me that you were running around with a certain man. That man was John Elston.
I never heard of such a lie. I haven't seen John in weeks. Who sent you that letter? I did. But I wasn't referring to John.
You sent it. And who did you mean?
I meant you. You and Elizabeth. You've been seeing each other every day for weeks. You and Elizabeth think you're clever, but you're not.
You sent the letter?
Yes.
And it wasn't John?
No, it was Charles. I've seen them. They've been meeting every day for weeks. We have been meeting every day for weeks.
You admit it, then?
Certainly, but not for the reason you think.
You're both stupid.
Then why were you meeting?
Charles and I are old friends. And he is an attorney, my attorney. We've been discussing a divorce.
Divorce?
Yes, I was determined to divorce you. But Charles tried to talk me out of it. We've been arguing for weeks.
Certainly. Marge, you're nothing but a silly little troublemaker. I've known that for a long time. Now, maybe you know why I broke off with you, why I stopped seeing you. I wouldn't trust you across the street.
Now do you believe me, Tom? Come in.
Mr. Northcott. Dr. Elston just died.
Just died? Why, I thought he was dead when you found him on the deck.
So did I. When I got into his stateroom, he regained consciousness for a few moments.
What?
Yes. I saw the wave strike, Mr. Northcott. And I also saw what happened just before it struck.
Yes, Captain, go on.
This man here is Johnson, one of the crew. He was with me when Dr. Elston regained consciousness. Tell him what the doctor said just before he died, Johnson.
Well, Dr. Elston said that he was walking ahead of Mr. Northcott, and just before the wave came over, he turned around suddenly. As he did, Tom, Mr. Northcott, struck him on the head with something. He fell, and the wave washed him across the deck.
That's right. Then he died. Search, Mr. Northcott, Johnson.
This is ridiculous. I own this ship.
But I'm the captain. Sorry, Mr. Northcott.
Oh. Here you are, Captain. A gun.
Mr. Northcott, You're under arrest.
You're fired. Both of you.
Yes, Mr. Northcott, that's to be expected, but not until we tie up in New York. It's quite natural that you'll have no further use for this ship after I turn you over to the police.
You're a fool.
Johnson, radio port officials in New York and ask Mr. Svensson to put about.
Well, Tom, you had a plan, a setup for a perfect crime. But like all so-called perfect crimes, it failed. You jumped to conclusions, worked a little too fast. Marge was wrong in her suspicions, and you followed along without investigating the source of the letter. Now Marge has lost Charles forever, and you have definitely lost Elizabeth. You deserve what's coming to you. You planned the cruise with a diabolical purpose, and furthermore, you did not lose your eyesight. That was a hoax, a trick to trap the man. But very soon you will lose your sight, and your hearing, and your speech. In fact, you lose all your faculties, because you'll be dead. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time once again for Melody Ranch and Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorns had a feed on the Laurentian Sweet. I'm back in the saddle again.
From Columbus, Ohio, for your friendly local merchant everywhere who sells and displays healthful, refreshing, delicious double mint chewing gum, invites you to another visit with all the gang here at Melody Ranch. Among those present are Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, Merle Travis, Carl Contner's Melody Ranch Orchestra, and Johnny Bond. First, though, let's meet the boss man himself, Mr. American Cowboy, Gene Autry.
Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm going to make her mine. I came down from Butte, Montana, for a little change of scene, and I stopped today in Santa Fe, where I met a pretty queen. Oh, I planned to leave on Monday, but she held me kind of tight. So I held the ground and hung around, and I left on Friday night. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. Prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm going to make her mine. I was kind of blue and lonely, so I took my horse and pack, and on Sunday morning was up and gone, heading south and riding back. At the gate I found her waiting, I was happy as could be. Then I told her that I loved her true, and she said that she loves me. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm going to make her mine. Well, thank you, friends and neighbors, and welcome to Melody Ranch. I'm just about to help myself to some delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum. And you know, it's swell to have a treat that's so pure and wholesome that you can enjoy it any time you think of it. So, suppose you join me in chewing some grand double mint gum right now. And always carry a package of double mint with you so you can have some whenever you want. That's delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum. I like it.
Hi, Miss Autry. Hi there. Boy,
Am I ever excited? My chance has come, and you're the first to hear the news. Oh, boy.
Now, wait a minute, Pat Buttram. Settle down.
Huh?
What news? What are you excited about?
Look at this newspaper here. The Sagebrush Dramatic Appreciation and Bail Bond Society is putting on a play.
Yes?
A real melodrama, and they're advertising for a leading man. They're looking for a new face, and I've got it.
Well, don't just stand there. Run home and get it.
Oh, very good. Run home and get it, yeah.
Now, look, Patrick. I didn't think that you'd laugh at my joke.
Oh, what was good enough for President McKinley is good enough for me.
Is that so? Well, now, don't get smart with me, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Artery. It's just that I feel so excited. You see, I called up the Sagebrush Theater, and they said to come right down. So I went, and they give me the part to study. And here I am, almost a big star.
But, Patrick, you don't know anything about acting. Why, it isn't easy, you know.
Oh, acting comes natural to me, Mr. Artery. My uncle, Grease Paint Buttram, he was a famous actor. He played nothing but big parts.
I never even heard of it.
Oh, he was...
What big parts did he ever play?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
Well, you know them fake horses?
Yes.
You know, two fellers get inside of it and they do funny stuff?
Mm-hmm.
My uncle played the biggest part.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He played the part that couldn't see where it was going.
Well, it sounds like it was made to order for you.
Oh, no. I don't take a back seat for nobody, no. But I'm going to be a real big star, a Gary Cooper type, or a Allen type of a lad, or even a Rock type of a Hudson, maybe.
Well, you've got the build for it, all right.
Mr. Artery, you know something about acting now. Won't you sort of help me with the script a little?
All right, Patrick, I'll do what I can.
Good.
Well, let's just see how good a man you are when it comes to this acting.
I can do it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Say, this first scene is for a boy and a girl.
Well, now, that's a nice combination, I think. Now, what's the scene? Oh, boy, just watch old Buttram emote here.
Well, let's see here. Now, it says, as the scene opens, the boy and girl are drifting lazily down a romantic stream in a canoe.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the bow, and he's in the stern.
Well, can't you put us both in the middle and give me a fighting chance?
Now, look, Pat, get serious, or I'm not going to help you.
Oh, I'll be serious. Yeah.
Now she looks at you with fire in her beautiful blue eyes.
Yes.
And her luscious red lips seem to say, I'm yours, darling. Now, you know what to do?
Sure, I throw away the paddle and head for the girl.
No, you don't throw away the paddle.
Why not? I can buy a new paddle for $1.50 anyway.
You're supposed to be playing hard to get.
Oh.
Now, pay attention, will you? Fine actor you are.
Well, let's get back to the girl. Time's a waste.
Now, wait just a minute. Take it easy.
Oh.
Don't rush him like old Scoggins does.
No,
Now, you see, first you turn on the radio to get some nice, soft music.
Turn on the radio?
Yeah.
What for?
To put you in a romantic mood.
Mr. Artery, I was in the mood before radios was even invented. I got to go study up on my part by myself. So long, Mr. Artery. You're not helping me a bit.
Well, so long, Patrick. Yes, sir, that guy's got more comebacks than a bad check. However, right now, let's listen to those saddle-scarred Cass County boys in Get Along, Little Dogies.
As I was out walking one morning for pleasure, I spied a cowpuncher all riding alone. His hat was rolled back and his spurs was a-jingling, and as he approached he was singing this song. Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggie, it's your misfortune and none of my own. Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggie, you know that my own and will be your new home. Yes, sir, in spring that we round up the dogies. We mark 'em and brand 'em and bob off each tail. We round up the horses and load the chuck wagon and then put the dogies out on the right trail. Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggie, it's your misfortune and not of my own. Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggie, you know that Wyoming will be your new home. Wyoming will be your new home. Hey,
thank you there, Cass County boys. You've just given the folks a lift with that song. And friends, I'll remind you of the pleasant lift you get when you chew delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum. That's why it makes real good sense to chew swell double mint anytime things start going wrong. You see, a healthful, wholesome treat like double mint can really work wonders when those little irritations begin to get in your throat or on your nerves. Because the easy, long-lasting chewing gives you a healthy, natural outlet for that feeling of pressure and tension. Yet, you just stick your teeth right into smooth double mint and chew away for a while. And you feel a lot more relaxed and satisfied. And that cool, clean double mint flavor freshens you. And that makes you feel better, too. So enjoy it often, every day. It'll do you good. Delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum.
Lonely river in the moonlight, winding through my song. Weary waters keep on flowing, lonely river roll along. Tell my love I'm broken hearted, I know I was wrong. Weary waters keep on flowing, lonely river roll along. Tell her I'm waiting alone by the shore. Just say I'm pining to see her once more. Lonely river in the moonlight, winding through my song. Weary waters keep on flowing, lonely river roll along. Tell her I'm waiting alone by the shore. Just say I'm pining to see her once more. Lonely river in the moonlight, winding through my song. Weary waters keep on flowing, lonely river roll along.
Thank you, friends. Yes, sir, thank you.
You know, I can't get over how smart Champ is.
Oh, Champ's a smart horse, all right.
Why, this morning when I went out to feed him, he opened the stable door for me and hung my hat on the wall.
Oh, that's nothing. Did I ever tell you about the time he picked up a curry comb and got the burrs out of my whiskers?
Now, wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute.
Huh?
You don't have to exaggerate when you talk about Champ. Why don't we just tell the truth about him?
Oh, like the time he saved our lives, maybe, huh? Up Redstone Canyon 3 or 4 years ago, remember?
Well, yeah, that's more like it.
Well, nobody's stopping you, Mr. Autry. Go right ahead and tell it, and don't leave nothing out.
Just for that, Patrick, I will. Well, Pat and I were riding in the foothills of Mission Range, looking for strays, when all of a sudden, Champ stopped cold in his track, reared up, and reached for the sky. Steady, Champ. Steady, boy. Easy.
What's the matter with him, Mr. Autry?
Oh, I don't know, Pat. Seems like he Hey, look.
Huh?
Leaning against that rock.
Jumping tadpoles. Man looks like he's been shot.
Yeah. Come on, quick.
Yeah.
Easy, fella. Easy. Here, try some of this water.
Good. Ringo.
What? Say that again.
Ringo.
Is he dead?
Yeah, Pat. I'm afraid he is. All we can do is...
Hey, look out! Pat, hit the earth. Yeah. Why, that low-down, dry-gulching hoot owl.
Yeah, there he goes over the hill.
Oh, just let me get a bead on that side.
Oh, forget it for now, Pat. Let's take care of this man. We'll never catch him anyway.
Well, what are we going to do, Mr. Autry?
Get this man into sagebrush. Sheriff Dillon can take it from there. Well, we brought him in as soon as we could, Jim.
Well, thanks, Gene. All right, Jed. Take the body over to Doc Peters' office.
Is there anything I can do to help, Sheriff?
No need for a lawyer, Mr. Ransom. Not yet, anyhow.
Did you identify this man?
Well, the card we found in his pocket says Pedro Chavez. What I want to know is the name of the killer.
How about that, Mr. Autry? Did he tell you?
No, Mr. Ransom, he didn't.
Well, call on me anytime, Sheriff.
If we need you. Now, the rest of you folks move along. Come on now, get out.
Jim, there is something I haven't told you yet.
Oh, what's that, Gene?
Pedro Chavez did say something before he died. Just one word. Ringo.
Ringo?
Does that mean anything to you? Somebody's name?
No, nobody around here. I remember an old mine called the Ringo, up Redstone Canyon 3-4 miles. Ain't been worked in years, though.
I think Pat and I will take a look up there, if you don't mind.
Suit yourself, Gene. But you're on your own.
I know that, Jim. I'll remember that. So this is the Ringo mine.
Mr. Autry, do we have to go any further? Old ghost mines give me goosebumps.
Won't hurt to take a little look. Let's try this side tunnel, Pat. Hey, wait.
Huh? Hey. What's that?
Back to the entrance, quick.
Huh? Oh. Somebody chopped them timbers down to trap us, Mr. Autry.
Yeah, there's a tiny opening. If we can move this beam. Come on, help me. Here we go.
Oh, we can't budge it. They left us here to die.
Well, there's one good chance of getting out alive.
Yeah? What?
Champ. Let's hope he's still out there.
Champ! Champ! Can you hear me, boy?
Hey, that's him. That's him.
Listen, Champ. Go home. Understand, boy? Go home.
He's going, Mr. Autry. He understood just what you said.
Let's hope so, Pat. Let's hope so. Well, Champ understood all right. A couple hours later, the boys followed Champ's trail. Pretty soon, we were breathing fresh air again. Just on a hunch, Pat and I got some samples of dirt from the mine, and late that afternoon, we took them into the county assayer's office.
Gene, if you're looking for silver, copper, or gold in this dirt, there's not a single trace.
What did you find out about the Ringo mine, Frank?
Well, it seems a claim was made out early in 1936. Let's see, to a man named Pedro Chavez.
Holy smoke. That's the man we found shot to death.
That's right, Pat.
But I don't get it. He files a claim, then he deserts it, and then he comes back again and gets killed. Why?
I think there's a way to find out. if the sheriff will go along with my plan. Frank, do us a favor. Don't tell anybody we've been here.
Anything you say, Gene.
But why not?
Pat, somebody still thinks that we're trapped in that mine. Now it's our chance to trap him.
Sheriff, I still don't understand why you called me down here at this time of the morning.
You offered to help yesterday, didn't you, Mr. Ransom, when Gene brought that dead man in?
Yes, of course I did. As an attorney,
Sit down. You'll be helping any minute now.
Well, what are we waiting for? Now, look, Sheriff, I'm a very busy man. I can't...
Morning, Gene. Pat, come on in.
Hello, Sheriff. Sorry we couldn't make it sooner, Jim.
Autry, how did you...
What's the matter, Mr. Ransom? Didn't you ever see a couple of real live ghosts before?
Ghosts? I don't know what you mean.
I think you do, Mr. Ransom. Jim, take a look at this.
What is it?
A deed to the old Ringo mine, made out to Pedro Chavez. Mr. Ransom took it from Pedro's body yesterday.
That's a lie.
Then how come Pat and I found it in your office along with some uranium ore samples?
Why, you had no right to go into my office.
Shut up and let Gene tell it.
And, Mr. Ransom, you better listen.
Well, Pedro Chavez discovered uranium several years ago in the Ringo mine. He wasn't an American citizen, and he was afraid the government wouldn't let him keep it. Finally, just a few days ago, he decided to consult an attorney. That attorney happened to be you, Mr. Ransom, and you decided to get the mine for yourself.
Why, you're crazy. Autry, are you accusing me of murder?
Yes, and I should have known it from the start, when you asked me if Pedro told us who the killer was. Only Pat and I knew he wasn't already dead when we found him.
No wonder you tried to kill us, too.
Well, it looks like you just put a noose around your neck, Ransom.
All right, but I'm taking at least one man with me.
All right. Two can play that game, too, mister.
Now, try chopping down mine timbers with that arm, Bo Diddley.
Don't pester him, Pat. I think Mr. Ransom has enough to worry about already. Friends and neighbors, I know you've all seen pictures of abandoned ranch houses where the windows are out, doors are hanging on one hinge, old barns leaning so far south you'd think a north wind would blow them over. And there always seems to be the remnants of a broken down, dusty old wagon. And that just happens to be the subject of our cowboy classic for today. The wheel of the wagon is broken. It ain't gonna turn no more. My days on the prairie are over. Round the old ranch door, there ain't any campfire a-smoking where we sang when day was through. The wheel of the wagon is broken. Gone is the west side wind. Goodbye, old faithful. There's a time on the range for sale. Goodbye, old faithful. Looks like the end of the trail. My days on the prairie are over. Round the old ranch door, the wheel of the wagon is broken. It ain't gonna turn no more.
Goodbye, old faithful. There's a sign on the ranch for sale. Goodbye, old faithful.
Looks like the end of the trail. My days on the prairie are over. There's weeds round the old ranch door. The wheel of the wagon is broken. It ain't gonna turn no more.
Ain't gonna turn
Artery, I think I get twice the usual fun out of these Melody Ranch parties. I enjoy 'em myself, and I get a real kick out of watching other folks enjoy 'em, too.
Well, Pat, I have a hunch you just spoke for everybody here. And I think I'm speaking for all of you good friends when I say that delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum adds extra pleasure to all the day's activities. The smooth, steady chewing goes right along with work or fun. And that delicious double mint flavor is always so good. And it cools your mouth and keeps your taste fresh, too. So enjoy it soon and often. Delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum. Well, I guess that just about wraps it up for this week's folks. But this is Gene Autry for Double Mint, asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly density, I'm back in the saddle again.
Gene Autry will be appearing in person with his big new hit show of 1956 on February 2nd in Rochester, New York, and on successive days in Providence, Portland, and Bangor, Maine, Manchester, Hartford, Connecticut, Kingston, and White Plains, New York, Hershey, and Philadelphia on February 11th and 12th. At the same time next week, and over these same stations, the Wrigley people will again present Gene Autry. Dean Lewis speaking, in part transcribed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Meantime, let me tell you what a friend told me the other day. She said, we tried spreading parquet margarine on our bread for the first time last week, and we were certainly surprised. Why, it's really delicious. Well, I don't know why anyone should be surprised that parquet margarine tastes so good, because parquet margarine is made by Kraft. Yes, and made to be just as good tasting and nutritious as all of Kraft's fine foods. Parquet's flavor is delicate and appetizing, just right for a really satisfying spread for bread. What's more, parquet margarine adds important food values to meals. It's an excellent energy food, one of the best you can serve. And besides, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, parquet margarine is both nutritious and delicious, and it's wonderfully economical, too. So why not treat your family to parquet margarine tomorrow? Just ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's see what the Great Gildersleeve is up to. For a week, he's been strictly on the job at the Water Department, but today, with everything running smoothly, he's been able to give a couple of hours at lunch to laying out future strategy for Eisenhower and MacArthur. So we find him now at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, returning to his office to sign some letters before proceeding to the barber's shop.
Hello? You still there, Mabel? So then we hung around for a while, and... Oh, wait, I think somebody's coming. I'll call you back.
Miss, you there, Bessie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was so busy finishing these letters, I didn't hear you come in.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to ask. They're not done yet?
All but 3, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I'll have those for you right away.
But I only gave you 4. Any phone calls?
No, sir. Oh, yes, there was one from the newspaper.
The Indicator. What did they want?
Well, it was kind of personal, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? Who called? The editor?
No, sir. He said he was a society editor.
What did he want?
He asked when you were going to get married.
Oh, well, the date hasn't exactly been set yet. What did you tell him?
Oh, I didn't tell him anything, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good.
I just said what you told me to say when people called up and I didn't know what to say.
Huh? You did what?
Well, I just did what you told me, Mr. Gildersleeve. He asked when you were going to get married, and I didn't know.
What did you say?
We regret there's been a slight delay owing to the shortage in manpower.
That's all, brother. That'll fix it nicely.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, these letters...
I'll sign them in the morning, and if the phone rings, don't answer it. Oh, that Bessie, I'm going to have to let her go.
Well, speak of the devil.
Oh, hello, Floyd.
Judge and I were just talking about you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Are you living at this barber shop now, Hooker? Every time I come in here, you're here.
Every time I'm here, you come in.
Yes, well, just give the judge a quick trim, Floyd. There's no use trying to make him look good.
Gildersleeve, go over there and sit down, will you? And keep out of my hair.
Very good.
I was just saying to the judge here, Mr. Gildersleeve, I can't imagine you a married man.
I'd like to know why not.
Well, you know what they say. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. But none of us getting any younger.
Maybe you're not.
By the way, Gildy,
Yeah?
when are you and Leela planning to get married?
Why do you want to know?
Just interested, that's all.
Well, we haven't set the date yet.
What's the matter, Gildy? Is she giving you the runaround?
Why do you ask that?
Well, you've been engaged quite a while now. People are beginning to talk.
Yeah.
Beginning to say, what about this? Is she going to marry him or isn't she?
Of course she's going to marry him. Me. We're just waiting till, well, we thought we'd wait a while, that's all.
Well, that's women for you. Try to pin them down and they give you the slip every time.
Yeah.
Now, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I made the mistake of going with a girl for 3 years.
Yes.
That was before I met my present wife. Everything was lovey-dovey from the start, but there was always a million reasons why she couldn't possibly marry me till the day after tomorrow. So in the end, what happens? A cattleman from Kansas moves in, and I wind up married to my present wife, which is okay. We've got a nice little place there. Now, you take my advice, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't make the mistake I made. Pin her down. Get tough.
Yeah, Floyd, you know, you could be right. Get tough.
And what's more, they love it. Why, 20 years ago, if I'd known as much about women as I do today, it would have been a different story.
You'd have married the other girl?
I wouldn't have got married at all.
Wait a minute now. You got me confused. Be tough. That's the way to treat women, all right. Now, look here, Leela Ransom. I've stood all the shilly-shally, and I'm going to. I want an answer, and I want it now. Boo! Leela, never do that to people. It's liable to stunt their growth.
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. Come in, won't you?
Thank you. I was coming in anyway.
I was just going to call you up. I've had the most wonderful news.
It'll have to wait. Leela, I demand to know when we're going to be married.
Well, for goodness sake, is that all?
Oh, isn't it important to you?
Of course, but I've been trying to tell you, Throckmorton. My only sister Winfield is coming to visit me tomorrow.
That's fine, Leela, but what's that got to do with our wedding day?
Why, I wouldn't think of getting married without having Winfield at my wedding.
Huh?
And besides, I wouldn't want to rush into anything without consulting her. I hope she likes you, Throckmorton.
I hope so. What if she doesn't?
Oh, that just couldn't happen, darling. I'm sure it couldn't. Because when you try, you can be so charming. You will try, won't you?
Well, of course.
You see, Winfield's married to a Yankee, just like you. But he's the handsomest man I ever saw in my whole life.
I hate him.
He's an engineer, and he's doing some secret construction work for the government at Camp Fuller. So naturally, Winfield and little Michael wanted to be near him.
Michael?
That's their little boy. He's just about Leroy's age, but he's not like Leroy at all.
Well, that's something. Look, Lita, I'll be good to your sister, and I'll be good to her little boy. But answer me one thing. When are we going to get married?
I'll tell you, Throckmorton. I'll let you take us both to lunch tomorrow, and we can ask her then. Oh, mercy, that reminds me. Here it is almost 9 o'clock, and I've got to get up and meet a 6 o'clock train tomorrow morning.
Can't you stay up just a little longer, Leela? I'll meet the train.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Throckmorton, but I'd rather.
All right, I'll go.
Throckmorton, you're not going away angry.
No, I'm going home and think about the Rommel plan. Wedding bells.
Hey, wake up. It's after 7 o'clock.
Go away. I want to dream some more, Leroy.
Well, hurry up or you won't get any buckwheat cakes.
If that's different, I'll be right down.
Okay, I'll...
Yeah. Wait a minute, Leroy.
What do you want? My cakes will get cold.
Never mind. I have something important to tell you.
You certainly picked the crummiest times to give out with the old malarkey.
This is not malarkey. Shut the window.
Turn off the cold air, turn on the hot.
I heard that, Leroy.
I meant turn on the heat.
Now listen to me, young man. Mrs. Ransom's sister is coming to visit her.
Is she good looking?
You're getting too fresh. The lady is arriving this morning, and I want you to make a good impression on her.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Stay out of sight. She has a little boy, and when the proper time comes, it may be all right for you to play with him. But until I say so, don't you go near him.
For goodness sake, what's going on up here?
Oh, good morning, Marjorie. I was just about to get up.
I sent Leroy up because Bertie's making buckwheat cakes, and now Leroy's cakes are cold.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I was telling him how to behave himself while Mrs. Ransom's sister is here.
Oh, when did she come?
This morning. I'm meeting him for lunch today, but we'll have him here soon. And I want everybody to be as nice to her as possible.
Well, I'll certainly do all I can, Uncle Mort. And I'll keep an eye on Leroy.
Oh, sure. Let's all keep an eye on Leroy.
No, young man.
You better start keeping an eye on her, If you know what time she came in last
Leroy,
night...
mind your own business.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what's the matter with this family?
Good morning, Bertie.
I've been cooking here a long time, but this is the first time my buckwheat cakes ever run into a boycott.
Now, Bertie.
It's discouraging, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, but your buckwheat cakes are wonderful, Bertie.
Maybe they are and maybe they ain't. All I know is that you and Leroy walked out on them, and your uncle won't even get out of bed to try a sample.
But, Bertie, I was telling him about Mrs. Ransom's sister. She and her little boy are coming to visit Mrs. Ransom, and all of us must do our very best to make them happy.
Yes, sir. That gives me an idea.
What's that, Bertie?
I wonder, do they need a good cook?
No, gangway, everybody. Get downstairs and plow into those buckwheat cakes. Nice windy corner I picked to wait on. Why can't women be on time?
Throckmorton! Throckmorton, are we too frightfully late?
Only about 3/4 of an hour.
Oh, good.
Huh?
Throckmorton, I want you to meet my sister Winfield. Winnie, this is Throckmorton.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Why, darling, he's the spitting image of Harvey Diefenbach. Only Harvey was thin. Well, isn't he?
I see what you mean.
I don't.
Oh, you'd have to know Harvey to appreciate it.
Well, this little man must be Michael. How are you, Mike?
I'm very well, thank you. And you, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, I'll bet you're a pretty tough customer. You want to fight, Mike? Put up your dukes.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm not allowed to fight.
Oh, Winnie, I'm so glad you're here. It's going to be just like old times.
Won't it? You know, Leela and I were always together. People used to call us the Heavenly Twins.
Oh, really? Well, you don't talk alike.
Oh, well, Winnie's been up north so long, she talks like a Republican. But in the old days, we were more like chums than sisters. Remember when we used to go on dates together?
And dress alike?
Oh, you remember the summer at Virginia Beach when we switched bows?
Yes, and remember the summer I was so crazy about Tubby Walker? Till the day of the picnic.
Speaking of picnics, ladies, how about a little lunch?
Oh, gracious, here we are rambling on like a couple of schoolgirls and forgetting all about Throckmorton.
You know, I can't get over how much he looks like Harvey Diefenbach.
Who on earth is Harvey Diefenbach?
Who is Harvey Diefenbach?
Well, Harvey was an old beau of mine that I got engaged to once when I was young and foolish.
Oh.
I laugh every time I think of him.
You were dead serious at the time, though.
Oh, gracious, yes. And Winnie couldn't see him for dirt. She did everything in her power to break it up.
Oh. Well, how about a little lunch, huh? I don't mind telling you, I'm starved.
Oh, Throckmorton, I hope you don't mind, but we've only got 5 minutes to get to the hairdresser.
But I thought I was taking you to lunch.
Well, that's terribly nice of you.
Well, we thought if you didn't mind, you could take little Michael to lunch while we have our hair done. Don't you think that would be a good idea?
Well, what about the question we were going to ask?
Throckmorton, you're a lamb. Isn't he a lamb, Winnie? Now, Michael, you go with Uncle Throckmorton and have a nice lunch. We've got to run.
Be a good boy, Michael, and do what Uncle Throckmorton tells you.
Have a good time, you man. You hear? See you later.
Come on, Mike.
My name is Michael.
Michael, come on. We're going into the hotel and have lunch.
But I'm not hungry.
Well, I am. I've been waiting an hour.
This isn't a very nice hotel, is it?
It's the best hotel in Summerfield.
I've been in bigger ones.
Sorry it doesn't measure up to your standards. Let's sit here.
Yes, sir.
Now, what would you like to eat, Michael? I see they've got roast beef today.
Well, I don't like roast beef, thank you.
Don't like roast beef? What boy doesn't like roast beef? Well, how about pork chops?
I'm allergic to pork.
What?
It makes me break out.
Oh. Well, how about a poached egg? You think you can handle that?
I had one for breakfast. It wasn't very good either.
Look, Michael, how about a nice bowl of milk toast?
Let's go away from here. I don't
Just a minute.
But I really don't see anything.
Sit down, you. I'd like a little something to keep body and soul together. I'm going to have roast beef, baked potato, peas, succotash, and pie a la mode. And you little squirt, you can sit there and watch me eat it.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. I'm sure you mothers and housewives have noticed that when you cook or bake something especially good for your family, it disappears mighty fast. Well, the same thing often happens to a food product that's exceptionally good, and that explains why your food dealer may sometimes be temporarily out of Parquet margarine, Kraft's delicious spread for bread. Of course, Kraft is doing everything possible to keep dealers supplied, but these days so many people prefer Parquet margarine that some dealers just can't keep up with the demand. Now, I don't mean to say that you can't get Parquet margarine. Likely as not, most of the time you can. But it is wise to watch your dealer's stocks and buy Parquet whenever he has a supply. Remember, Parquet is an excellent energy food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So it's good advice to always watch for and always ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's see how the Great Gildersleeve is coming. The last we saw of him, he was stuck with little Michael at lunch while Leland, her sister, went off to the hairdresser's. Well, lunch is over now, and a couple of hours have passed, and we find Gildersleeve plodding up the front walk to his house, still with little Michael.
Come on. What are you waiting for?
Why are we going in here?
This is where I live.
Oh, it's kind of funny looking, isn't it?
Listen, I know it's not much, but it's home to me. Now, come on.
Whose bicycle is that?
That's Leroy's bicycle.
He doesn't take very good care of his things, does he?
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't. But he's a good kid. I'm just beginning to appreciate him. Bertie!
Oh, you didn't wipe your feet.
This is my house, and I can come in with dirty feet if I want to.
That you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, has Leroy come home from school yet?
I'll say he's home. I just caught him out in the kitchen stuffing himself with the applesauce I made for dinner.
I don't know what's for dinner, Unc.
That's all right, my boy. If you're hungry, it's a sign you need food. I like to see a boy eat anyway.
Huh?
Leroy, this is Michael.
Hi.
Michael, meet Leroy.
How do you do? I've been looking forward to meeting you. Is he kidding?
Now, Leroy, remember that Michael is your guest.
My guest?
Yes. I thought it'd be nice if you two boys played together all afternoon.
Oh, but, Unc, I was just going over to Piggy. She's expecting me.
Leroy, I'm asking you as a favor to me.
But I thought you told me to keep away from the little punk.
Listen, you entertain the little punk and don't give me an argument.
Mother says it's not polite to whisper.
Yes, and you're right, too, Sonny. Here, Leroy, here's $1. Take it and entertain your little friend in any way you see fit.
Okay, come on, Mike. Where are we going? Down to the drugstore. Do you like comic books? Oh, Mother doesn't allow me to read comic books.
That's all right, Michael. You go with Leroy and have a good time.
Oh, but Mother...
Mother will never know.
Boy, that was a short soda. I win. I hit bottom first. Well, you cheated. You've still got some left. I have not. Look. Well, anyway, I made mine last longer. Sour grapes. And when I finish this one, I'm probably going to have another. Yeah? Who's going to pay for it? Oh, I've got money. Oh, mister! His name is Peavy.
Yes? What can I do for you, young gentlemen, now?
I'll have another chocolate raspberry soda.
Well, I'm sorry, son, but we have a rule here, only 2 of those to a customer.
I suppose you think if you make me another one, I'll be sick.
If I make you another one, Sonny, I'll be sick.
Well, my mother lets me drink all the sodas I want.
Well, if you'll bring me a note from your mother to that effect, I'll be glad to fill the prescription. But I wouldn't care to take the responsibility myself.
Listen, you have no right... Hey, why don't you stop hollering and finish the soda you've got? I don't want to. I paid for it. You go on and finish it. I don't want to. Why not? I don't think I feel very well. Here, give it to me. I'll finish it.
Oh, here you are.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Leroy, where in the world have you two been?
Right here.
You know what time it is? Michael, your mother's been looking all over the place for you. She's just about crazy.
Well, I'm afraid our young friend here is overindulged a bit, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah? What do you mean?
I don't feel very well.
Oh, my goodness, look at him. Spots.
Well, now, there's nothing to be alarmed at, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'd say it was just a simple case of hives.
Nothing to be alarmed at. I'll get the blame for this. What's he been eating?
Well, he's under the influence of a couple of raspberry sodas.
A couple? Peavy, what kind of a joint are you running here?
I'm just trying to run a respectable drugstore, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You know what you're running? A public nuisance.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You ought to know better than to stuff a kid with sodas. How is this going to look for me? I'm supposed to be taking care of this little twerp. When his mother sees him, she'll burn up. What am I going to do?
Well, a little calamine lotion might relieve the irritation.
Oh, goodbye, Peavy.
Oh, it's you, Throckmorton.
I won't come in. I just wondered if little Michael is better today.
A little better, I think.
Fine. Keep him warm. Leela, I wondered if you'd care to go to the movies with me tonight. Bing Crosby and something or other.
Oh, I'd love to go, Throckmorton, but Winfield's crazy about Bing. Why don't you take her instead?
Well, that'll be all right, only...
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton. I know she'll have a lovely time.
Hello, Leela. I have 2 tickets to the subscription concert this evening. Would you be able to go?
Oh, Throckmorton, you must take Winfield. She just loves music.
But I want to see you.
Oh, you can see me anytime.
When, for instance? I got these tickets just for you, Leela.
I know. Get 3 tickets and we'll all go.
Leela, you're going out to dinner with me tonight.
But Throckmorton...
No, I won't take no for an answer. I haven't seen you alone for a week.
Well, I'd love to, Throckmorton, but I just don't like to go out and leave Winfield alone.
I got that all taken care of, too. Judge Hooker's going to take Winnie to dinner and the movies.
Oh.
Now, will you have dinner with me, or do I have to kidnap you?
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so masterful. What can a girl say?
All right. And I'll be expecting an answer to a certain question you've been putting off, too.
Oh, goodness, Throckmorton. That was certainly a wonderful dinner.
Well, I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, but it's nice to be home here with just you. I hope Judge Hooker took Winfield to a nice place.
Yeah, don't worry. The judge is a spender. They're probably at the movies by now.
Well, I'd rather just sit here by the fire with you and talk.
Yeah, me too.
What shall we talk about, Throckmorton?
Well, I've been trying all evening to get you to answer one question.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're not going to stop that again.
I'd like to know why not.
Well, you're so unromantic about it.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about you then, huh? You know what I think is the cutest thing about you?
No, what?
Your ears. Your ears are so pink, and they stick out.
Why, Throckmorton?
From under your hair, I mean.
Oh.
You know, there's something I've been wondering for a long time.
What?
If you kiss a person in the ear, do they feel it or hear it?
That's a very interesting question, Throckmorton.
Yeah, and I know how to find out, too.
Uncle Throckmorton, what are you doing?
I wish that kid was Leroy for 5 minutes.
Gracious, Michael, why aren't you asleep, honey lion?
Well, I got nervous upstairs, Aunt Leela, so I thought I'd come and sit with you for a while.
But, Michael, don't you want the Sandman to come and take you to the land of Nod?
Oh, no, I never go to sleep until Mommy comes home.
You don't, huh? Well, now that's no way to grow big and strong, Michael. I bet if you lie down in your little bed and let Uncle Throckmorton tell you a little story, you'll be asleep in no time.
I don't like stories, thank you.
You'll like this one.
Now, Throckmorton, don't force the child.
Yes, I won't, Leela. Now, let's just try it, shall we, Michael? Just come upstairs with me, and if you don't like the story, you can come down here again.
Is that a promise, Uncle Throckmorton?
Cross my heart and hope you die. I die.
All right, but I'm warning you, I hate animal stories.
Suit yourself, my boy. No animal stories. I'll be back in a moment, Leela.
And I don't like fairy stories either.
All right, no fairy stories.
And I really can't stand it.
Never mind. Now, young man, let's come to an understanding. I want you to get in your bed and stay there.
But I don't want to.
All right. Now, what do you want most of anything in the world?
I want to be one of the quiz kids.
Well, next to that, be reasonable.
I want a chemistry set.
You sucker. What do they cost?
$2.50, I believe.
All right, here's $3. Now, do you think you can go to sleep?
I think so.
All right. Sweet dreams.
Throckmorton, you're wonderful.
That's nothing, Leela. I have a way with children.
I didn't realize you were such a storyteller.
You'd be surprised. Oh, don't stop playing, Leela. That was beautiful.
Well, if you really enjoy it. Tell me the story you told Michael, won't you?
What, and put you to sleep, too?
I bet it wouldn't. Tell me a story, Throckmorton.
All right, I'll tell one just for you. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess named Leela. She was the prettiest princess in the whole world.
Is the princess asleep for 100 years on account of a witch?
That's right.
And what does it take to wake her up?
A kiss?
From a prince?
No, from a water commissioner. Leela.
Yes, Throckmorton.
Leela.
Hello, everybody.
Well, I'll be...
Oh, hello, Winnie, darling.
Don't get me to disturb you. I'm just going upstairs.
But, Winnie, I'll be right down in a minute.
Leela, this is the last straw.
What do you mean, Throckmorton?
You know what I mean. I wanted an evening alone with you, and here she is again.
Well, I'm sorry, Throckmorton.
Don't you try to pull the wool over my eyes. You and your sister planned this.
But, Throckmorton, we didn't.
I'm not blind, Leela. Your sister's doing to me just what she did to Harry Dittendorfer.
Harvey Diefenbach.
Harvey.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's been keeping us apart, tearing me down, trying to break off our engagement. It's a conspiracy.
Throckmorton Gildersleeve, I never heard such talk.
It's not just talk, Leela. I'm through being made a fool of by your sister and your sister's little boy. You can choose between us right now.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I will not deny my own flesh and blood for you or anybody else. Please consider our engagement at an end. Here.
But what?
Your ring. Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Hello, Gildy.
Hooker, What did you bring that woman back here for?
Why, we're on our way to the movie. She just stopped in to get her lipstick.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, here's a special bulletin from Washington. Price Administrator Prentice M. Brown announces that effective today, shoes are rationed. This includes all shoes with leather or rubber soles. Wartime requirements make this necessary. Every person will be entitled to buy one pair of new shoes during the next 4 months. There are only 3 things you must know. First, no shoes may be sold to consumers until Tuesday. Second, beginning Tuesday, every person is entitled to buy one pair of shoes with stamp number 17 of War Ration Book 1, the Sugar and Coffee Book. Third, the shoe stamp from the ration book of one member of a family may be used for any other member of that family group living in the same household. And here's a special word for shoe dealers. Remember, shoes cannot be sold at retail until Tuesday morning, but dealers may make and receive shipments and place orders as usual within the trade. Beginning Tuesday, retailers must collect stamp number 17 from War Ration Book 1 for every pair sold to consumers. Supplies are large enough to provide everyone with shoes and to give everyone his fair share. Good night, everybody.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Shoes Company and inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You women are having your shopping troubles these days. So let me tip you off to a quick solution to that main dish problem. At your food store, whenever you see the yellow and blue package marked Kraft Dinner, think of this. Macaroni and cheese ready in 7 minutes cooking time. You see, that Kraft Dinner package contains a special quick cooking macaroni that cooks fluffy, tender in boiling water. The package also gives you some Kraft grated so you can sprinkle in the cheese goodness in a jiffy. Just 7 minutes at the stove and you have a dish full of fluffy, light macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. A grand main dish all by itself. And a wonderful extender for a little leftover meat or chicken, too. Each package of Kraft Dinner gives you 4 good servings at the cost of only a very few cents a serving. Of course, this quick-made macaroni and cheese is extra popular right now, so it's wise to order your Kraft Dinner early in the week. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Hi Ho from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Here's a man who wants us to settle an argument for him. He's Mr. O. Beck of South Perry Street, Chicago. Mr. Beck writes, one person who claims there are 2 Jell-Os. Another tells me there is only 1 Jell-O. Which is right? Well, Mr. Beck, that's one argument which is easily settled. There is only 1 Jell-O. The name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect. For there is no other Jell-O. That's why we always urge you to ask for Jell-O by name, whenever and wherever you order it, whether it's from your grocer or in the restaurant. And here's something you ought to know. Restaurants serving real Jell-O can now display an autographed picture of Jack Benny. So look for his picture as your assurance that they serve genuine Jell-O. And remember, to enjoy Jell-O's extra rich fruit flavor, Jell-O's delicious true fruit goodness, always insist by name on the one and only genuine Jell-O. That was Hi Ho, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little surprise for you. Jack wired us that owing to a slight delay on the train, he will be just a few minutes late. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for Jack, I'll turn the microphone over to his good friend and pinch hitter, Georgie Jessel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello again. This is George Jessel, the stand-in, talking. I want to tell you folks that I'm very happy to be here tonight for two reasons. First, it's an honor and a pleasure to help Jack out, and second, it's a job. Of course, Don, it's nice to be working with you, too.
Well, thank you, Georgie. I think we'll get along just fine.
Oh, by the way, Don, does Jack, he expects to give me something for this, you know? By that I mean, I hope he won't take advantage of our friendship.
Oh, no, Georgie, no. You know, Jack wouldn't do a thing like that. I'm sure that he will compensate you for your work.
Well, I hope it's with money. You see, Don, I've already got a Boy Scout knife. But I don't mind playing benefits for the needy, but after all, Jack is not on his way to the pound. You know what I mean, don't you?
Well, Georgie, I think you'll find Jack perfectly fair.
I'll be happy if I can find him. Well, how are you, Phil? Glad to see you.
Hello, Georgie.
Are you substituting here, too?
No, I'm on the program every Sunday. Say, George, I heard you talking to Don. Are you worried whether or not Jack's going to pay you for the night?
Well, Phil, I'm not exactly worried, but I'd like to do one program where I don't have to write in a part for my lawyer. Anyway, Don, what happened to Jack, and why is he late?
Well, it seems that Jack's butler, Rochester, got off the train at Albuquerque, and Jack went out to look for him.
I see.
And the train pulled away without them.
Oh, well, any train that would do that, I'll bet it whistles at girls at every crossing.
But I guess he'll be here pretty soon, you know. He's on a very fast train right now, and I'm sure...
Well, Rochester, we're rolling right along now.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett, sure is a long trip.
I'll say, just think, 4 whole days on a train. Oh, well, we'll be home pretty soon.
I hope so. We're running out of sandwiches.
Well, we would have been home yesterday if you hadn't gotten off at Albuquerque to look at those Indians.
I thought I was back in Harlem.
Harlem, I told you before, all those people at the station were Indians.
Indians?
Yes.
Well, just the same, I saw a papoose eating a pork chop.
Well, what of it? He can be an Indian and still eat a pork chop.
I know, but he had it between 2 slices of watermelon.
All right, you win. But I want to tell you something, Rochester. It's the last time I'm going to take you to New York. You're supposed to help me. The only time I saw you is when you needed money. Well, you spent more than I did.
That ain't no record.
Never mind that. And another thing, you lied to me. You told me you needed the money for a new suit. Now, where is it?
The suit?
Yeah, it's the suit.
You mean the one I had my heart set on?
Yeah, where is that new suit I gave you the money for?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the store and got mixed up in a game of African badminton.
Oh, so you lost your suit in a crap game, huh?
Yes, sir. I rolled myself right out of the Easter parade.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, it's a good thing we're going home.
Say, Mr. Benny, who's taking your place on the program tonight?
A fellow named Georgie Jessel. He's a great pal of mine, really.
Georgie Jessel?
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen him. What does he look like?
Well, I'd say that Jessel was medium height, nice personality, and looked something like an anteater. Although I doubt if he does. Say, is there a radio in this observation car?
There's one right over there by that lady.
Oh, fine. Pardon me, madam. Do you mind if I tune in the radio?
No, not at all. Go right ahead.
Thanks. I'm very anxious to hear the Jack Benny program.
You're just the type.
Well, there's a fan for you. Hey, Rochester, tune in NBC. It's around 65 on the dial there.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, insist on genuine Jell-O, as it is America's leading dessert.
That's it, Rochester. That's Wilson, all right.
And it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
That was very good, Don. What you said was not only thrilling, but educational.
Uh-oh, we got the wrong program.
Quiet. It's Mr. Jessel. Well, Don, how am I doing so far? Am I handling the program all right?
Well, to tell you the truth now, Georgie, and please don't repeat this to Jack.
Oh, you can trust me.
Well, I think you've given this program new life. Frankly, you're much more amusing than Jack.
Hey, kid, Georgie, you're dynamite. You didn't even ask, Phil.
Say, Georgie, you've known Jack for quite a little while, haven't you?
Yes, Jack and I have been in show business about the same length of time. As a matter of fact, we started out in the very same theater.
Oh, the same theater, eh?
Mm-hmm. And even in those days, Jack was a real showman. He wouldn't sell one single peanut during my act. That's a lie. It was popcorn. But anyway, Don, I must admit that Jack has made marvelous strides. He went from peanuts to Jell-O in 6 delicious years. Oh, say, Don, where's Mary?
Here I am. Hello, Georgie.
There's Mary. Doesn't he sound natural? Well, Mary, I guess you're anxious for Jack to get back. It'll seem strange working with me.
No, I like to work with you, Georgie. You want to know something? I don't repeat this to Jack, will you?
Oh, you can trust me.
Well, believe me, it gets pretty tiresome week after week looking at that blank face of his. Looks like a bowl of mush.
Much yet. Well, Mary, after all, I'm not so much to look at myself. I've never been taken for Myrna Loy. Of course, she's much taller than I am.
But at least you're different than Jack. You smile and laugh once in a while. Jack never laughs.
Well, my teeth don't slip out.
That's a good one.
Now, Rochester, my teeth don't slip out.
No, sir, you hold them in better than anybody.
Get away from me, will you? I want to hear this. Say, Mary, I'd like to ask you something, and believe me, you're the first one I've mentioned this to. What do you think Jack's going to give me for taking his place tonight?
Oh, he'll take care of you. First, he'll tell you how wonderful it was for you to come up here, and then he'll give you a great big pat on the back.
Oh, you mean the same as I get every place else? But, Mary, Jack isn't that tight.
He isn't, eh? Listen, Georgie. Jack has been in New York a week, and I'll bet he's still got California air in his pocketbook.
Well, surely he'd open it up to let the Morse see Radio City, wouldn't he? Rochester.
He ain't no good at all.
Yeah, I wish this train would get in.
Come here, George. You want me to tell you something?
What is it?
You remember that birthday party Jack gave for himself about a month ago, and he invited a big crowd?
Yes, I remember. What are you laughing at?
Well, between the first 2 courses, he ran out and had all the presents of praise.
And then what happened?
Well, Jack's mad. He only broke even on the dinner.
The little traitor.
They're sure tearing you down, boy.
And to think I bought them all gifts, and Mary's I can't wear.
Or you can fold it up and use it for a silk handkerchief.
Rochester. Well, Mary, you've given me a vivid picture of what I'll have to go through when Jack gets here.
Georgie, by the time you get your money out of Jack, you'll be so bent over you'll have to endorse a check on the floor.
Oh, well, play, Phil. With my luck, not only I won't get paid, but when I leave the studio, I'll probably tear my pants. Go ahead, Phil. Music sounds like Harris, all right, huh?
Yes, sir.
Los Angeles, all out. Last one off the train to no tomato. Here we are, Rochester. Come on, grab those bags, and I'll see you at the house later. I'm going to rush over to the studio.
Okay, boss.
Through the Ride, played by Phil Harrison as orchestra. And I must say, Phil, after hearing the boys, I'm surprised at the way that Jack stands up here every week and keeps running down your music. He shouldn't do that.
Well, of course he shouldn't. My music is all right.
No, it's pretty bad, but Jack shouldn't mention it. Of course, I tell you, Phil, the way I feel about all this...
Now, wait a minute, Georgie, wait a minute. Here comes Kenny Baker. Do you know him?
Well, no, not personally.
You like him, George. He's a great kid. He thinks Gracie Allen should be president.
Quiet. My wife thinks he is. Couldn't? My wife thinks he is, it says here. Anyway... Wife thinks he... Anyway, you and... Oh, you leave Kenny to me. I'll handle him all right.
I bet your dollar he drives you nuts.
All right, it's a bet.
Here it comes, Georgie.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Kenny. Hello, Jack. Did you have a nice trip? Nice trip? What is this? Hey, John, didn't Jack go to New York?
Wait a minute, Kenny. It's Jessel.
Where's that? Well, I've lost at least 35 cents already. Now, listen, Kenny. I'm just taking Jack's place till he gets here. My name is Jessel.
Oh, yes. Well, gee whiz, I didn't recognize you there for a minute.
No, Jiminy Crickets, I thought you didn't. You know me now, don't you?
Sure. Hey, didn't I see you in a picture the other day with Betty Davis?
What picture?
Jessel Bell.
Jessel Bell? Look, Kenny, the name of the picture is Jezebel. It wasn't me. I don't make pictures, and here's your $1, Mary.
Thanks.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing, Kenny. I just bet Mary $1 that you couldn't drive me nuts.
Ah, gee, you're a sucker.
Folks, this entire event looks good for a loss to me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, fellas, here I am.
It's sure good to be back.
I'm certainly glad to see you, Jack. Believe me.
Me too. I really missed you, old pal.
So did I, Jack. Boy, am I glad to see you.
Oh, yes, of course, certainly. I'm tight, except for my teeth would slip out, and I got a face like a bowl of mush.
It doesn't have to be in a bowl.
Well, there was a radio on the train. I heard every word you fellows said. It was fine loyally talking behind my back.
Well, I didn't say anything against you, Jack.
I know you didn't, Kenny.
I just got here.
I know that, too. Well, hello, Georgie. How do you like it here?
I'll know in a little while.
Well, I appreciate your coming over and helping me out tonight, Georgie. It was a great display of friendship.
Here comes folks.
Now, look, Jack, patting on the back, that's for children. You know that. We're very good friends, but this is my business, the same as yours.
I understand that. Now, look, Georgie.
Look, nothing. You wanted me to come over here, and I did, and I expect to get paid.
Well, all right. Gee, you'd think I was a chiseler or a tightwad or something.
Up to something, you were pretty hot.
Well, I just don't want to be robbed, that's all.
Robbed? Why, I left my own birthday party to come here, cake and all. Strangers had to blow out my own candles.
Well, calm down, Georgie. Look, I'll give you a check for whatever you think your time is worth.
Now you're talking friendship.
All right, what do you want?
Well, Jack, I don't want too little or too much. In other words, I don't want a cigar or an annuity.
Now, don't be around the bush. How much do you want?
I'll take $500. You want to give me 10% extra for my birthday? That's up to you.
Up to me?
If it's up to Jack, it's back to you, Georgie.
Well, all right, George, let's not haggle about it. I'll write you out a check.
Well, that's okay with me.
I got my checkbook right here. Now, let's see. April 3rd.
Gee, look at his handshake.
Mary. April 3rd, 19... Now, the amount...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. It's 1938, not 40.
All right, so I made a mistake. I'm not in Califano. Now, just a second. Let's see, now, just a second. Pay to the order of... Say, how do you want this made out? George Jessel or Georgie Jessel?
Just put down man, $500.
All right. Sounds like Jessel, all right. Here's your check.
Well, thanks, Jack. Now, it's really been a pleasure.
Oh.
And if you ever need me again, don't fail to call on me.
Oh, I will. By the way, Georgie, where can I get in touch with you? What's your phone number?
Just ask for Ain't Ada, you mush-face. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, that's the last last time I'll ever ask him to help me out with anything.
Gee whiz, Jack, you don't expect Georgie to come over here and work for nothing, do you?
Well, why not? He's a friend of mine.
Well, would you work on his program for nothing?
I'm talking to Miss Livingston.
Well, would you?
That's Phil's question. Think of your own.
Oh, I've got one.
Shut up. No, I got one. Well, let me tell you something. Last week in New York, Fred Allen, Kate Smith, Ripley, Lyman, and Bonzell all appeared on my program for nothing.
No wonder you told him it was for the Red Cross.
Well, didn't make any difference.
Say, Jack, tell us all about your trip to New York. Did you have any fun?
Well, I'll tell you about it later. Wait till I get settled here. Kenny, are you ready for your song?
All set, Jack.
Go ahead. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Here I am, bouncing in again.
Well, for heaven's sake, who are you?
The check you just gave Jessel. Goodbye.
I can't understand that. The banks are closed today. Sing, Kenny. No kidding. That was Can't I from Right This Way, sung by Kenny Baker. Right back on the job again and in the same old form. Say, Kenny, did you listen to me last Sunday when I was in New York?
Well, I wanted to, Jack. I ran over to my girl's house to hear it, but her father doesn't like you.
No, he doesn't, eh? Well, why didn't you and your girl go out in your car and listen to the program?
She doesn't like you either.
Well, that's great loyalty. Why don't you find a girl that likes me?
I did, and she was slap happy. Gee whiz, I'd like to know how the program came over last Sunday. Did you hear it, Mary?
Well, I invited a big crowd over to the house that night. You know how it is. Some wanted to dance and some wanted to listen to you, so we took a vote.
Oh, how did it come out?
The Big Apple won by a landslide.
That's fine. You were the hostess. Why didn't you put your foot down?
I did.
Oh.
I said, this is my party. You can either listen to Jack's program or go home.
Well, that's great. What else did you say?
Nothing. I was alone. So I went to bed.
Well, as long as you were left alone, you could have listened to me. Why all this hurry about getting to sleep?
I'm having a continued dream about Clark Gable.
Oh.
And I didn't want to miss chapter 12.
Some excitement. That's a very feeble excuse. Hey, did you hear the program, Don?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Well, never mind. All I can say is I'm certainly proud of my associates. Not one of you listened to me.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't be so hasty. I heard the program from beginning to end. It was great.
Thanks, Bill. Say, how did you like that routine I did with... You double-crosser, you didn't hear the program.
I did, too.
Well, how could you hear Whiteman when he wasn't there?
I could have been drunk, you know.
Go on. You were nowhere near a radio last Sunday.
I was, too, and I had to heard every word you said.
Why, Phil, you're nothing but a great big liar.
You got something there.
What a gang. To think that not one of you could devote a half hour to me. Come in. Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Bud. Hello, Cantor.
Well, if it ain't Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. Well, to what do I owe this double feature?
Happy welcome to you. Happy welcome to you. Happy welcome, Jack Benny. Happy welcome to you. I got the blues.
Well, now that's what I call a real greeting. Say, Andy, how come you and Slep came up here together tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, Buck. Slep and I are neighbors now. While you were away, I told him put it in my ranch.
Oh, you did? Well, that's a surprise to me. So you're a farmer now, eh, Slep?
Yeah, that's me, my cracker, Zeke Schlepperman.
Well, Slep, I can't picture you behind a plow. What do you keep on your ranch?
Oh, I got everything. Sheep, cows, dogs, goosies.
Goosies?
Yeah, you know, seagoing chickens.
And you bought the land and all the livestock from Andy, huh?
Yes, sir, Buck, and I gave him a square deal.
Yeah, a square deal, he calls it. 3 times already he sold me the same homing pigeons.
No kidding. Did you do that, Andy? Yeah. Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself selling pigeons that fly right back to you.
Oh, I only sell them, Buck. I can't change my habit.
Well, tell me, Slep, what did he charge you for them?
You mean for each pigeon?
Yes.
$1.50 a round trip.
Well, that's fair enough.
But I'll tell you one thing, Buck. I gave him a real bargain on a cow.
Oh, he sold you a cow, too, eh, Slep?
Yeah, a fine bargain. Only 1/4 of work.
Well, maybe your technique isn't right, huh? Well, look, Andy, what's the idea of selling so much stuff to Schlepperman there?
Well, I'll tell you, Buck. Pa had to have some ready cash. He's going to buy an aeroplane.
Oh, your pa wants to be an aviator. Has he ever been up in the air before?
Well, just once when our goat caught him unaware.
So your goat made an aviator out of him. What does your ma think of the idea, Andy?
He says let him go. He's always been hiring a kite anyhow.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck, huh?
Well, Buck, guess you'll be running along now. Just dropped in to welcome you back home.
Goodbye, Jesse boy. Come out to my ranch sometime.
Thanks, I'll do that. What's the name of your place?
Schlepperman's Hacienda. Juice, cloaks, and fresh eggs.
Fine, I'll be there. So long, boys.
Oh, say, Buck, I forgot to ask you. Did you have a nice time in New York?
Oh, swell, Andy. It was great.
Well, that's good. Well, come on, Zeke.
Okay, partner. Hum on the range. There's a deer and the cantaloupe play.
Well, so Schlepperman is a neighbor of Andy's now. It won't be long before Andy's talking with a dialect. Huh?
Any change will be good.
Yeah. Well, fellas, the program's nearly over. I think I'll call it a day. I'm so tired after that long train ride. Guess I'll run along home.
I don't blame you, Jack. Go get some rest.
That's just what I need. It'll be good to see the house again. You know, I don't care where you travel, fellas. There's nothing like home sweet home. Well, so long, fellas.
Goodbye, Jack.
Have a good sleep.
Take a rest.
Wait a minute, there's the phone.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perry. You coming home pretty soon?
Yes, Rochester. Why? Is there anything wrong?
Well, boss, I think we had visitors while we was away.
Visitors?
Yeah, all the Jeff's drawers are mucked up.
Well, the mice could have done that.
They must have been big ones. The grand piano's missing.
The grand piano? Why, we've had burglars.
It could have been the finance company.
Now, that's ridiculous. What else is missing?
You know that great big picture of you that hangs in the North Hall?
Which one?
The one where you're wearing evening clothes.
Yeah, what about her?
You're in DVDs now.
Oh, well, I don't care. Everything is insured. I'll be right home, Rochester. I'm tired. I want to get some sleep.
You better hurry. They're tearing the bed out now.
Well, stop them. Play, Phil. Play.
They like it in Kansas, they like it in Maine, they like it in Alberta, Canada. It's Jell-O chocolate pudding, and you like it, too.
Program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to thank Georgie Jessel for helping me out this evening and wish him good luck on his personal appearance in Detroit next week.
Say, Jack.
What?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program Wednesday night?
No, but whatever he said, I didn't do it. And the idea of accusing me of stealing everything out of the Waldorf Astoria.
I thought you didn't hear him.
Well, I could. Oh, good night, folks.
Show, scheduled especially at this time and rebroadcast exclusively for you men in the armed forces of the United States and your brothers in arms by the Special Service Division of the War Department, starring Fred Allen with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, America started celebrating its 33rd annual Boy Scout Week. Tonight, we bring you a chap who is no longer a boy, but he's still a pretty good scout. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad you mentioned that this is Boy Scout Week. It brings back many happy memories.
Well, were you really a Boy Scout, Fred?
Oh, that's how I got this cold, Jimmy, running around in my Boy Scout pants all day yesterday. Oh, yes, years ago I was a tenderfoot, a cub, and then an Eagle Scout. I was an Eagle Scout so long, every spring I molted. It was quite a thing. People used to follow me around and pick up the little the feathers, you know.
Well, did you do a good deed every day?
Once a Boy Scout, always a Boy Scout, Jimmy. I'm still doing good deeds.
Oh, yes? What was your good deed for today?
Well, tonight in a tea shop, Jimmy, I saw a little old lady with a portable radio. She was trying to tune in Jack Benny's program. Well, I went over and broke the knob off the little old lady's portable. If that wasn't a good deed, it just goes to show you that you... Well, Portland, you're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I are celebrating Boy Scout Week. You know, it's too bad you're not a Boy Scout.
My Uncle Phil is a Boy Scout.
Oh, really?
He's head beaver in the Beaver Patrol.
Oh, head beaver. Well, he's got the teeth for it. I will...
Uncle Phil's teeth stick out so far, Mama says he can eat corn on the cob through a knot hole.
Oh. I've heard he can eat caraway seed out of a dimple with those teeth. I know. I know those buck teeth. Your uncle looks as though his tonsils just hollered fire and his teeth are trying to get out of his mouth. Well, you haven't any other Boy Scouts in your family, have you?
Mama's a furnace girl.
What is a furnace girl?
She used to be a campfire girl, but they converted to coal.
Could be. Well, that does it. I guess I'm off to Allen's Alley, Portland.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, yes. This week, the War Manpower Commission listed 29 non-deferrable occupations and warned workers to give up non-essential work and find war jobs. So our question is, will this work a fight order affect you?
Are you ready to leave for Allen's Alley?
You bet. Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
John Doe's light just went out.
Well, I'll knock before John Doe gets into bed. He's pretty slow, you know.
Who's knocking? I ain't got my glasses on.
Oh, really? Mr. Doe, what is your opinion of the Manpower Commission's new order?
Oh, I'm writing my congressman.
Why?
Well, I'm a bartender.
Oh, a bartender. And you feel attending bar is essential to the war effort?
Why, bartenders is the backbone of humanity. It's like the poet says.
What, Mr. Doe?
When the keys of the world is too heavy to bear and you start to pass out on a bender, whose apron strings do you reach out for grabs? Your mother's? No, the bartender.
Who wrote that, Mr. Doe?
John Drinkwater.
You don't mind giving up your bartender's job, do you, Mr. D?
No, but before I go, there's one customer I'd like to say.
One customer?
I'd like to give Hitler a Mickey.
I think Hitler's having enough trouble with the Finns as it is. Well, he got no place with Mr. Doe. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum is taking it.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, he says, this is conversation.
And how do you feel about these non-deferrable occupations?
I am reading that beauty operators is non-essential. This I am personally resenting.
Beauty operators. Well, you've been affected, have you?
Every week I'm catching a beauty treatment at Henna Heaven.
Henna Heaven, huh?
Francois is rinsing with finger waving.
And?
Francois is taking a defense job.
Oh, so this week you've got no beauty treatment, huh?
My face is pasty.
Yes, I know.
Over both my eyes, my hair is hanging down. I could be Britannica Lake. Well, my husband, Rensselaer, is taking one look. He is yelling, "Hey!" and running out to enlisting.
Your husband joined the Army?
Rensselaer is joining the Marines. He shall be near his friends.
Ah, he has friends.
That dope. He's thinking it is the same Solomons who formerly lived upstairs.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum is all set now for Mr. Mulligan. Well, Socrates, are you in an essential industry?
So I wrote in to find out.
Oh, you wrote in. Well, what is your occupation?
I'm a feeler at an orange juice stand.
A feeler at an orange juice stand?
Yeah, when it squeezes an orange juice, he hands it to me.
Oh, and you?
I put my hand down into the glass and feel around in the orange.
Oh. You feel around for what?
So if I feel any seeds, I pick them out.
Oh. It's nerve-wracking work, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. Some days I don't feel like feeling, but I gotta feel. Other days I feel like feeling, and there's nothing to feel.
And, you say you have written in about your orange juice feeling.
Yeah. On account of using navel oranges, I may be essential.
Oh. Well, here we are at the end of the alley again. I'll try here.
Greetings, neighbor. Yoicks away. Falstaff's here for his tete-a-tete.
Well, something tells me you've been up to more poems,
Yes,
sir.
indeed. Have you heard, said the pollywog to the little dog, in a minute or two, I'll be a frog?
No, I don't think so.
Or the band was playing Begin to Begin as I chased Nellie around the mezzanine?
No, I don't think so.
Or we call my father Axehead because he keeps flying off the handle?
Well, finally, tonight we've been discussing non-deferrable occupations and jobs that are essential.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your poem called?
The title is, I have written no poem tonight.
Oh, that's the title, huh? How doesn't it go?
I have written no poem tonight, and it's not the fault of the muse. It's the Manpower Commission's new edict. Under duress, I bow to its views. Bartenders, busboys, and porters, or messenger bearing credentials, are the same as a dishwasher, usher, or valet. These jobs are all held non-essential. That's why I've written no poem tonight. If you greet this news with elation, thank Mr. McNutt, who recently ruled poetry an undeferrable occupation.
Thank you, Pastor. That was very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our musical guest tonight, we welcome back Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private room or telephone. You had the breakfast in bed before, but you won't ever get anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the business command. Then in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She has you worried, but this is war. And she won't worry you anymore. A bunch of fighting rookies up their listening filled with awe. They listen while the party started, made and the law. This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No matter through the telephone, the beautiful girls to fall in love with. You really decide with all of your might. You're part of the show. Be ready to go. Remember to do what the bugler will command. They're in the Army, not a band. This is the Army, Mr. John. This is the Army, Uncle Sam. Everyone's a fighting man. Now we're rolling, we're winning, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam.
Portland, what are you doing there?
Oh, I'm reading about Mama in the paper.
Oh, did something happen with your mother in the shipyard?
I say, Mama just got the Navy D.
D, you mean the Navy E. The Navy gives an E for excellent.
Mama got the D for dope.
Oh, the D for dope. What happened?
Well, Mama welded her slacks to a battleship.
Welded her slacks, really?
Yes. After they launched the boat, they had to get Mama a barrel.
Yeah. Well, when your mother's around, you can't tell what's coming off, can you? Hey, you know, it's quarter of. I wonder what's keeping our guest.
Oh, who's coming tonight?
Claude Rains.
Claude Rains, the movie star?
Well, he's a part-time movie star. Hollywood is Mr. Rains' sideline. He's really a farmer. I heard he was in town, and that's why I asked him over here tonight.
You don't want Mr. Rains to do any acting?
Well, he thinks I do, but I don't.
Well, and why?
Well, I haven't had any real butter for 3 months. Now, my grocer has been crossing lard with mustard and trying to sell that for butter. Mr. Rains has his own farm. Now, if I hint around, I may be able to get a pound of butter out of Mr. Rains.
If he has any way... Oh, this must be Mr. Rains now.
Come in. It sure is. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. Claude Rains. Well, Mr. Rains, you're a little late, but better late than never.
No, I don't know why you invited me over tonight, Fred. I'm not particularly funny, you know.
Well, we're not here to be funny tonight, Mr. Rains. You'd better relax and take it easy.
Mind you, I could be funny if I had some jokes.
Well, you don't.
I had a good joke about a sailor. On duty, he was a submarine chaser. Off duty, he wasn't so particular.
Now,
I said, that went over big, didn't it? Do you mind if I tell you another one?
Now, wait, look, Mr. Rains. Mr. Rains, you've given the folks enough fun for one night. It's my turn now. I want to ask you about your farm.
My farm? Oh, let's not talk crop, Fred.
Talk crop, huh?
That just slipped out. Say, it's easy to be a comedian, isn't it?
Now, please, Mr. Rains. About your farm. You have a farm, haven't you?
Yes, I have 340 good acres down in Chester County, Pennsylvania.
You have 340 good acres, a beautiful farm.
Mm-hmm.
You have fresh eggs right from your hens.
Yes.
You have fresh milk right from your cows.
Yes.
You have fresh vegetables, all the meat you can eat.
Yes.
Then why do you leave all of this on your farm to come to the city?
Fred, I came to see you. You know, I've been running around the city for 3 days. You're the only one who can help me.
Well, if there's anything I can do, Mr. Rains.
There is, Fred. Tell me, where can I get a pound of butter?
A farmer with no butter. What have you got down there? One of those Hollywood farms with Technicolor cattle, the scarecrow in a zoot suit, and a mother-of-pearl tractor running around the joint?
No, Fred, I have a real farm. I raise corn, grain, soybeans. I have cattle, pigs, and chickens. But like the rest of the farmers, what I raise, I turn over to Uncle Sam.
Well, why do all actors always buy farms?
Well, you know, working in the theater, the average actor gets to know a lot about vegetables.
That's right, too. You have something to work on. Well, I know an acrobat who bought a chicken farm. He didn't know anything about raising poultry. At the end of the first month, his chickens were so weak they had to lean up against the fence to cluck. Really? Yes. His chickens were so weak, if a hen was going to lay an egg, this acrobat had to put a bicycle pump down the hen's beak to give the egg a start.
Well, I had a little trouble when I first started.
You made some mistake?
Yes. The first day on the farm, I got my hand caught in the milking machine.
Oh, you weren't hurt?
You know, the fingers on my right hand are still 18 inches long.
You must write a beautiful longhand, Mr. Ray. But tell me, after Hollywood, don't you find farm life pretty quiet? Don't you get homesick for a little noise?
Well, when I do, I eat a radish to break the monotony.
Well, since prices have gone so... Since prices... Now, we can't wait. We're on a schedule. Let us know, Mr. Raines and I have places to go after we get through here. We can't... One night we hung around till 12:15 waiting for laughs, and it's no good. Now, we'll be... well, since prices have gone so high, Mr. Raines, have you noticed any change in the attitude of the animals on your farm?
Yes, today when I milk the cows, I don't use a pail.
No?
No, I milk them right into a safe deposit box.
Well, how about your hens?
They won't lay an egg unless you bring back an empty shell.
Now that you've matriculated as a farmer, I suppose you'll give up pictures.
Oh, no, Fred. I hope to divide my time between Hollywood and the farm in Pennsylvania.
You're going to produce corn on a coast-to-coast basis.
Fred, I've been listening to your program for 10 years.
Yes?
I wouldn't talk about corn, old boy.
Yes, my radio career has been one long husking bee, Mr. Raines. But you ought to try radio. Why don't you get yourself a little morning program? Claude Can Be Beautiful or something.
No, Fred, I'm returning to Hollywood tomorrow to start on the Phantom of the Opera for Universal.
The Phantom of the Opera? Well, wasn't that made some years ago?
Yes, Fred. I wish I'd seen the picture. It would help me to play the part.
Well, Mr. Raines, you're in luck tonight. It so happens that years ago, I was the first person the Phantom ever bothered.
Really?
Yes, sir. I had a little troupe, the San Crisco Opera Company. We were the first opera company to go underground. We played repertoire in the subway years ago. Why, we could knock off Tristan und Isolde between Columbus Circle and Union Square. People would stay on to Canal Street to get my autograph and change for the Brooklyn local.
But how did you meet the Phantom, Fred?
Well, we were making our operatic debut in Carnegie Hall when the Phantom made his first appearance. Now, if you'd like to join me in a little sketch, I'll show you exactly what happened.
I'll be glad to, Fred.
Mr. Goodman, a little mood music, please.
Time 20 years ago tonight. The place, backstage at Carnegie Hall. Our story opens in the dressing room of Signor Enrico Allen, star of the San Crisco Opera Company. Enrico is rehearsing his company in the famous quartet from Rigoletto. Enrico speaks.
Once more we will to sing the quartet. See? Ready? We will to sing.
Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, bella figlia dell'amore.
Hey, stop to sing. Someone is to the door. See. Come in.
Senor Allen?
Si.
I am Giuseppe Renzinski, the manager of Carnegie Hall.
Si, Signor Renzinski.
Frankly, I'm a little worried about your appearance here tonight.
Why, you are to worry. The San Crisco Opera Company is first to sing the shortening and shortening bread. See, company?
I know, but tonight is your debut indoors.
See, tonight indoors. The San Crisco Opera Company is to say goodbye to backyards tonight for good. See?
I hope you will live up to the great traditions of Carnegie Hall.
Si, Signor Rainzinski.
We haven't had a flop here since George Jessel sang Pagliacci with the Lower Basin Street Orchestra.
The San Francisco Opera Company is not to let you down, Signor Rainzinski. Tonight we will to sing the Cavalcade of Opera, see? First, to be the quartet from Rigoletto. Listen. Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore. Bravo, peace, bravo. How is these?
Well, it's too late to do anything about it now. As the manager of Carnegie Hall, all I can do is hope for the best.
You will to announce Signor Rainzinski, see?
All right.
On stage, everybody, on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Carnegie Hall opens its new season presenting Senor Enrico Allen and the famous San Francisco Company. Senor Allen's first selection will be the quartet from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amor, della figlia.
San Domingo Antiphlogistin, what is this?
Look, Maestro, it is Salvador. He is killed.
Salvador, Vendetta, my tenor is murdered.
I'll call the police.
No, Signor Rainzinski, the show must to go on, see?
There has been a murder committed.
Murder, it is maybe to be an accident. The San Francisco Company is to play through accident many times, see? Last spring, Signor Rainzinski, in Mississippi flood, we are singing on a raft the last act of Aida. See? See. When we get to St. Louis, confidentially, we sink. See?
But I am not so sure this was an accident.
Accident. I wonder who is to kill Salvador.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
I knew it. The Phantom of Carnegie Hall.
Phantom? Who is this Phantom?
I don't know. Last season, 3 sopranos and the entire Peekskill Philharmonic were killed the same way.
The Phantom is not to scare the San Francisco Opera Company. The show must to go on. Signor Rainzinski.
Yes?
You will to announce Rigoletto again.
I will not be responsible.
To announce.
What's going up?
Ladies and gentlemen, instead of the quartet, we now bring you the trio from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amor, della figlia.
Again with the shoot. What is this?
Pasquale is killed.
Antipastrami antipasto. Pasquale, my baritone is to murder.
Ring down the curtain. I'm calling the police.
Not yet, Signor Rainzinski. I am to wonder who is killing Pasquale, my baritone.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
Phantom. The Phantom schmantom. Who the Phantom? The Phantom is not to scare Enrico Allen. Signor Rainzinski.
Yes?
To announce Rigoletto.
No.
To announce.
What's going up?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the famous duet from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amor, della figlia.
That's the Fazula Marie. My soprano is murdered.
Captain, this is the last straw, Senor Allen. You have got to get your San Francisco Opera Company out of here.
Never.
But you've got Carnegie Hall looking like the morgue.
It is vendetta, mafia, black hand. Pooh. Enrico Allen is not to be afraid.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
The Phantom!
The show will to go on, Signor Rainzinski. I will to show the Phantom. To announce Rigoletto.
What's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you now the famous solo from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore. Ha! Signor your phantom. I am smart to duck. I am to fool you.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
Better get out of here, Senor Allen. Not before I am to have showdown with the phantom. Phantom.
Yes?
You are to kill 3 singers in my Rigoletto quartet.
Yes, and I'll kill you too.
Why, Phantom?
You are to smell. Your singing is flat. All of you, get out of this hall. You've got to make room.
Make room for what?
The best tunes of all.
Yes.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all.
Well, Mr. Raines, I hope that explains the Phantom of the Opera.
Yes, Fred. Now I know what not to do in the picture. Thank you and good night.
Good night, and thank you, Claude Raines.
You have just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! I'll Silver!
The grim gray walls of the territorial prison rose starkly above the swirling mists of a dark night. The fog crawled thickly into the prison yard and settled over it like a heavy blanket. It was a perfect night for a jailbreak, and the guards on the walls peered tensely into the mists and held their rifles in readiness. But, alert as they were, the heavy breathing and stealthy movements of two men below them went unnoticed. For dressed in the rough clothes of convicts, these men were digging a tunnel underground, scraping the earth with hand-shaped tin by the flickering light of a candle, and transporting the loose dirt out of their way in a wooden crate.
It's as far ahead as we can only be.
You sure?
You saw me pace the distance, didn't you? 49 paces from our cell to here. This last crate of dirt we dug makes 50.
49 paces from our cell to the wall. Maybe you ought to dig ahead some more, Red.
Nothing doing. My back's almost breaking from all the digging we've been doing. I'm busting out of this who's got it.
But Red,
Libby. Way I figure we're 3 feet outside the wall. From now on, we tunnel straight up.
Just as you say.
Take this crate of dirt back and dump it. Then give me a hand here. We're heading for the wide open spaces. The guards don't suspect a thing.
That you, Tom?
Yeah. Some night, ain't it?
Fierce. The fog is so thick I can't see more than 10 feet in front of me.
I don't know whatever made me become a prison guard anyway, Wally. Standing in the cold and wet ain't exactly my idea of fun.
Mine either. I reckon we'll be relieved before long, though.
I hope so. A cup of coffee'd be mighty good right now. I remember...
What's the matter?
Oh, I don't know. I thought I heard something. There it is again.
Yeah, I heard it, too. Tom, look, outside the wall. There's a hole in the ground.
I wonder what... Oh, it's a tunnel. See, there's somebody coming out of it.
It's a jailbreak. Come on.
There's two of them.
Get your hands up. We've got you covered.
They got us, Fred.
Look out, Tom. He's throwing a knife. Tom.
Grab his gun, Libby.
I got it. Blast you. You killed him. I'll show you.
That'll hold him. Out of here, Libby, quick.
Stop. This fog. Can't see a thing. I've got to get him for what they did to Tom.
can't run another step, Red.
You've got to, you fool. We can't stay here. They'll be coming after us.
I can't help it. Gotta stop and get my breath.
Now, hold out till we get to the top of this ridge.
You'll have to give me a hand.
All right.
Must be pretty near daylight.
That ain't all. Fog's lifting. We're spotted in these jail clothes. We're finished.
Maybe we can change them for other outfits somewhere.
We've got to. Got to get another gun, too.
Sure you're heading in the direction of Ben Weatherly's ranch?
Yeah. Even in the fog, I recognize some landmarks. I heard he bought a place in Deep Valley. Deep Valley's where we're aiming.
So our old partner's retiring on his stolen riches, huh?
If he'd stuck by us in that stage hold-up, we might never have been caught. He ran out on us.
Yeah. All the gold we risked our necks for went with him. How long ago was it? I've lost track of time.
10 years. Ben's been living off the fat of the land. Living off money that belongs to you and me. While we've rotted in jail. Well, now we're free, and we're getting it back.
We'll talk about that when we get there.
Hey, look.
What do you see?
Lights. Must be a town down below. Not more than a mile away, judging by... Listen.
Hounds.
They're on a trail. Start moving fast. Maybe we can reach the town and hide there.
In town, Lem Hopkins had opened his store early to check over some newly arrived stock.
Well, let me see now. That's 10 new harness, 2 dozen blankets, 6 bolts of calico. Doggone that Seth. He's forgot to bring the chowder back again. He'd forget his head if them big ears of his didn't flap in his face to remind him of it.
Suddenly, he heard soft footfalls.
Who is it? Come into the light where I can see you. Howdy. What can I... Crooks from the jail.
Move and we'll drill you.
What do you want?
Clothes, and we want them fast.
Here they are, Red, on the rack.
All right, grab yourself an outfit, Limpy. I'll keep this hombre in my gun section.
With you in a minute.
Yeah, they're fancy shooting irons you got in that case, mister.
That's right. The best in the county, some of them.
You don't say. I'll just help myself to a pair of 6 guns. Give me one of them gun belts and the ammunition for these irons.
Doggone if I will. Those are mighty expensive guns, and I don't aim for you to give... Oh!
Speak when you're spoken to. Now get moving.
I'll take over, Red. Go pick yourself a new outfit.
You look like a dude, Limpy.
It's the hounds.
Yeah, they found our trail again.
Scrap them clothes quick. We gotta get out of here.
Take care of the old man.
Rustle the cash out of that drawer, Pop, and hand it over.
By thunder, you thieving polecats have taken all you're going to get from me. I won't
That's a salty tongue you've got. Tuck it away if you want to keep it.
Why, you...
Get the cash.
Limpy.
Yeah?
2 horses are hitched out back. I can see them from this window.
You must have been born under a lucky star, Red. That's the best break we've had yet.
With them cayuses under us, them hounds can bark their heads off. They'll never lay a nose on us.
Now hurry up. They're getting close.
I'm finished. Get the cash and let's hightail it.
Step lively, Pop. Shove that cash across the counter if you want to stay perpendicular.
You ornery snakes. I told you before I wasn't going to give you...
Let me pull the gun.
Stubborn old cuss.
There they go. Let them have it, boys. Hold your fire. They're out of range. Take more than hounds to catch them now. They stole horses for their getaway.
Sheriff.
Hold on there, Timer. The sheriff's coming now.
Lem, where are you?
Her gun's over here, Sheriff.
Lem, he's been shot.
Jailbirds. Changed clothes. Took 2 of my prize guns. Stole cash.
I'll get him, Lem. I'll get him a turn in my star.
One of them...
Take a look at him, Tonto. Masked and an Indian.
Where'd they come from?
I don't know.
Him past help. Him dead.
Who in tarnation are you two, anyway?
That's not important, Sheriff. The thing that matters is to catch the murderers.
It's easier said than done, mister. They're both strangers to me.
One outlaw walk with limp.
Are you sure, Tonto?
Me look at ground in back where outlaws mount horses. Fine prints. One man take shorter stride with one foot than with other.
I see.
The Injun's right.
Who are you?
Prison guard. I've trailed them jailbirds all the way from the territorial prison, and then they escaped on horses.
Horses? Well, one of them's mine. I had him hitched right out in back of here. Those low-down horse thieves.
Who are the outlaws?
Red Travis and Limpy Rawlings.
They killed a guard when they got away. My best friend.
Red Travis and Limpy Rawlings, huh?
Ah. Limpy outlaw who walketh short stride.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember them two. They're the ones that held up the overland stage along with Ben Weatherly about 10 years ago. Robbed it of $30,000 in gold.
You mean Ben Weatherly, the rancher who lives in Deep Valley?
That's the one. I reckon that was long before you became a prison guard.
Yeah. Ben Weatherly. Why, he's the richest rancher in the valley.
You're right. But every cent he's made is an honest penny. Ben got away with the gold when his pards were caught, but he didn't keep it. Gave the whole $30,000 back to the Overland Express.
Oh?
Waylaying that stage was his first and last crooked job. He's been on the square ever since.
Come on, Tonto.
We catch crook plenty quick.
Hey, hold up there. I want to ask you a few questions.
Sheriff, we're going to Deep Valley to visit Ben Weatherly's ranch.
You're going nowhere till I say so.
Delayed by the law, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan, the masked man's 14-year-old nephew, headed their horses for Deep Valley. Meanwhile, Red and Limpy, the outlaws they sought, reined their mounts up before Ben Weatherly's ranch. They eased their guns in their holsters and walked up the path to the ranch house.
Good morning. Oh, did you come to see my father?
Yeah, we came to see your father.
Walk backwards and don't make any wrong moves with that pretty mouth of yours.
Guns? You're outlaws.
Who is it, Betty?
I don't know.
I'm expecting Red and Limpy.
Oh, ain't that touching. After all these years, he remembers us, Limpy.
He'll remember us even more before we go.
Dad, who are these men?
We're old business partners of your pa's, miss. Ain't that so, Ben?
Why, yes.
You don't seem very glad to see us, Ben.
Why, of course he is, Limpy. He's been hoping we'd show up for 10 years now. So's he can make us a tidy little present of $30,000.
Dad, I don't understand.
We're here to collect, Ben. Pronto.
You're too late. 10 years too late. I returned the gold to the Overland Express Company. The people who owned it.
Even a half-wit could think of a better story than that. The gold must have gone to your head.
It's true, I tell you.
Sure. And the Overland Express was so overflowing with gratitude, they rewarded you with this expensive ranch. And a couple of thousand head of steers we saw grazing on your land when we rode up.
This ranch represents my own money. I made it honestly. Not a cent of it came from the gold we stole.
Oh, Dad.
He talks like he believes it, Limpy.
Yeah. We should have had more sense than to take a greenhorn like him along for the job anyway. We had to pick one with an honest streak.
Maybe so. But if we don't get the 30,000 one way, we'll get it another.
What do you mean?
Red, somebody coming.
See what it is.
3 horsemen. Masked man, an Injun, and a kid.
What? Riding a white horse. That's him, all right.
Who?
The Lone Ranger. He's on our trail.
Lone? What'll we do?
I'll show you. You two, come here. Take them guns from the wall and stand here at the windows. When I give the word, we'll give that masked hombre the hottest reception he ever got, all 4 of us. And don't get any funny notions with them guns. Remember, I'm standing behind you. All right, let him have it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. now to continue our story. As guns blazed from the windows of Ben Weatherly's ranch house, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan quickly reined up behind a clump of boulders which shielded them from the gunfire.
Oh, whistle. Fella.
That was a tight squeeze.
Outlaw wait for us. Almost catch us in open.
They sure are throwing a lot of lead for just 2 of them.
4 people are shooting, Dan.
That's right.
4? But who else would shoot at us beside the convicts?
Ben Weatherly and someone else are apparently being forced to shoot. Their bullets are always aimed at the dirt.
Gosh, that's so. I see now.
We've got to get in that house.
You got plans?
Not exactly. Take care of Silver, Tonto. I'm going to see how close I can get by crawling through this tall grass.
Meanwhile, in the ranch house, Red and Limpy and their 2 prisoners, Ben Weatherly and his daughter Betty, kept up their fire.
All right, you 2, put down them guns. Tie the girl's hands with that curtain cord, Limpy.
No.
Stand still, you. You hit my daughter again.
Shut up.
Well, what are you going to do with her?
We've got $30,000 coming to us, Ben. I mean to see that we get it.
I don't understand.
We're taking the girl with us.
Kidnapping?
That's it. We're holding her for ransom. $30,000 worth. And we're giving you till midnight to pay up.
But I can't possibly get that much money by midnight.
You'd better. This is the last you'll see of your daughter.
Oh, Dave.
You fiend.
Careful, Ben. I've got an itching trigger finger.
Where shall I bring the money?
Our old hideout. Crick Cave.
And make sure you come along.
Yeah. 1 word to the Lone Ranger or the sheriff and we'll riddle the girl.
I understand.
That's fine. This'll make sure you do.
Dad!
What's that for, Red?
To cover your getaway with the girl.
I don't savvy.
Pump some more slugs out this window with me. I aim for the Lone Ranger to keep his distance as long as possible.
I'm listening.
That masked hombre's got a horse that runs like the wind. If we left Ben to tell him where we were heading for, the Lone Ranger'd overtake us before we got there.
I still don't get...
The Lone Ranger doesn't know me, and I figure he doesn't know Ben. I aim to make sure you and the girl get to the hideout by posing as Ben and stalling him off.
I got you.
All right, help me drag Ben into the next room. There. Now hightail her with the girl out the back way. You'll find horses in the corral.
Be waiting for you at the hideout, Red.
Yeah, I'll cover your getaway by fixing the Lone Ranger's attention in front here.
Drop that gun.
What the?
You seem to enjoy playing with firearms.
I had to shoot. The outlaws threatened to kill me if I didn't.
Oh?
I thought they were still here. They were standing behind me.
I see.
They must have escaped out the back. Betty, they've taken her with them. They kidnapped her.
Betty?
My daughter. I'm Ben Weatherly. This is my ranch.
You all right?
Yes, Dan.
Be right. As soon as shooting stops.
Bring your horses around back. I want to have a look. The outlaws escaped this way, taking a girl with them.
There girl's tracks.
Yeah, and they're the prints of the one that walks with a limp. See, he takes a shorter stride with one foot than with the other.
That's right, Dan.
The tracks of the second outlaw are missing.
Golly, that's so. What do you suppose happened?
Here where girl and Limpy mount horses. But only 2 horses. We not see trail a second bandit anywhere.
You didn't make any tracks, Tonto.
What you mean?
There isn't time to explain. Follow the trail left by Limpy and the girl, both of you. I'll join you later.
You ready, Dan?
You bet.
Get him up, Scout.
Up there, boy.
Returning to the ranch house, the Lone Ranger's belief that the man he had talked to was the second outlaw was confirmed by the latter's absence. A glance at the hitching rail showed that he had escaped on one of the horses the convicts had stolen. Suddenly, the masked man heard a groan.
Help!
Here, drink this water. What, you're Ben Weatherly?
Yes, I am. You're masked.
I'm not an outlaw.
Yes, I know you're not. I heard Red talking about you. You're the Lone Ranger.
I want to help you.
No. I don't want your help.
I don't understand. Your daughter's in danger.
You think I know? That's why I mustn't endanger her more by asking for help. I want my daughter returned to me alive.
I see.
Now, I've got to raise the ransom money.
How much?
$30,000. By midnight.
Can you raise it?
I don't know.
Where are you to take the money?
Creek Cave.
Creek Cave, huh? I know that place.
I've got to raise the cash.
If I don't, they'll kill Betty.
Ben, if you'll trust me, I can save your daughter whether you raise the ransom money or not.
I don't know what to say.
What's more, I think I can trap the outlaws.
Well,
What do you say, Ben?
All right, I'll do it. I don't know what it is, but something about you makes me feel it'll be safer to trust you. What do you want me to do?
Are you strong enough to ride to town and see the sheriff?
Yeah.
Get him to round up a few men and bring some blasting powder to Creek Cave tonight. I'll meet you on the trail.
Blasting powder? What are you planning to do?
Never mind that now. Arrange to be near the cave at 11 o'clock.
I savvy.
Good. Adios.
I don't know what it is, but that masked man's got me believing that Betty's as good as saved already.
Late that afternoon, the hoof prints which Tonto and Dan were trailing swerved toward the bank of a creek and then ran parallel until they suddenly branched off along a narrow ravine which ended in a slope. At the bottom of the slope was an opening just big enough to admit a man crawling on his hands and knees, which marked the mouth of a cave. Tonto quickly drew rein, and in a moment Dan followed suit.
Oh, scuffle, fella.
What is it, Tonto? Why are we stopping?
We leave horses and clump of trees here. Go ahead on foot.
On foot? Well, we don't know how much further the trail will take us.
Trail not go far now. Limpy and girl go in cave.
You mean that hole on the slope is the mouth of a cave?
That creek cave. Tonto know it. It's plenty big inside, but entrance plenty small.
Golly, it doesn't look much larger than a gopher hole.
You come.
You really think Limpy and Betty are inside the cave?
Footprints make tracks by ravine. You look.
Yeah, you're right. They're leading right up to the hole on the slope.
Shh. Better be talking whisper now.
Yeah. Right here at the entrance. Golly, what do you think we
Face
have?
them hands.
What?
It's the outlaw, the other one.
Thought you were plenty smart trailing Limpy and the girl here, huh? Well, now that you're here, I'd be plumb sorry if you miss seeing them. Start crawling into that cave. Limpy, brought a couple of guests.
The Indian and the kid. Well, ain't this cozy? We'll have to make him right at home, Red.
Yeah. I aim to make this one visit they won't forget.
Night lay like a heavy pall over the valley. In Creek Cave, Limpy fed logs to a fire whose smoke was sucked through a winding tunnel through the roof of the cavern. Sitting watchfully near the small slit which marked the entrance was Red, and sitting with their hands tied were Betty, Tonto, and Dan.
What time is it, Limpy?
11.
1 hour between us and $30,000.
But if he don't come...
He'll come. He's crazy about his daughter. Ben wouldn't let a measly $30,000 stand between Betty and sudden death.
You fiends. I hope he doesn't come.
Shut up.
Let her talk, Limpy. It don't mean anything.
Yeah, it does to me. Ain't so sure Ben ain't planning to trick us.
Don't be a fool. As long as we've got the girl, he'll squeeze his bank account dry.
My father hasn't got $30,000.
We know different.
Well, don't give up, Betty. The Lone Ranger will see your dad through.
That's right.
You hear that, Limpy? They think the Lone Ranger's going to turn him loose.
Well, maybe they're right. If the Indian and the kid trail is here, the masked man can do it too.
What if he does? He won't make a move when he knows we're holding his two sidekicks. He'll be in the same boat with Ben.
Yeah, you don't know him.
Put in your mouth, you.
Now, take it easy, Limpy. You've got a case of nerves.
Red.
Yeah?
What's that noise outside? Sounds like a bird.
Yeah, that's just what it is, Limpy, a bird. You're so jumpy you're trying to make things out what they ain't.
Meanwhile, in a grove of trees not far from the cave, the Lone Ranger conferred with Ben, the sheriff, the prison guard, and the posse.
The plain fact is we got them 2 convicts holed up. Ain't that right? Yeah. There isn't but one way out of Creek Cave, and that's the way in. Well, then I say let's rush them polecats before they know what hit them.
You can't do that, Sheriff.
Why not?
The entrance is too narrow. Not a man here would enter that cave alive.
He's right. Red and Limpy would pick us all off.
Any attack on the cave would mean certain death for Betty, Tonto, and Dan.
What makes you think the Indian and the boy are in the cave?
I found their horses tethered near here. If they weren't prisoners, they'd be here helping to rescue Betty.
That's got me stumped. If we don't rescue them before midnight, they'll die anyway.
I have a plan.
Let's hear it.
You brought the blasting powder?
Yeah, just like Ben here told me to. But of all the fool notions...
Now listen.
Quickly, the Lone Ranger described his plan, and the men divided into 2 groups to carry it out. The first group dug a hole in the bank which barred the creek water from coursing through the narrow ravine and planted blasting powder. The second group dug a hole in the slope which formed the back of the cave and filled it with blasting powder, too. Then, at a word from the masked man, the first explosion was set off. And the creek water rushed through the narrow ravine straight for the mouth of the cave.
Look, the water's almost filled the ravine.
Heading for the cave. Betty, she'll be trapped. They'll all be drowned.
No, they won't, Ben.
Coursing swiftly through the narrow ravine, the creek water rapidly lapped at the rocky slopes until it almost filled the basin. But greedily finding an outlet in the tunnel which led to Creek Cave, the water rushed through it and into the cavern.
Water's rushing through the tunnel.
Come on, let's get ready for him. Listen.
Muffled shouts came from the cave as the water plunged through the tunnel and rapidly filled the cavern. Desperately keeping afloat, the outlaws, Betty, Tonto, and Dan, suddenly saw the roof of the cave but a few inches from them, with the water fast filling the gap.
What's wrong? The water's up to my skin.
That's Betty. Let me go to her. Let me go.
Fire the powder!
Just when it seemed as if Betty, Tonto, Dan, and the two outlaws would be drowned by the rushing torrent, the Lone Ranger had admitted the cave. The second explosion rent a gap in the back of the cavern. The suddenly released creek water carried the outlaws and their prisoners through the gap as if on the crest of a wave.
Ice your hand, Brad. I got a pair of bracelets for you that'll fit mighty fine.
Don't make a move, either of you, or I might forget myself and drill you for a knife in town.
Betty. Are you all right?
Oh, Dad, yes, I'm all right. I'm fine.
Here, I'll get these ropes off you.
I'll attend to these two. You aren't hurt, are you, Dan?
Oh, gosh, no. Tonto and I rode the wave together.
We get along fine. What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. The masked man saw there was only one way to get you murdering polecats out of that cave without risking the lives of your prisoners.
You mean riding us out of the cave on that creek water was the Lone Ranger's idea?
Right.
Hail Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. This week, free men everywhere honor the birthday of Abraham Lincoln. So tonight, Cavalcade brings to you a new version of an American classic. It is a story beloved by millions, a story of Lincoln and a wounded Confederate soldier, The Perfect Tribute by Mary Raymond Shipman Andrews. Tonight's play was especially written for Cavalcade by Raphael Hayes. Our star portraying Abraham Lincoln is Edwin Jerome. The Perfect Tribute with Edwin Jerome as Lincoln on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
Who shall recognize and measure the stature of emperor, minister, president? Who shall weigh such high matters of firmament? First, they must be placed in time. In this case, it is the morning of November 18th, 1863. It is the president we seek to measure. And so it is in the White House, among those statesmen closest to him, that we look for clues to his greatness. To know his moods from day to day, his wishes, his high strategy. But death complicates all strategy. The democratic dream is reached by tortuous routes, journeying its twisted miles up through the jungles of the year. Grant trapped at Chattanooga. Burnside besieged at Knoxville. One of his sons buried, the other ill. A message to Congress to be prepared. And only a handful of victors. And in the White House, in the anteroom of the president's office, let us look at seekers for power, men with little to lose, men with hidden fears, looking with their whiskers and massive heads like statesmen.
The president will be down in a moment, gentlemen. He's saying goodbye to young Master Tad.
Taking his time about it, isn't he?
Master Tad has been very ill, Mr. Stevens. He's Mr. Lincoln's favorite child, as you know.
Tell me, Hay, do you think the president is angry because we begged off going to Gettysburg?
Well, he didn't mention it.
Well, between you and me, I think it's very poor strategy on the part of Lincoln and Stewart. Going to Gettysburg at a time like this and reminding the country of our enormous losses.
Lincoln and Seward are dead cards politically anyway, both of them.
The dead going to eulogize the dead, huh? Not bad, eh, Thaddeus? Oh, here's old Abe now.
You'll take care of those matters for me, Stanton, won't you?
I have a note of them, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. Chase, Mr. Stevens.
Morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Mr. President.
It was good of you gentlemen to come and see me off.
About this Union Pacific franchise, Mr. President.
Mr. Stanton will speak for me in all these matters, Mr. Chase. We are keeping them waiting down at the station.
About your speech at Gettysburg, Mr. President, we thought it expedient to advise you that after
I wish you would advise me, gentlemen. I can't think what to say there. For months now, I've been searching my soul for words humble enough to say over those heroic dead. Words to embrace what all of them fought for. Blue and gray. For all of them are dead, you know.
I wouldn't worry too much about it if I were you, Mr. President. We can count on Edward Everett to say the right thing. He's never failed yet. Yes, this one ought to be good. It's taken him close on to 6 months to write it. Or so he would have us believe. I must say, I think the man has a bit of gall putting off these dedication ceremonies from June to November, just so he could polish up his speech.
A man like Edward Everett gets things pretty much his own way if he's a mind to.
I believe he intends to speak at some length, too. And that's why we thought it might be well if the president would restrict his address to a few well-chosen words. Cold in Gettysburg in November, and they won't be in a mood to hear too lengthy orations, you know.
I quite agree with you, gentlemen. And now, shall we go?
I take it Mrs. Lincoln has decided to remain here with Master Tad.
She had intended to leave Tad in the care of his excellent doctors, but she got some bad news recently.
Oh, really?
Her brother was reported killed in action, the 4th Kentucky. You see, gentlemen, how their dead are also ours. Well, there'll be time, a little time on the train to give this matter further thought.
You gentlemen mark my words. Grant will break through at Chattanooga sooner than we think.
But, Mr. Hay, I understand Grant's in an extremely dangerous position. Isn't that so, Mr. President?
Well, sir, I can only repeat what they say about General Grant. Where that man goes, things seem to get.
But with the Tennessee River at his back and Bragg's men in front of him on the heights of Missionary Ridge, isn't it possible he's bitten off more than he can chew?
Well, now, General Grant isn't exactly alone with his back to the river and his front to the ridge. He must have an army somewhere around him.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Saunders, boys in the smoke are asking for you. Lively game of whist getting underway.
Well, I'm uncommon fond of whist, Mr. Blair. You coming, Mr. President?
No, thank you. You gentlemen go right ahead. I have a few things to do myself. May I borrow a sheet of paper and a pencil from you, Mr. Stewart?
Certainly, Mr. President. Here's the pencil.
Thank you, sir.
I'll tell the boy to fetch you a tablet of paper.
Oh, don't bother. The back of this portfolio will do. Just a few notes for my address to the people at Gettysburg.
He sits there alone. The creaking wooden coach of a train skirting the Chesapeake. He wets the end of the borrowed pencil, begins to write. The words, as during the weeks before, still come slow, slow. What can a man say to those who have buried their dead? Words are but wooden things, mere labels of feelings, capturing only the farthest echoings of heart and mind. What can a man say, seeing his city smolder and the hopes of men crying out in the agony of twisted steel? He does not even dare to hope he knows what to say. But when the presidential train rolls into Gettysburg Station, Abraham Lincoln has written down 266 words on a torn scrap of paper with a borrowed pencil.
Gettysburg, Gettysburg.
This way, Mr. President. Here's your carry.
Lieutenant, if there are any telegrams for me, bring them to the Wills house. Mr. Everett. Mr. Everett.
Yes, President.
I'm glad to see you, sir. I understand both of us are staying at Mr. Wills' house, since Mr. Seward's staying at the Hoppers. Why don't you share my carriage?
Why, thank you, Mr. President. I am honored.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Judge Wills.
Welcome to Gettysburg.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your trip must have been tiring, Mr. President. If you follow me, I'll show you to your room. Supper will be ready in an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Gettysburg seems to be full of activity tonight.
Yes, that's so, Mr. Everett. Those bands have been going all day, and there's a stump speech on every street corner.
One would think it's a political convention we're holding.
Here we are. This is your room, Mr. President.
Won't you gentlemen come in for a few moments?
I think I'll leave early with your permission, Mr. President. My voice, you know. I must save it for my oration at the battlefield tomorrow.
Yes. Well, then, good night, Mr. Everett.
Good night, Mr. President.
Mr. Wills. Good night, sir. Well, I hope you'll be comfortable here, Mr. President.
Well, I'm glad to see the bed has no footboard. I'll be able to sleep stretched out for a change.
You have your excellent secretary, Mr. Hay, to thank for that, Mr. President. I had no idea you were quite so tall.
Come in.
These two telegrams just arrived for you, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Both from the Secretary of War, I see. I hoped there'd be one for Mrs. Lincoln. This one's good news. Grant is starting battle at Chattanooga.
Good.
And this, thank God. Mrs. Lincoln reports your son's health is a great deal better. Thank God.
In the morning, the bands began again. And Lincoln, in tall silk hat and white gloves, rode a chestnut horse up to the cemetery. There a multitude stood above the dead. Troops, old men, boys, politicians, statesmen. The ambassadors of empires waited like a heavy and silent sea. Behind them stretched the long, slow-running slopes of land back to the dim bulk of the Alleghanies. Above them, the November sun glittered like steel. Edward Everett spoke for 2 hours. His chiseled sentences delighted the crowd down to the very last word.
To the latest period of recorded time in the glorious annals of our common country, there will be no brighter page than that which relates to the Battle of Gettysburg.
gentlemen, the President of the United States. Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war.
As Abraham Lincoln speaks these words, his eyes look out over the men and women who have come to Gettysburg on this day to honor the dead who fell here in the bloodiest battle in recorded history. Promoters are here, men with dollar cigars and heavy gold watch chains. It is for us the living, the president is saying. But they don't hear him. The local politicians, the judges, ladies in black crinolines, black lace parasols. Their parasols bobbing up and down as they talk animatedly to one another and nod smilingly to the beaver-hatted gentlemen who weave in and out among the crowd. It is rather for us to be dedicated here. He doesn't even see the bored and distracted faces before him. He doesn't see a young man in a check suit, a dissolute braggart from Oil City. In that crowd, Lincoln does not see John Wilkes Booth. Death complicates all strategies. Lincoln is speaking to history.
That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
Strange silence, and a spatter of applause. No more. Then his long-gone figure turns and he walks back to his seat. Following day in Washington, work to be done. Bills to be signed, senators to be heard, army chiefs to be met. The sense of failure at Gettysburg buried deep in the corridors of his mind.
Mr. Hay is in the outside office, Mr. President. Oh, come in, John. What is it?
I thought you might be interested in seeing the reactions of the press to the Gettysburg speech.
You have a new one there?
Yes. Will you read it, sir?
Yeah, let's see. We know not where to look for a more admirable speech than the brief one which the President made at the close of Mr. Everett's oration. I can tell them where to look. Could the most elaborate and splendid oration be more beautiful, more touching, more inspiring than the thrilling words of the President? They had in our judgment the charm and power of the very highest eloquence.
Well, sir?
Well, that's a very generous opinion, Mr. Hay. I'm grateful to the gentleman who is its author. But, Mr. Hay, have you read this?
We pass over the silly remarks of the President. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that the veil of oblivion be dropped over them, that they shall no more be repeated or thought of.
Well, Mr. Hay?
Someone with a political grudge, I'd say.
No, John, I have made many successful speeches in my day, campaign speeches, stump speeches, lectures, but I know I'm no great shakes as a public speaker. Everett has the silver tongue. Mine's brass. Yesterday's must have been pretty poor stuff. Yet, somehow I felt I wanted to speak for all the boys, blue and gray, who were sleeping there at Gettysburg. What time is it, Mr. Hay?
Near 4.
I think I'll take a walk before supper. Will you excuse me, please?
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
Sometimes I wonder, when will they understand me?
You are listening to Edwin Jerome as Abraham Lincoln in a new radio version of The Perfect Tribute on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
The day drops quickly in November. Strange brightness in the arching sky, leaving the elms as fragile as coral. The avenues are broad, unhurried gestures. Wide as the day was wide, as broad, as slow. And the monuments. Its deaf, mute monuments poised in their marble dreams. Abraham Lincoln walks along avenues in the shadow of the great new hospital where the wounded lie silent in pain.
Whoa, that was a close one. Well, you scared the daylights out of me, son. Running like General Grant was after you.
Must you use the whole highway, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, son. I guess I am too big for these walks. Didn't hurt yourself, did you?
No.
Well, then, what's wrong?
Wrong. Everything's wrong. Everything. You Yankees burned and ruined everything. Yankees.
Go ahead, son. Go ahead, cry. Every little bit helps.
I'm in a hurry. I want a lawyer. I've got to have one now, or it'll be too late.
Well, what do you want with a lawyer?
I want him to draw a will. My brother's going to die, they say.
Well, I used to practice law now and again, son. Maybe I could help you.
Maybe you wouldn't want to.
Why?
We're rebels.
Oh,
My brother's Captain Carter Blair in the 1st Alabama.
I see.
He's over there in the prison hospital.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, do you think you'll have any difficulty getting me into that building?
Oh, don't worry about them letting you in. They all know me there.
Well, then you just go right on ahead, son. I'll follow.
Here's my brother's cot, sir. Carter? Carter? Wake up. I got a lawyer for you.
What? Oh, it's you, Warren. You brought the lawyer? Good boy. Thank you for coming, sir. I think we'd better begin. Warren, there's pen and ink on the table. Tell me, I'm sorry, but my brother didn't tell me your name.
Well, your brother and I met informally, Captain. I should say more on the physical level than the social. He charged into me like a young steer.
Oh.
My name's Lincoln.
Lincoln? Well, that's a good name from your standpoint. You are a northerner, I take it?
Yes, I'm on that side of the fence. You may call me a Yankee if you like.
Well, sir, my name's Carter Hampton Blair. You shake hands?
With pleasure, Captain Blair. Well, now then, shall we begin?
I'm afraid I don't know the proper form. What I want to say is, I want to leave what's left of my worldly goods to Miss Sally Maxfield, my fiancée.
I see. Well, now, you rest a moment. We'll write it this way. I, Carter Hampton Blair, in right and sober mind, do hereby bequeath to Miss Sally Maxfield. Well, Captain, now all you have to do is sign it. I expect that now your recovery will be mighty fast. Wills are the best tonics in the world. I've got to be running along.
Oh, please don't go. I'd like to talk.
Well, I have a little time, Captain. I'd be glad to spend it with you if it won't be too tiring.
No, it won't. Right now I feel very strong. I'd like to talk about that other Lincoln.
You mean Abe Lincoln?
Yes. Now, don't misunderstand me, sir. I believe with all my soul in the cause that I fought for. But I've come to think that president of yours is inspired by principle, not animosity. Have you read that speech of his yesterday? That one at Gettysburg.
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
But, by the way, Mr. Lincoln, is the president any kin of yours?
Well, now, he's a kind of connection through my maternal grandfather. But I know all the gossip about his side of the family, so you can say what you like.
Well, what I'd like to say is, yesterday he made one of the great speeches of history.
But I heard the speech didn't even bring forth a cheer from the audience there.
Well, you might as well cheer the Lord's Prayer, sir. It would have been sacrilege.
You really believe that?
I do.
I'd like to believe that.
Oh, well, I forgot. You haven't read it. Warwick,
Yes, Carter?
bring me the newspapers over there. I want the gentleman to read the speech. These are beautiful, monumental words, sir. Yeah, you'll have to read it, son. My eyes, you probably noticed.
Yes. But, shall I read it aloud?
Yes, please do.
87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
He sits at a bedside in a prison hospital, reading freedom's words. And slowly he becomes aware the people are the touchstone for all things. People are the ultimate historians of the great. He who is the human symbol of their democratic hope is great. In their monumental memory looms the true memorial of the great. Theirs is the wreath that really blooms. Theirs is the perfect tribute.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His birthday parting on.
Thank you, Edwin Jerome. Where is a doctor's first duty today? Is it to the people of his own community, or is it on the field of battle? How one doctor made his decision is the subject of our Cavalcade play next week. Be with us then when Cavalcade presents the popular star of screen and stage, Elliot Nugent, currently appearing on Broadway with Katharine Hepburn. Our play for next week, written especially for Cavalcade by Caven Riper, is The War Comes to Dr. Morgan. Be with us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when Cavalcade presents Elliot Nugent in The War Comes to Dr. Morgan, a dramatic story of a young physician in these strenuous times. Did you keep a penny bank when you were a youngster? Most everyone did, and most of us were surprised to find how fast pennies accumulated. War stamps are a means of saving regularly today. Just one 10-cent stamp buys 5 bullets for an Army .45 caliber pistol. Only 8 25-cent stamps buy 2 hand grenades. So think of war stamp books as saving banks for victory. And it is important to fill up your books and not leave them around partially filled because they start bearing interest only when they are turned in for bonds. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Bury. Cavalcade is grateful to Charles Scribner's Sons for permission to base tonight's dramatization on the book The Perfect Tribute by Mary Raymond Shipman Andrews. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single motor. Low. Scene. 5 William 3. Overhead. South.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and their ground observers, whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
We'll help protect the USA.
Good evening. This is Harry Bonzell, pinch hitting for your regular Eyes Aloft announcer, Ken Carpenter. Tonight, the 26th gala performance of Eyes Aloft brings to our microphone the commander of the 4th Fighter Command, General William E. Kepner. He has flown his plane from his northern headquarters to Hollywood this afternoon so that he can appear before this microphone tonight with a special message to his 150,000 volunteer civilian army. Also on this broadcast, you'll hear the music of Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood Men. Filter Center News, released by the noted newscaster Sam Hayes. The 4th weekly winner of the Why Do I Come Here contest. Another great American story, and the presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Here now is your Eyes Aloft narrator to take over the shift, Gain Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Today is a sort of a birthday for us. This is our 26th broadcast. Tonight we are celebrating our first 6 months on the air, and we're indeed pleased that General Kepner can be with us. Yes, we are 6 months old on the air tonight. Fan mail now pours in from observers, filter center workers, and the military of the Aircraft Warning Service at the approximate rate of 1,000 letters a week. Be assured that every letter is read carefully. We thank you for writing, for much of the material for these radio programs comes from the letters you send us. We'd like to take just a moment to read a letter which just arrived. A letter from a soldier stationed at Gardner Field. A letter which I'm sure will inspire every Aircraft Warning Service worker. The letter, dated January 30th, reads,
Dear Eyes Aloft, I just heard your program and would like very much to have 5 copies of the poem The Recognition, the one about the soldier on sentry duty who imagines he meets Christ. I'm writing this letter for the boys in my barracks, and we would all like to have a copy if that's possible. I'm in a guard squadron, and we too know what it is to stay up all night, walking around alone and just listening. It is good to hear your program and know the civilians are helping the soldiers who stay up all night to guard our wonderful country. I know what a swell country we've got, because I spent the first 6 months of this war overseas on a lonely island, standing guard over an anti-aircraft gun day and night. Sure gives a guy an awful lonely feeling. But when you think that there are others, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and civilians at home doing the same thing, a fellow doesn't feel so lonely after all. So, as I've tried to tell you, that poem, The Recognition, sure hit the spot with us.
The letter is signed, Eyes Aloft Together, a Soldier. Private First Class Wallace Carmichael, Gardner Field, California. Well, don't you volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service feel a tinge of pride when you hear something like that from a boy who has been there and knows what he's talking about? Well, you have a right to be proud of your work with the Army. And now, let's turn to our Why Do I Come Here contest. Each week, we present a Treasury Department War Savings Stamp Book with $5 worth of war stamps to the person sending in the best 100-word entry stating why he or she continues to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Also, the winner's observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock. Gordon Jenkins composes an original orchestral score to background the reading of the winning entry. Here is this week's winner of our contest, Why Do I Come Here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Bessie A. Simpson. Kalama Observation Post, Kalama, Washington.
Why do I come here? I have no one to give to save my land, while other women's sons must fight and die. Others must do the work, but I can stand hourly in cold or heat, searching the sky for friend or foe, and listening for the hum of flying death. Perhaps I cannot see. And I'm glad, God grant it never come, that I can give a little bit of me.
That is this week's Why Do I Come Here winning entry. Congratulations, Bessie A. Simpson of Kalama, Washington. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your Kalama observation post an attractive desk clock. Because of the many excellent entries, we wish to give honorable mention to the following three contributors. Harry?
Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been mailed as honorable mention prizes to the following persons. Dorothy E. Frank, San Diego Filter Center, San Diego. Edna B. Loudon, 107 Oak Street, Kelso, Washington. And Patricia Galvez, Box 712, Galt, California.
Congratulations all. Volunteers who wish to contribute a 100-word entry for next week's Why Do I Come Here contest should address their entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Statements are based on originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie. Merely state why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be a winner. In the 6 months that Eyes Aloft has been on the air, we have presented a wide variety of features. One of the most popular proves to be our new department, Filter Center News, edited by the noted news analyst Sam Hayes. Here he is with the 4th edition of Filter Center News. Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes bringing you personal news items about Pacific Coast Filter Center workers from border to border. Bellingham, Washington. Hats off to Miss Nancy Hennessy, who works on A ship at the Bellingham Filter Center. Since Pearl Harbor, she has walked 4.5 miles to her work at the center 3 times a week. And some people grouch about gas rationing. San Diego. At noon today, members of Team 7B and 7D enjoyed luncheon at the Golden Lion. Mrs. Edna Jensen made the arrangements. Portland, Oregon. 4 Portland volunteers have just left the Aircraft Warning Service to adopt the uniform. Miss Almarine Wattenberg, Mrs. Evelyn Stenlake, and Mrs. Farrah Lee Rowland have enlisted in the WAC, and Miss Clarice Gates has joined the Waves. Note, if there are 4 other women in the City of Roses who would like to offer their service at the Filter Center to replace the girls who are leaving for war duty, telephone Atwater 9651 now. The number is Atwater 9651. Seattle. Trick 3F is glad to welcome back Mrs. Lou Key, who has returned from a visit in Washington, D.C. and New York. Mrs. Key has worked at the Information Center in Seattle since September 1941 and was supervisor for the first all-Chinese ship. While in Washington, D.C., she was entertained at the Chinese Embassy. Roseburg, Oregon. Wedding bells. Wedding bells will ring the latter part of February for Wilma Pounds and Sergeant Jim Beaver, both of the Roseburg Filter Center. Sacramento. Good luck to Dorothy Myers, Beth Lemon, Patsy Seuss, Catherine Harrington, and Mary Jane Brown, loyal volunteers, who are now awaiting their travel orders for military duty outside the United States. Note, will 5 other Sacramento women call and volunteer their service at the Filter Center to replace the women who are leaving. The Sacramento number to call is 25041, extension 372. I repeat, 25041, extension 372. San Francisco Information Center. A big bunch of gardenias to Nina Forbes and Vera Davis, who have both served over 1,500 hours without missing a day. Mabel Lay is training for nurse's aide in the California State Guard, and Mary B. Cook, with one son in the Army and one in the Navy, drives 35 miles round trip from Mount Tamalpais to do her job at the filter center. Port Angeles, Washington. The title Glamour Boy has just been won by Corporal James Ward of the Port Angeles Filter Center. As of February 1st, he had received 19 Valentines, and they're still pouring in. Who said Victor Mature was such a beautiful hunk of man? Redding, California. It was a big surprise for Emily Howard on January 28th. Members of Shift 1 showered Emily with birthday gifts. North Coast Filter Center, San Francisco. Ethel Simon, upon receiving her $500 pin, gave a rousing party to Shift 6. Shift 10 gave Camilla Stansfield a birthday party January 26th, where she received her $500 pin. Fresno, California. I don't want this to get around, but it's being whispered that the girls of Shift 10 are simply thrilled with their new filter officer, Lieutenant Sliker. And thus we close tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination for the Honor Roll of Service. This week we name Mrs. Negley F. England, Director of Civilian Components of the Seattle Air Defense Wing, who has served the aircraft warning service for more than 4,400 hours. This is your Eyes Alofter news reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
Now I think we'll ask Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood men to give out with their arrangement of one of the brightest of the war songs. You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith. We're all ears, boys.
You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith, to be able to live as you do, and to have that swell Miss Liberty gal carrying the torch for you. You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith. Do you know just how highly you rate? You should thank your lucky stars, and I mean, you should thank all 48. And you've really got a family tree with Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Lee. You're lucky to have ancestors like that. Don't you know you were born with a feather in your hat? You're a very, very wealthy gent. I don't care if you haven't a cent. You've got your American way. And brother, that ain't hay. If some poor sucker could choose, they'd love to be in your shoes. That proves that your good fortune's no miss. You'll find it's mighty handy to see a Yankee Doodle dandy. You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith.
Twice before, it has been our pleasure to have the commanding general of the 4th Fighter Command a guest of these broadcasts. He was with us on our initial program, August 17th of last year, and also on the December 7th memorial broadcast. He is with us again this evening. We have a surprise for the man who has given his heart to this program. Approaching the microphone is our General Kepner and Robert L. Redd. General Kepner, take it away.
Thanks, Gain. You have all heard the expression, the Army takes over. Well, this is one of those times, for I have disrupted the smooth-running routine of a major program and brought its writer-director, Mr. Robert L. Redd, to the microphone with me. Bob, this is a complete surprise to you, and I want you to forgive all of us for taking you away from the direction of this excellent program and playing this kind of a trick on you. You know, Bob, that the 4th Fighter Command awards a medal to filter center workers and ground observers for 500 hours loyal service to the command. You know, too, that a medal is also awarded to civilian supervisors of the Army Air Forces Ground Observer Corps for 6 months continuous service. Well, Bob, you became entitled to the latter medal some time ago, but we have held out on you because we wanted to present the medal to you on this particular program, which commemorates the completion of 6 months of the program on the air. Bob, you have done an outstanding job for the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service and for the command. Through this program, you have told stories of loyalty and devotion to duty on the part of filter center workers and ground observers. You have shown where they fit in the defense of the Pacific coast against air attack. And, most important, you have brought about a greater realization upon the part of the general public of their debt to these 150,000 volunteers. On behalf of the 4th Fighter Command, and with my personal congratulations for the fine work you have done, I herewith present you this medal as a small token of the regard in which the command and the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service hold you.
Well, this is the first surprise party I've ever been to where anyone was ever surprised. Believe me, I'm surprised. I'm very proud of this, General Kepner, and to be presented with a pin by the General, by my commander, makes me doubly proud. I would like to say that this is not a one-man show by any means, because there have been so many of us working on it. And there's been Gordon Jenkins and Gain Whitman and Ken Carpenter and the actors, the radio people here of Hollywood, and the orchestra, and Bill Day's quartet, and the Hollywoodmen, and the King's Men. You could go on and on and on, and we're just proud and pleased to be doing what we can.
Thank you, Bob. I knew that you'd be very sincere in this. It is my sincere wish that circumstances might permit me to make a personal presentation to each volunteer entitled to the medal award. Since I cannot do that, I have made this presentation tonight to Mr. Red as a token of my appreciation to all of the volunteers who have received medals and to all those who in the future will become entitled to medals. I should like also to express my thanks and the appreciation of the command to the National Broadcasting Company, and particularly John Swallow, West Coast Program Director, to Gordon Jenkins, to Gain Whitman, to Ken Carpenter, and to all those who, during the past 6 months, have contributed to the success of this program. There has been an excellent spirit throughout the entire time, and I know that the 150 volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service on the Pacific Coast join with me in saying, thank you and well done.
Thank you, General Kepner. Tonight's new and true Great American Story. So often, people who live in small towns say nothing exciting ever happens in our town. But things are happening everywhere these days. Take the case of the enthusiastic little Oregon community of Colton, located in the mountain foothills some 40 miles southeast of Portland. On the Wednesday of January 20th, 1943, something very exciting happened in Colton. It happened just like this. First, let us explain that the countryside was covered with a heavy blanket of first snow. Many roads were nearly impassable. On that early Wednesday afternoon, the snow began to fall again, heavily, silently. At the Little Colton observation post, a woman, Mrs. Bill Compery, kept watch alone. She was just putting another stick of wood in the stove when...
Oh. Try to keep warm. Snow. More snow.
Mrs. Compery sat there alone, watched through the windows, listened, wondered to herself if the fall of so heavy a snow would blanket out the sound of some plane that mapped high above. And then, as the observation post clock pointed its hands to the hour of 1 p.m., 14 minutes after 1, Mrs. Compery thought she heard the sound of a motor.
Wait. A plane? A plane. Low. There, I can just see it. It's lost. Circling. Can't see in the snowstorm. I've got to report it. It might crash.
Number, please.
Mrs. Freeman.
Yes?
This is the observation post. I mean, Army Flash.
One moment, please.
Oh, please hurry the call through to the filter center. Oh, the poor pilot. He can't see. He's flying so low.
Army, go ahead, please.
One. Single. Very, very low.
Low.
Scene. Portland, 75.
Portland, 75.
Circling.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't see him now for the snow. Oh, I hope that boy doesn't crash.
From the very beginning of the Aircraft Warning Service operations, the community of Colton, Oregon has been most enthusiastic and cooperative. That afternoon, other observers in Colton heard the lost pilot's plane. They knew, of course, that the observer on duty would report. But to be doubly sure, other observers not on duty called the telephone office, talked to the operator, Mrs. Jessie Freeman, to see if the post had reported.
Number, please?
Mrs. Freeman?
Yes, who is this?
Walter Yost, an observer. Did the post report that plane that's lost?
Yes, Mr. Yost.
Well, I just wanted to be sure. I just saw it skim over the hill back of town.
Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Yost. Other called. Number, please?
Hello, telephone operator?
Yes?
Oh, this is Nan Nyquist. I'm an observer. I'm not on duty, but I just saw an airplane trying to land over in the Morin place.
Where?
On the Morin farm. I saw it. It's landing if it doesn't hit some trees or something.
Hang up. I'll tell the observer at the post so she can make another flash message.
The observers of Colton, Oregon were on their toes that Wednesday afternoon. They sensed that the plane was lost in a snowstorm. Quickly, they reported to the Army exactly where the plane was seen to be trying to land.
Well, at least I'm down. But where? Might as well get out and take a look around, see if I can make a fix. I better take off from here before this snow gets any deeper. If I don't, I'll really be in trouble. Let me see now. That must have been the Willamette River I followed. Lots of trees around. Gosh.
Bewildered, snowblind, no blind flying instruments in the little trainer plane he was flying, Lieutenant Joseph E. Sipper was lost. He landed safely, but he was lost. Through an uncanny act of fate, he had selected the only field in a 5-mile radius that was not plowed. As he stood by his plane, his motor still running, Lieutenant Sipper saw a man come running across the field.
Hey, are you hurt?
Oh, I'm okay.
I was driving down the road and I saw you land out here. Jumped out of my car and came over. Can I help?
Oh, I'll say you can help. Where am I?
We're just about 2 miles from the town of Colton.
Colton? Isn't that the Willamette River over there I've been following?
Willamette? That's the Clackamas. You're way off your beat.
Oh, you're telling me. Oh, which way's due north?
This way. Due north? Where are you heading for?
Portland. Well, if that's north, I got my bearings straight now. I better get out of here.
Are you going to try to fly off?
Oh, sure.
The snow's getting deep awful fast. Wind's up, snow's drifting.
I see. Look, will you help me lift up the tail and turn my ship into the wind? I can still get out of here and over to Portland.
Well, sure, glad to help. Just tell me what to do.
It was Frank Bratt who came to offer the pilot help. Together they wheeled the plane about so its nose faced into the wind. Pilot Sipper climbed in, waved goodbye, revved up his motor, and the little plane went plowing off through the snow.
Too deep to get up enough speed for a takeoff. Brother, I'm really stuck here. Well, I'll taxi over by that tree and stay here.
Lieutenant Sipper taxied his tiny plane over by some trees, cut off the motor, and with a man who had come to help him, they went over to the house that stood on the edge of the clearing. It was the home of Jesse J. Morin, a logger.
Say, Lieutenant, this is the house here. You'll have some protection at least.
Yeah.
I hate to leave you, but I don't have chains on my car. I think I better get back to it and get it off the road before it gets drifted under.
Well, you run along, Mr. Bratt, and thanks for everything.
I'll tell the folks in town I found you, and they'll send help.
Okay, I'll go in the house here. So long.
So long.
Thanks. See you later. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Somebody ought to be home.
Yeah?
Oh, you see me land my airplane out in your field a minute ago?
Airplane? No, where?
Oh, right over by the tree there, see?
Well, I'll be doggone.
What is it, Jesse?
Airplane landed on our place, Bertha.
An airplane?
Come on in. Don't stand out there in the wind and snow. Come on in.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you're an Army flyer, huh?
Yeah, I got lost in the snowstorm. Hey, it's nice and warm in here.
Would you like a cup of coffee? Only take me a second to make it.
Say, that sure would be good.
You a captain or a general or something?
Oh, I'm a lieutenant, Lieutenant Sipper.
I'm glad to know you. My name's Morin, Jessie Morin. Is my wife.
How do you do, Miss Morin? You got a phone here I can use?
Oh, sorry, I don't have a phone.
Oh.
Well, you could take him over to Roy Woodward's place, Jesse. He's got a phone.
Yeah, you want to go over to neighbors and phone?
Yeah, I better. I got to report my location into the Army base. Don't want them out in this weather trying to look for me.
I'll get my coat and cap.
Well, now, you wait a few minutes, Lieutenant. You need some coffee. Then you can go. It'll only be a minute.
What's this, more company?
Well, haven't had so many visitors to our place in a month of Sundays.
Stay not. I'll see who it is.
Is there an Army pilot here? His plane's out in your field.
Oh, come on in. Get out of the snow.
Oh, thanks. It's quite a wind driving the snow now. Oh, you are here.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your plane, of course.
Yes, it is. I got forced down by the bad weather.
Are you alone?
Yes, ma'am.
And nobody was hurt.
We heard you circling over town. The post reported you right away.
The post? You have an aircraft warning observation post around here?
We certainly do, and a good one. We reported you to the filter center with an Army flash right off.
Oh, then the Army knows where I am. Say, that's great.
About 3 of my observers, besides the lady on duty, reported you. My post is on its toes, Lieutenant.
Your post?
Well, I mean, I'm the chief observer at the Colton post. I'm Mrs. Fordyce.
How do you do, Miss Fordyce?
Here's your cup of coffee, Lieutenant. Now, you sit right down here at the table.
Oh, this is quite a welcome you people are all giving to a stranger. Say, that's good coffee.
How are you going to get your plane out, Lieutenant?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to wait till the snow's over and then see what conditions are.
Well, I have my car outside. I can drive you back to town or help with anything you need.
Well, I would like to go somewhere and phone to the Army, make a personal report, and get my instructions. Mr. Moran.
Yes, sir?
That plane's government property, and it has to be guarded at all times. While I run into town and phone, would you keep guard of my ship?
You bet your life I'll go right out there now, if you say.
Oh, I think you can keep an eye on it from the window here. Say, in case I have to stay around here a few days, have you got an extra bed where you can put me up?
Well, I can make up the couch in the front room, Jesse.
Well, I'm afraid the way the snow's drifting, the roads are going to be blocked to car travel. I hate to hurry you, Lieutenant, but I better get you into town, let you phone, and then bring you back.
Well, okay. We'll be on our way, Mrs. Fordyce.
I'll go on out to the plane. Take my gun with me just so as I can back up there.
Well, you know, Lieutenant, some of my observers have been saying lately that nothing exciting ever happens at our post.
Well, your observers certainly turned in a neat job today, reporting one very badly lost flyer. I'm certainly indebted to them for letting the Army know so fast.
I wish my people could hear you say that. Some of them think their work isn't so important.
It's just about one of the most important civilian jobs anybody can be doing today. I'm certainly indebted to your observation post. Well, thanks, folks, and I'll be back in about an hour, I guess, to be your star boarder for a few days.
Mrs. A.W. Fordyce, Colton, Oregon Chief Observer, drove Lieutenant Fibber back to town. He reported by phone to the Army. Later that afternoon, other observers got a sleigh, packed it with canned goods and extra supplies, and drove the lieutenant back to the Moran place. For 3 days, Lieutenant Fibber lived with the Moran family, guarded his plane. When the weather broke, the Army came in with snowplows and a truck and hauled the tiny plane away. Today, Lieutenant Joseph Sipper cannot give enough thanks to the people who manned the Colton observation post for so quickly identifying and reporting his lost plane, and thus bringing him aid in a moment of dire emergency.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. We are fortunate to have Colonel Ernest Moon, Executive Officer of the General's Headquarters, to make this week's presentation. Colonel Moon.
The Aircraft Warning Service was originally set up to aid in the protection of the nation from a surprise attack by the enemy. That is still the Aircraft Warning's principal mission. However, with the Army, Navy, and Marines operating so many training bases for flyers, the Aircraft Warning Service has automatically assumed a new responsibility. Time and again, the Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians have either saved a young pilot's life or have been instrumental in bringing immediate aid. The people who man the Colton, Oregon observation post have done just that. On January the 20th, 1943, these observers joined in protecting a pilot and an Army plane. The people of Colton deserve recognition from the 4th Fighter Command, and we present to them this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attack by air. Night.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Perhaps you too can win one of the many prizes. Send entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Music on this program is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Eyes Aloft is written and directed by Robert L. Redd. This is Harry Von Zell charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Will cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Hold Back the Dawn. The starring players.
This is Charles Boyer.
This is Susan Hayward, and this is Margaret Lindsay.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer as George Iscovescu, Susan Hayward as Emmy Brown, and Margaret Lindsay as Anita. George Iscovescu tells our story.
Iscovescu is my name. George Iscovescu. Most of my life I had lived in Paris, Toledo, Biarritz, following the rich women to be exact. Oh, it's an easy life if you have a deep voice and know how to look at a woman. But Hitler changed all that. The rich ones headed for America, and, well, I had to follow them. Unfortunately, there had been some scandal, so I thought I'd better enter where I was known, through the back door, as you might say. And so I went to Mexico, to a little town on the edge of California. I would see the American consul, so I thought, and then I would walk right through the gates.
Mr. Iscovescu, your papers show that you're a Romanian.
Yes. I was born in Bucharest.
You know all applicants for permanent entry into the United States are admitted on quota. And the Romanian quota is very small and very crowded. I'm afraid you'll have to wait.
Oh, wait?
Yes, between 5 and 8 years.
5 to 8 years. Like a prison sentence. 5 to 8 years in that dreary little town. They say the border fence is 12 feet high. To me, it was 1,000 miles. I waited there for months. I waited. While my money went, I waited. And I thought sometimes it would be better to be dead. Well, that's how it was that day. Anita saw me standing at a little hotel bar.
Presenting George and Anita, the dance sensation of the Riviera.
Anita!
Stop staring, George. It's me. Oh, idiot that I am. The sight of you is still like touching a high-tension wire.
What are you doing here, Anita?
I'm down from Los Angeles with some people. Those drunks over there. It's not the same Anita, George.
It's not the same, George. From Cartier's to a Mexican pawn shop. That's my story.
You're living here at the hotel?
Yeah, waiting to get across.
A crummy joint. I was Australian, remember?
That's right.
I served some time down here myself.
How long?
Oh, not too long. Didn't you notice the wedding ring? Meet Mrs. Shaughnessy.
Married?
To an American. That way you send your papers to Washington, and it only takes 4 weeks.
But 4 weeks?
That's all. It's really simple.
Anita! Your husband?
No, Shaughnessy was a jockey, 5'3". Once over the border, I told her to a judge. I said a woman wants a man, not a radiator cap. $50, divorce granted.
So easy, eh? Just a few weeks.
Hey, Anita!
George, all these years, with all the others, I've shut my eyes and pretended it was you.
Anita, come on!
George, I want to keep my eyes open again.
You hear me, Anita?
George.
Now, you better go. He's getting mad.
Please, George.
And now, besides, I have to leave. There is someone I must see.
Someone. A woman. No doubt important.
Yes, of course. Just now, the most important woman in the world. Yes, she was most important now. This unknown woman I must find. This woman who might open up the gates for me. I didn't find her until late that afternoon, and then it was pure luck that it should be a Miss Brown. Her car had been damaged, and I found her standing in front of a garage.
But You've had my car all day. Can't you give me some idea how much longer it'll be?
Not until tomorrow morning. I must get a part from across the border.
Oh, what can I do?
She seemed so helpless and so young. Oh, it was an easy thing to ask if I might help. It was quite natural that I should suggest she use the phone at my hotel.
I think you're being very kind. They didn't even have a phone at the garage, and I promised to be back in Azusa, that's in California, by dark. Well, they'll be in a perfect tizzy about me back home.
Oh, yes, of course. Your parents and your husband, perhaps?
Oh, I haven't any husband.
Oh.
I just teach school.
Oh, I see. Cigarette?
No, thanks. The school board doesn't approve. Mr. McAdams is so strict. He's our principal, you know. He always says... Oh, is anything wrong? Why do you look at me like that?
You know, it's amazing. Your name could not be Margot.
Why, no, it's Emmy.
She had the same hair. Only it was always mussed by the wind, that winter at St. Moritz.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I saw another woman in your face, Margot. Of course, the eyes were different. Hers were bad.
They were?
Oh, yes, I had to run away. I had to come here, to the end of the earth, to know that I really hated her. That I had always hated her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, just look at me, Miss Brown. Keep looking at me. Oh, it's like a sudden breeze on a stifling day.
Please.
Poor little Miss Brown. She never had a chance. She was so worried when they told her that the motor part was missing that they couldn't get another till the next day. And she was so grateful when I fixed it with the landlord Flores that she could stay in the lobby of our crowded little hotel overnight. She did not know the trap was set. Poor little Miss Brown. Her neat, tidy senses were all thrown out of gear. And then, it was almost dawn, I think, there in the lobby, when she woke up.
Mr. Scavescu, what are you doing here? You have no right to...
No, of course I have no right. No right to be here. No right to watch your face, to learn it like a poem. No right to whisper to your heart, to tell you that I love you very much.
You must go away, right now, please.
Oh, you needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. You see, it's getting light. Soon they'll be waking up. The shops will open, and you'll be gone forever. You can't change that any more than we can hold back the dawn. You'll be gone, and...
Oh, please don't come so near.
You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. Not of a dead man. I am dead, you see. I've asked myself 1,000 times why I should go on breathing, talking, and walking when I was dead. Perhaps I know now. Perhaps it was to see the sun rise once again, to hear enchantment in a woman's voice, to feel her nearness, the warmth of her lips.
No.
And of course it's no. Oh, no infringement of the regulations for you, no rebellions, no violent desires. If you found one in your sober little mind, you would tell it to go and stand up in the corner, wouldn't you, Miss Brown? Not for you, the sudden flash that lights up your whole life. One split second to snatch at happiness before it's dark again. Oh, it's not this kiss I want. It's all your kisses, all your life. Look at your hand, Miss Brown.
My hand?
Yes. See? It's a wedding ring. I put it on your finger as you slept. It was my mother's.
Your mother's wedding ring?
Yes. You see how wild a dream can be. But you are wise and sane and cool. You needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. I'm going now.
No, wait. Don't go. I mean, about your being lonesome. Other people are lonesome, too. So lonesome I almost gave up waiting.
Oh, my dear.
They said I was crazy, but I knew all the time. Way deep in my heart, I knew that someday, somehow, even if Azusa was at the end of the world, someone like you, I knew you'd come. There aren't any regulations now. If you still want to kiss me, please, just so I'll know it's real.
Poor little Miss Brown. She never had a chance. Within an hour, she was my wife. She wept a little, in joy, I think, and then she was gone. She had to go back to her school, and I told her it was best that way. She could explain it better to her folks, and it would only be 4 weeks. Yes, 4 weeks, until my papers were approved, and I could come to her. And so she went, and left us to our plans. I mean, Anita and myself.
George, it's too wonderful. Once in the States, we'll be a team again. George and Anita, dancers for the elegant. Chicago, San Francisco, Hollywood, New York.
That's right, with a short stop in Azusa. Half an hour. Just enough to tell me of a love that was too great to last, of a mistake too lovely not to have been made.
Her so good and you so low. Oh, she's simple, George. She'll brush off like a drop of rain.
3 days later, Amy's letter came. It was so young, so full of love, that didn't interest me. It was the letter she enclosed that I wanted, the one that was to go to Washington. I apply herewith for the entry of my husband, George. That made me laugh with joy. The board and fence was only 12 feet high again. Anita typed the envelope. She smiled and said we ought to see a little champagne. Yes, that's how we happened to be sitting in the bar.
That's what I've always said, George. Start with champagne. It'll be champagne all the way.
Well, I hope it will be better vintage.
Kiss me for luck.
All right, for luck.
Happy landings, Mrs. Shaughnessy. Well, remember me? The name is Hammock.
Yes, of course. This is Mr. Iscubescu. George, Mr. Hammock is from Washington with the Immigration Department.
Oh.
Yes, Mrs. Shaughnessy and I are old friends. Oh, by the way, how is Mr. S?
I really don't know.
You don't? Well, now, isn't that a little strange?
Well, you see, I mean, we've been divorced about a year.
You know, Mrs. Shaughnessy, there's been an awful epidemic of marrying and divorcing up and down the border lately. The department's got a new theme song. Is it love or is it immigration?
Well, if you'll forgive me,
Oh,
I think...
no harm's meant when no harm's due. Forget it, folks, forget it. I'll be seeing you.
George, I'm worried. I wish he hadn't met you here with me. And kissing, too.
Why, is kissing forbidden in the United States?
Don't joke. He's very smart. He'll find out you were married here quite suddenly.
Suppose he does. As long as Amy stays at home.
Oh, she just will.
Of course she will. I told her to. I told her she'd be better off. Just give me 4 more weeks, and...
Senor.
Eh?
What's biting Flores now?
Senor Iscovescu, she is here, upstairs.
What?
I sent her to your room.
What are you talking about? Who is here?
Your wife, senor. Your wife.
And so the curtain falls on the first act of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer, Susan Hayward, and Margaret Lindsay. Before we begin our second act, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I was reading about the various regulations for the wax and the waves the other day. And do you know what I discovered? Well, I learned that an absolute must for the girls in the service is that they can wear their makeup, but it must be inconspicuous. Now, I like that rule. I've always said that the loveliest girls are the girls who use makeup to bring out the natural beauty of their skin. It's such a mistake to use makeup that's conspicuous and covers up your skin beauty like a mask. And you no longer need to. For you know, so many women have written to tell me that Lady Esther face powder really does bring out the fresh, natural beauty of their skin. They say that Lady Esther face powder is so soft and fine, so wonderfully even in color, that it's delightfully different from other face powders they've used. And they're quite right. For there is a very real difference between my face powder and almost any other powder you can buy. You see, Lady Esther face powder is twice blended. Now, the first blending is just the usual mixing and sifting. And at this point, it's the texture of almost any face powder. But I don't consider it fine enough or sufficiently even in color. In fact, I call it raw. So my powder goes through a second blending, the famous twin hurricane blending, where tiny particles of color and powder are blown together at hurricane speed. And the result is a powder of exquisite fineness in texture and almost unbelievable evenness of color. That's why Lady Esther face powder gives your skin a thrilling new softness, a more delicate coloring. That's why you have the charm and appeal of fresh, natural loveliness when you use Lady Esther face powder.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Hold Back the Don, starring Charles Boyer as Georges Iscovescu, Susan Hayward as his wife Emmy, and Margaret Lindsay as Anita. Iscovescu continues his story.
You must imagine what I felt when I discovered Amy had come back. I was distracted, terrified. If Mr. Hammock met her, he would suspect the truth. Our marriage was a fraud. Our wedding license just a pass for me to get into the States. I thought I must get Amy out of this hotel, away, before he even talks to her. And then I thought, why not? They've given her a week's vacation. We can go away somewhere. What is more natural than a honeymoon? Oh, Amy did not question me. She was too filled with happiness. In a few minutes, we were packed and gone, driving off in the rain. Amy beside me in the station wagon.
Oh, you'll do fine in Azusa, George. Really, there are lots of opportunities there. It's an up-and-coming little place. The fastest-growing town between Los Angeles and San Bernardino.
Ah, that's really something, eh?
Well, you know why we call it Azusa? Everything from A to Z in the USA. You'll see when we get back. George, where are we going?
I don't know. I mean, anywhere. Over a road wherever it leads. Maybe to a lake or a palace with all the windows lighted.
Really?
Maybe to a little fishing village with nets spread out in the wind.
This is the way I always dreamed it would be. Listen to the windshield wiper, George, whispering to you and me. Together, 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 together.
I had planned to take her to St. Thomas, a matter of some 50 miles, but in the dark and all that rain, I lost my way. We drove all night, and in the morning, came upon a little village by the sea. We drove down to the shore because it was so hot. She swam and played in the water like a child, and then she came to me.
That water felt so good. It's just like lime freeze. Feel my cheek. George, will you kiss me now?
My dear.
No, wait. First say the words.
What words?
I'll take the ring off. You can slip it on again. For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring I thee wed. Say it, George.
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring I thee wed.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
Thank you, George. I love my husband very much.
She loved her husband very much, and I, before that week was done, I loved her too. Yes, me, Georges Iscovescu, for the first time in my life, I was in love. But days that are happy fly by on wings. Almost before we realized, our week was gone, and we drove back reluctantly. I more than she, of course, because I knew that Hammock might be there at the hotel. There was Anita, too. The moment we were back, Anita knew. She knew the truth. She read it in my eyes. I should have known she would go to Amy the moment she could catch her alone.
George married you to pass that border fence. The whole idea was mine. He even married you with my ring.
Your ring?
Sure. Just take a look inside. It says to Toots for keeps. Go on, look at it.
No.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. She's in love with him. All right, I am. I love him just as you do, but I'm his sort. I'm dirt, and so is he. You're not. You're just a little schoolgirl who's learned life out of a book. Yes?
Senora Iscovescu is wanted in the lobby.
Who wants her?
Her husband, and that's Senor Hammock.
Hammock. I'll be right down, Flores. No, wait. That's Hammock from the Immigration Department. He'll question you. You can't go down.
Excuse me, please.
You can't give George away. What good would it do?
I learned my life from a school book, remember? This is the lesson that wasn't in the book.
Now, you understand, Mrs. Iscovescu. I've got no right to question you down here, not on this side of the border. But if an American's getting a dirty deal...
Now, Mr. Hammock, I've told you
I'm
that...
talking to your wife. Ma'am, I've done a lot of digging on this guy. The way he's made his living, the women. One right here in this hotel.
The dancer, his partner? Yes, I've talked with her.
Why, anyone can see the setup with half an eye. He asked you to marry him because...
But he didn't. He didn't ask me. I asked him.
All right, he got you to ask him. Why, with this evidence, we can slap the door right in his face. You can get an annulment.
An annulment? How do you like that, George? That's America. You pay your taxes, but you get protection. No, thank you, Mr. Hammock.
You mean you won't?
I'm sorry for your sake, but you haven't got a case. You see, my husband told me all about his past. We love each other very much.
Okay, that's how you like it. But remember, I'll be around if you need me.
Amy.
Yes, George.
Amy, I've always been so full of words. You know, big ones, fancy ones. Well, just one more word. Thanks.
No. You see, I come from a small town. We eat at the drugstore, but we leave a tip just the same. I don't think I've been too generous for those 7 days. Now, may I have the key to the car? Thank you. Here, I'll trade you this wedding ring for it. Goodbye.
What could I say? Nothing. Nothing. Now there were no words left at all. I watched her drive away so quietly, so grim, so fast, too fast. Perhaps that's why the thoughts stayed in my mind, like a black wave that broke and splashed me with fear. Well, call it a premonition if you will, but I seemed to hear the screeching brakes, the tires taking a wild curve, a crash. When Flores came to me, I knew.
Senor, just now, the telephone.
My wife?
Pobrecita. Ah, senor.
What is it, Flores? What's happened to her?
They take her to hospital in Los Angeles. An accident, senor.
There was no question now. I knew what I must do. I borrowed Flores' car. I drove like mad, right through the border gate. There was no fence that could have stopped me then. Hammock was standing at the gate as I went through. He shouted, "Stop!" I knew he would follow me. I knew he would send me back. I knew he would never let me in again. But all I could think was, Amy needs me. I must get to her. So, straight to the hospital I drove. It was until I climbed the steps that I knew what it really was to be afraid. And then to her room. The doctor, there, beside the bed.
I'm rather afraid it's serious. You see, she was crushed against the steering wheel.
Oh. Amy.
It hurts her to breathe. She won't even try. There doesn't seem to be any fight left in her.
Amy. Amy.
No, she doesn't hear.
She must. Amy, it's George. I'm here. I've come to you. Amy, you've got to hear me. You've got to breathe. Try, darling, please. Try hard.
That's funny. Huh? She reacted then. Keep going, sir.
Breathe, Amy. That's it. Darling, now again. It's all right now. Everything's all right. We're together now. Oh, remember that night in the rain when the windshield wiper said, together, together, together. Now breathe, Amy. Together. Breathe. Breathe. Together.
All right, Escovesco.
Oh, Hammock.
You led us a merry chase up here, but this is the payoff.
You can't come in here. This woman has been seriously hurt. Now get out.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. I won't make a sound. I'll just sit here in my corner and wait. Go right ahead.
Amy, darling, breathe. We're together. Try, please, try to breathe. We're together. 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 Breathe, Amy. Together. 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 Breathe. Together. Breathe. Together. I'm here. Amy, I'm here with you. But look, Doctor, she smiled.
Almost a miracle. Well, I think the worst is over now. She's breathing fairly steadily.
Yes, well, she doesn't need me anymore now.
Well, that isn't the way I see it, mister. That girl's going to need you all her life.
What? Oh, please, Mr. Hammock, no jokes. All right, I'm ready now.
Ready for what? Me? I just came up here for the ride.
Oh, please.
Look, some things don't go by the book, I guess. Maybe I never saw you crash the gate. Now, don't be a dope. Stay here till she's well, and then come back. It won't be long till your papers come through. And I'll fix it with the fellas at the gate. So long.
Thanks.
George.
Emmy, darling.
George. You're here.
I'll always be here, darling. Here, with my wife.
Thank you, Charles Boyer, Susan Hayward, and Margaret Lindsay, for your splendid performances in Paramount's Hold Back the Dawn.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Everyone in Hollywood is always happy to appear on this program for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. In just a moment, both Mr. Boyer and Miss Lindsay will be back at the microphone. But before they return, I'd like you to listen to a word from our hostess, one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Hayward. Did you ever stop to think that nothing ever just happens? There's a reason for everything. For instance, it isn't merely by chance that you find one dress more becoming to you than another. The reason for your preference lies in better design, better material, and better workmanship. And you know, it isn't by chance that so many women find that Lady Esther face powder is more flattering to their skin. Gives their skin a softer, fresher look. There's a reason for that, too. You see, Lady Esther face powder is twice blended. Now, if it were blended and sifted only once in the usual way, it would be like many other face powders. But it's the second blending, my exclusive twin hurricane blending, that makes the difference. For this time, the tiny particles of powder are blown together with the speed of a hurricane. And that, you see, is what gives Lady Esther face powder its wonderfully smooth, fine texture. That's why each shade is so clear and rich and beautiful. Naturally, then, it doesn't surprise me when I read letter after letter from delighted women who say, "My skin looks so much more attractive since I've changed to Lady Esther face powder."
And now, here is Margaret Lindsay.
Friends, a message from our government. In nearly every branch of our war effort, women are filling important and vital services. Right now, there's an urgent need for more women to serve with our Army in the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, to fill necessary jobs to free men for combat duty. Service in the WACs is not a glamour job. It's full-time war work you'll be proud to do. Members are supplied uniforms and living quarters by the government. They draw Army pay and receive Army benefits. There's opportunity for advancement, especially for those who enroll early. If you're an American citizen between 21 and 44, without financial dependents and no children under 14, see if service in the WACs isn't the way that you can best help win this war. Get complete information about the WACs at your local Army recruiting office tomorrow morning. And if you live in Canada, enroll in the Canadian Women's Army Corps. Thank you. And now here's Mr. Boyer.
Next week, Lady Esther will present the Screen Guild players in the first radio performance of one of the funniest pictures of the year. It is called They Got Me Covered, and it stars Dorothy Lamour and Bob Hope.
Next week, Lady Esther will present Bob Hope and Dorothy Lamour, and They Got Me Covered. Be sure to listen. Charles Boyer is the producer and star of For All We Know, now in production at Universal Studios. Susan Hayward is currently being seen in the Paramount All-Star production Star Spangled Rhythm. Margaret Lindsay will soon be seen in the Columbia picture The Crime Doctor. Music on tonight's show was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild players are presented every Monday night at this time by Lady Esther. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in Research. One of the most familiar sounds of modern civilization is this. But the signal warning of a fire did not always sound like that. Originally, the fire alarm sounded down the streets like this. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of fire and the men who fought it. Fought it in the days before machines or engines or even horses. Before the white man came to America, there were fires, of course. But they posed no problem to the Indian. If he rubbed two sticks together and couldn't control the result of his labors, the village merely picked up its portable dwellings and fled the fires to a greener part of the land. But with the arrival of white men and the formation of cities, this method wasn't so easy.
Quite some house Mr. Stewart's building, huh?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Going to be the biggest house in all New Amsterdam.
Yeah.
My, look at the work they're putting into it.
Isn't he? Took a lot of lumber, all right.
Well, one thing we got here is trees aplenty.
Yes, isn't he? A couple trees alone went into that chimney.
Yep, as nice a wood chimney as you'll see in the whole town.
And a nice thatched roof. Yeah, Mr. Stewart's going to be mighty comfortable with a nice house like that.
Wooden chimneys, thatched roofs, a pretty inflammable combination in New Amsterdam. And if a fire broke out...
Sakes alive, Mr. Barton! The roof's afire!
Well, don't stand there gawking. Run to the river and get a bucket of water.
All right.
Better get two.
The council will please come to order. We cannot have this constant bickering. 'Tis plain as the nose on your face. We have to outlaw these wooden chimneys. 27 fires in a fortnight.
My dear Mayor Stuyvesant, what concern is this of ours?
But 27 fires.
There's plenty of water. There's water all around.
But there will not be if this keeps up. We will be draining the ocean dry. Just because you own some trees and sell wood for chimneys...
It's no concern of yours, Mayor Stuyvesant, what I do. And if it's wooden chimneys they want...
I'm the mayor, and I say...
If the mayor is going to start saying what wood will be used for, I suggest he look at his own leg. What if a fire starts there?
But Mayor Stuyvesant, wooden leg and all, had his way. Not only a ban on wooden chimneys, but...
I hereby appoint Mr. Barden, Mr. Gorman, Mr. Bachfeld, and Mr. Dunderflag as watchful fire wardens. They will see that the ban on wooden chimneys is enforced and will be empowered to inspect all hearths and firesides to see that no flames endanger dwellings.
Get out of here! I won't have you rummaging around my house.
Now, you look here. I'm a watchful fire warden.
I don't care what you are. You won't be coming around my house again or I'll set the dogs on you.
But I'm supposed to...
The watchful fire wardens found their popularity decreasing and their position quite unenviable. So nothing was done about fires until one winter night in 1657, when a log rolled out of a fireplace. In the most fashionable home in the colony, the rugs were afire, the draperies aflame.
Look!
Baxter's house is afire.
Don't stand there staring. Get a bucket.
A bucket. The bucket.
Somebody fetch a bucket.
Ain't you got no buckets, Mr. Baxter?
Oh, I can't find one. I don't know what the servant did with them. Hasn't anybody got a bucket?
Seem to be right scarce. Anybody got a bucket?
The sight of the most palatial home in the colony burned to ashes finally aroused the citizens of New Amsterdam.
Each home shall be taxed 1 beaver or 8 guilders for the purpose of providing hooks and ladders and 250 leather fire buckets.
Here you are, gentlemen, the finest leather buckets we cobblers can make.
Good, good. There'll be 50 of them at Daniel's Inn, and 5 at Mr. Baxter's home, 5 at Mr. Gruller's. Oh, yes, 50 of them at City Hall. All right, now, boys, each of us in town will take his turn patrolling the streets for an hour. Now, an hour isn't much time, and if you so much as see a spark, you immediately shake the rattle like this. And when any of us hear that rattle, why, grab up what buckets you can and come a-running.
When New Amsterdam became New York, there were changes in firefighting also. The rattles and the buckets were still maintained, but every household was compelled by law to own a bucket. When the fire was sighted and the rattle sounded, each citizen ran to the window and threw the fire bucket out into the street. Members of the guards gathered them up and hurried off to the blaze. The men and women formed 2 lines between the fire and the nearest well, with one line passing along the full buckets and another returning the empty. And then in 1731 came an Englishman named Richard Newsham.
Fantastic, eh? What? Newsham's machine. It pumps water, you know. I've heard about it. Have you noticed the new... For fires, that is. Yes, so they tell me. Have you seen the new material that Altmaier has? Strangest contraption. You pour the water into the top, and it has handles on the side. You pump it, like this, sort of. I've heard all about it. I was asking you if you... Spurts the water right out of it wherever you want it to go. What do you think of that now, eh? I don't know about you, but... Frankly, I'm tired of it. Oh.
2 of Newsham's machines were brought to America and were soon given an opportunity to prove themselves.
Yes, sir. If it hadn't been for them 2 fire engines, we'd really be in the soup. Jim Edwards' house caught fire, but with them 2 engines, we got it put out in a jiffy. Put it out before it did more than burn down Jim's house and the 2 next door.
With fire engines like these, companies were formed. Volunteer societies that popped up all over New York. And when the fire bell sounded, men dropped whatever they were doing, rushed to their firehouses, donned their leather hats, and dragged their pet fire engines through the streets. They even christened their engines with such names as Old Wreath of Roses, Lady Washington, Red Rover. And before long, rivalries developed which didn't hurt the fires much at all.
Now listen, Farley, and you other boys. The Polk Street boys beat us to the last 3 fires, and I don't like the joshing folks are giving us.
Me neither, Chief. None of us do. Well, what can we do?
Easy. See them barrows? We'll keep 'em right here at the firehouse. Now, as soon as the bell rings, you fellas grab 'em and scamper off to the fire while the rest of us pull the wagon.
Well, I don't see what good a barrel is going to do if we can't get our engine there first.
Don't you see, you consarned fool? You get there and put the barrel over the fire hydrant. That way, whoever gets there first can't get to the water until we get our engine there.
Unfortunately, the fires didn't wait till the fistfight subsided. And while many fire companies turned to horsepower to pull the heavy engines, more than a few volunteer laddies of the old days refused to give up the honor of pulling them by manpower. But scientific progress did not wait on personal honor or sentiment. Early in the 19th century, steam was used to operate a fire pump, and vehicles were built with both pump and boiler mounted on a wagon. By the time of the Great Chicago Fire, most of the companies used steam fire engines. Another great contribution to firefighting was the flexible hose, which permitted the fighters to park the engine far enough from the blaze to keep it from burning too. And a still later development was the suction hose. With motorized fire engines, science progressed even further and developed new methods of pumping.
The rotary-type gear is a positive action pump which will draw water from a depth of 20 to 25 feet without being primed. Another type, the centrifugal pump, is also used. And piston pumps are very satisfactory under some conditions.
But firefighters work with more than water. From the chemistry laboratories come new methods.
Where water is scarce, soda acid engines can be used. Now, these are vessels with a solution of bicarbonate of soda dissolved in water, along with a separate cylinder of sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid is discharged into the bicarbonate of soda solution. This reaction forms carbonic acid under pressure, which forces the solution through the hose.
And foam chemical engines,
which operate much as the soda acid engines, except that the acid ingredient is a solution of aluminum sulfate dissolved in water. To this, a stabilizing solution is added to make the bubbles and foam tougher. Now, this foam adheres to any burning surface, even on a vertical wall or to a ceiling. Also, it can float on any inflammable liquid.
The fight against fire goes on. And though flames still consume millions of dollars a year, sending life and property up in smoke, man is winning his fight against fire. And he is doing it because scientific principles and techniques have replaced the crude firefighting methods of early America to make a never-ending adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a special bulletin from Washington. Price Administrator Prentice M. Brown announces that effective today, shoes are rationed. This includes all shoes with leather or rubber soles. Wartime requirements make this necessary. every person will be entitled to buy 1 pair of new shoes during the next 4 months. There are only 3 things you must know. First, no shoes may be sold to consumers until Tuesday. Second, beginning Tuesday, every person is entitled to buy 1 pair of shoes with stamp number 17 of War Ration Book 1, the Sugar and Coffee Book. Third, the shoe stamp from the ration book of one member of a family may be used for any other member of that family group living in the same household. And here's a special word for shoe dealers. Remember, shoes cannot be sold at retail until Tuesday morning, but dealers may make and receive shipments and place orders as usual within the trade. Beginning Tuesday, retailers must collect stamp number 17 from War Ration Book 1 for every pair sold to consumers. Supplies are large enough to provide everyone with shoes and to give everyone his fair share. Good night, everybody.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Abro Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On 2 widely separated fighting fronts, the United Nations today are moving into the final stages of their campaigns. The Russians are choking off Rostov, and in the Solomons on Guadalcanal, United States Army forces have outflanked the Japs to make a substantial advance. In North Africa, bad weather is once again holding up operations, but we are using that lull to good advantage, consolidating our positions in central Tunisia and checking the German drives around Pondoufa. Now for the first direct report. Today, on today's major developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today I want you to hear one of the most remarkable stories of the war. But before I tell you the story, there's one bit of news that might interest you. Winston Churchill has visited Allied Force headquarters here for a while on his way back to London. Now here is the story. It's the story of Lieutenant Bernard Gillespie, an American bomber pilot from Gila Bend, Arizona. Briefly, this is the story. Lieutenant Gillespie was bombing Gabbard. In the blaze of anti-aircraft fire, his plane was set on fire and exploded in midair. Somehow, Gillespie got out and parachuted to Earth. He was captured by the Italians and taken to Tripoli. There, they put him on a submarine to take him and other prisoners to Italy. In the middle of the Mediterranean, the Italian sub was attacked by a British plane and sunk. Lieutenant Gillespie got out and was picked up by a British destroyer, and now he is back here. In fact, he is right here in the studio. I look on him with awe. Lieutenant Gillespie, how in the world did you ever get out of that plane over Gabbard? Oh, it wasn't so hard. I was in the middle of the force and had a plane explode and we went cutting off by ourselves. I opened the escape hatch and the centrifugal force just tossed me out. And then the Italians caught you. That's right. We were only about 20 miles from Gabbard and they sent a detail out for us before we could get away. What were those Italian soldiers like? They weren't much good. They were dirty little fellows and mixed up meat. And they took you down to Tripoli. That's right. They kept us around business for a couple of days, and then they put us in the wicked oil truck one night and we started off to Tripoli. The truck kept breaking down and it took us 15 hours to get there. Well, what did they do with you when they got you to Tripoli? Oh, they put us in the middle of Ford and they kept us there for a week or so. They put a big German steward in with us who was in a British captain's uniform. The Italians threw him in the door with all kinds of curses and gestures to make it look real, but we spotted him right away. Well, Lieutenant Gillespie, how did they feed you there? There's some camels meat most of the time. How was camels meat? It's all right if you're hungry. They fed us a lot better on the summer. The Italians feed their submarine crews a lot better than they feed their soldiers. I suppose they have to. How long were you in that sub? We left Tripoli about 7, just after dusk. We weren't supposed to leave that night, but the British were raiding the fort, and the Italians got panicky and just pulled out. About 3 the next afternoon we were attacked. And what attacked you? A British Beaufort. He dropped deck stabbers. That was an awful feeling sitting there in the dark waiting for the water to start pouring in. I'll bet it was. Did the Beaufort sink the sub? No, just cripple it. Then a British destroyer came up and started started shelling us. That was when I got out. Were you in the water long? About half an hour, then the destroyer picked me up. Boy, was I glad to get aboard. I'll bet you were, Lieutenant Gillespie. And now this is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Economic Director Burns has just announced in Washington that shoes will be rationed immediately. The rate will be 3 pairs per person a year. The new order covers all kinds of leather shoes except house slippers and soft-soled infant shoes. We'll have full details from CBS correspondents in Washington as the story develops there later in the program. More news in just a minute. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All facilities of both great Admiral plants are devoted to producing radio communications equipment for the United States Army and Navy. We'd like to spend a few seconds telling you of the part radio plays in the sea battle. Our Navy is the greatest afloat today, chiefly because it has developed coordinated action to so high a degree. Through radio, the job of every man, every weapon, every ship is accurately woven into an efficient plan of battle. When a plane or submarine spots enemy vessels, it radios the flagship of the fleet. The flagship radios the aircraft carriers to get planes aloft, tells cruisers their positions for battle, orders destroyers to rush specified enemy craft and drop torpedoes. Radio in individual planes coordinates the air fighting. Radio pairs off American battleships with those of the enemy. Radio directs the fire of the big guns. In a fleet action, radio plays its important role on the surface, in the air, and under the sea. Radio weaves the pattern of a victorious sea battle by coordinating the actions of men, weapons, and ships. We Americans can be eternally thankful the United States Navy has given Navy radio men the best possible training for their work and the best possible equipment with which to do that work. It is the best equipment. Admiral is sure of that, for Admiral is building Navy radio and knows the high standards which must be met and are being met by the same workers who produce the high standard radio of peacetime, Admiral, America's smart set. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
In the Southwest Pacific, our flyers have scored an impressive victory over Jap planes in the New Guinea area. For a direct report from that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia. William J. Dunn reporting.
As Australia watches intently news of reported air and sea actions in the Solomons, one fact stands out prominently in the news in the Southwest Pacific area. That fact being the unmistakable increase in Allied air attacks on Japanese bases northeast of this continent, from which aid might be directed to an enemy force further south. During the 8 days ending Saturday, Allied planes based in this area made a total of 36 separate raids on enemy bases or shipping in Britain, Bougainville, Hooker, and the Admiralty Islands. This is almost double the number of raids on similar bases in the preceding week and covers a much wider area than has been the custom in normal operations. Ramal, of course, the enemy's #1 base south of Cook, has been subjected to the severest blows.
That was William J. Dunn in Australia. We return you now to CBS in New York.
The biggest news in England is that Prime Minister Churchill has returned home after conferences in Casablanca with President Roosevelt, conferences with the Turks, and a visit to the British Eighth Army in Tripoli. As is to be expected, the Prime Minister's visit to Turkey has caused a resurgence of speculation on the future participation of Turkey in the war. Today, there is a report from Ankara that observers see a definite possibility of the Allies seeking use of the Dardanelles Straits for transit of unarmed merchant ships carrying supplies to Russia. This speculation is tied in with a report that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was host last night to Turkish Premier Sukru Saracoglu at a dinner attended by the American ambassador and the British ambassador. It is definite evidence of improved relations between Turkey and Russia. In the past, the relations relations between those two countries have not been of the best. And very probably a part of Prime Minister Churchill's job when he went to Turkey was to get a rapprochement between the Turkish government and the Soviets. The fact that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was the host to the Premier of Turkey at a dinner is really a very significant development, principally because the ambassadors of foreign countries in other capitals are usually ignored if the relationships between the two countries are not of the best or are not improving. If there's a deterioration of relationships between two countries, the ambassador of the country, whether it be ours or anybody else's, is usually given a brush off, as we would say in this country, by the government officials of the country to which he has been assigned. The developments between the Turkish and the Russian relations are very important to the progress of the war in the general Mediterranean area. There is, of course, a great deal of speculation about the possibilities of campaigns on the underside of Europe. The Allies are planning all sorts of campaigns. We got that much news out of the Casablanca conferences. But any major Allied move in the Mediterranean area must, of itself, have some help from the Turks, whether it be beneficent neutrality or action on their part, military action. Either one would be helpful. One big possibility in the way of invasions into the underside of Europe would be an Allied drive up through Crete, Greece, into Yugoslavia, and then into Austria. The drive would be difficult because the country over which such a military campaign must be conducted would be very hard terrain to take modern weapons through. However, the Turks, if they came in with us, could go up through Bulgaria from European Turkey, and it would aid our cause substantially. And now for another direct report from overseas. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Cairo. Chester Morrison reporting.
Tonight we shall go ahead in 6 seconds from now.
Last war, I spent a lot of time in a seacoast town at home that was a port of call for transports bringing troops a long way around to Europe. And one of the things I remember is the succession of large numbers of men who were dumped ashore for a day's leave into a town they didn't know and which didn't know them. The town, being an old town, accustomed to the antics of our own fleet on leave, found it no remarkable circumstance that a lot of the homeless who owned some military men, restless after a long voyage, should appear overnight out of nowhere and depart 2 days later. To the men it was high adventure. To the town it was routine. It was not its own sanity. The time pretended the men were not there. And usually, when nobody paid any attention to them, the men went away somewhere else. But I, among thousands of others, never will forget a sign sticking up from the lawn of a park in that town. It read, "Sailors and dogs, keep off the grass." Something of the same kind is happening here. This is an even older town than Norfolk, Virginia. And from time to time, thousands of soldiers have passed through it. Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks and Arabs and French and British, even Americans. I had lunch today with a soldier whose complaint must have sounded in this strange city centuries ago as it sounded in Norfolk in 1917. "I've got to go," the soldier said. "And back home I could go into any hotel I wanted to. But here, just because I'm a private, they tell me they have no rooms." And from there it's an easy step to a blanket indictment of all the factors responsible for the thing he was complaining about. Some of this kind of complaint will bounce back to you people at home sooner or later. Don't let it worry you. When our boys here get used to routine hardships, they won't mind the experiences they're having now. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
Back across the Pacific, another American fighting man, a submarine skipper, is standing by to tell us of his successes against the enemy. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
I have with me here at Pearl Harbor a submarine commander who has just returned from a patrol in Japanese waters. He is Lieutenant Commander David C. Wright of Detroit, Michigan, who is now a veteran of several successful patrols against Japanese warships and supply ships in the Pacific. Commander Wright, good luck this time. we tangled with a convoy which took the remainder of our torpedoes. Could you tell us about that cargo ship, Commander? Yes, we were conducting an offensive patrol in the Yellow Sea. While closing the China coast and trying to fix our position one night, we sighted an object which we thought at first was an island we'd been looking for. Coming closer, we discovered that it was a good-sized cargo ship or naval auxiliary. We continued on the surface and fired a salvo of torpedoes at him, all of which missed. This was quite a blow to our pride, so we shifted to full power on the engines, reloaded the tubes, and started chasing. It was a bright moonlight night, and I felt pretty sure he could see us. He picked up what speed he could, but it wasn't enough, and we were soon at very close range, directly astern of him. I then fired one torpedo, which blew him up. Blew him up? You mean the ship blew apart? Yes, he almost disintegrated. There was a terrific explosion, a tremendous sheet of yellow flame, and he went under in about 5 minutes. He must have had a considerable quantity of explosives aboard. Quite a few of our people came up on the bridge to watch her go down. We were only a few hundred yards from the ship. What was your next encounter, Commander? One evening sometime later, just before evening twilight, the officer of the deck reported seeing 3 Japanese ships in column a considerable distance away. Our position was such that it was impossible to close and fire during daylight, so I started chasing on a converging course. Part of the run was made submerged to escape detection. After dark, I surfaced. There were many fishing boats all around us. We had to thread our way through these, close aboard, and I was afraid they might give an alarm. So we got through them all right. After about an hour's chase at full speed, we were close astern of the last ship in column. The first torpedo missed, but the second one hit him in the stern. This stopped him and jammed his rudder hard left. He presented a nice target as he swung. We fired another, which hit him amidships on the port side. He sank immediately, and we started after the others. The alarm was now given, so the others put on all the speed they could. It took several hours to overtake them, but we finally got one torpedo in each of the 2 of them. That's good shooting. I couldn't wait to see the ship sink because our lookouts reported escort vessels chasing us, and we had to clear the area and discharge batteries. Commander White, I happen to know that you've been twice decorated for your aggressive attacking and sinking of enemy ships in the Pacific. Could you tell us about some of your other patrols? Well, we've sunk some ships and we've damaged more. The Pacific used to be a pretty big ocean to us, but now it's like our own backyard. We operate from one end to the other without giving the matter a second thought, and that involves miles, thousands of them. Commander White, they tell me that once you men get into the submarine service, you wouldn't change over to any other service for anything. Why is this so? It's hard to explain, but it's true. It's not the softest job in the world, but there's a lot of satisfaction in it. It's certainly been gratifying to work with such a fine bunch of officers and men as I have on my ship. They're really wonderful, these boys. I wish I could tell everybody what these men have to undergo and how they do it with lighthearted cheerfulness and courage. Of course, every submarine commander thinks he has the best crew in the world, but I wouldn't want to trade mine for any. But, Commander, I know that Mrs. White in San Francisco and your parents back in Detroit will join me in adding a word to that. We're glad that our submarines are commanded by men like you. As the Navy men say, well done. This has been an interview with Lieutenant Commander David C. White, Commanding Officer of the United States Submarine, just returned from another successful Pacific patrol. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
The official Russian midday communique gave some details of the capture of Bataille 10 miles below Rostov, which was announced last night. That battle followed the now familiar format of Red Army units systematically clearing Germans out of one street after another. Other than that, the communique merely said that Russian forces conducted offensive operations in the same directions as before, toward Rostov, Kursk, and Kharkov. On all 3 of these main drives, the Russians occupied some more towns, but the communique gives no details. However, frontline reports said that Russian forces had reached a point only 3 miles south of Rostov and were preparing to force a crossing of the Don Don. And just a short while ago, the British news agency Reuters reported that Stockholm had heard a Moscow broadcast reporting that Russian troops crossed the Don today and violent street fighting is raging inside Rostov itself. That report is, of course, unofficial, but the communiques may confirm it later. Now, for more news on the shoe rationing program announced since we went on the air, and for the latest report on the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
15 minutes ago at the White House, economic stabilizer Burns announced that shoes will be rationed effective at midnight. From now on, he said, every American can buy 3 pairs of shoes, but no more each year. Infant shoes and slippers will not be rationed. Stamp number 17 of War Ration Book number 1 will be good for 1 pair of shoes until next June 15. The stamp will be transferable within a family, however, so that if a wife wants 4 pairs and her husband can get by on 2, well, that will be quite all right. Shoes are being rationed for 2 reasons. The Army and our Lend-Lease allies have created a great demand for shoes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 million pairs a year. The second reason is that since the war, more civilians have been buying shoes than ever before in history. Sooner or later, a shortage would have resulted, so that the OPA, acting under orders from the War Production Board, has stepped in to assure us all of a reasonable and equitable number of shoes each year. The War Production Board, however, will direct manufacturers to reduce the number of styles and to limit colors to 4, black, white, brown, and Army russet, aiming ultimately at the mass production of only several serviceable, moderately priced war model shoes. Leather for shoe repairs will not be rationed, at least for the time being, and liberal allocations of shoe leather for the benefit of shoemakers has been made. There was a Navy communique an hour ago. It wasn't the one we've been waiting for, with news of the outcome of the naval forays off the Solomons, but it contains some very good news nevertheless. Our troops on Guadalcanal, the Navy says, have outflanked the Japanese to the west of Henderson Field. Presumably, we advanced from 40 to 50 miles without encountering much resistance, circling around the enemy center at Cape Esperance and taking up new positions at Titi, a half-mile west of Marovovo on the northwestern coast of the island. For the time being, at least, the Japanese appear to be virtually surrounded, and Henderson Field has been freed from any further threat. Meanwhile, American dive bombers have again attacked Munda, and other planes have bombed some newly installed Japanese positions on Kolombangara Island in the New Georgia Group. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here in New York is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The military successes of the Red Army are already having their effects on both flanks of the long Russian fighting line. To the south, the Turks have entertained the British Prime Minister and his chief military advisors at the Conference on Turkish soil, a conference in which he talked with the President of Turkey and Turkey's military chiefs. The significance of this event can hardly be overestimated, both as to its possible military results and as to its influence in strengthening Allied prestige throughout the Muslim world. To the north, meanwhile, persistent reports come out of Finland to the effect that that country is anxious for a separate peace with Russia and desires to dissociate herself from any connection with the Axis. This may be more easily aspired to than accomplished, as long as German troops remain on Finnish soil in any numbers. There can be little doubt that the Finns find their position a most difficult one, but now the situation is changing. The relief of Leningrad, the reopening of the rail communications of that city afford the Russians an opportunity to make it into a great base of operations for further offensives in the north. The Finns know very well neither their own decimated forces nor the few German divisions remaining in Finland could stand before the onset of a full-scale Russian assault. But they are likewise aware that the Russians may now find the opportunity to press back the German left flank along the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland. And should this be the case, the German troops in Finland would be cut off from any hope of support. Hence, many Finns must be wondering whether the time may not be at hand to break with Germany and seek a separate peace with Moscow, a peace in which they might hope for the good offices of the United States.
Now, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Last week we suggested you have your Admiral dealer put your name on his list. That is, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. Here's the reason. Certain vital parts are becoming difficult to obtain. If your set is checked regularly by an Admiral dealer, he'll keep those vital parts in operation as long long as possible. Admiral dealers know how. And if he sees they won't last, he can start looking for replacements far enough in advance to ensure getting whatever you need by the time you need it. Yes, and there's another important advantage to being on an Admiral dealer's regular list of service customers. In these days of shortages, it's only human nature for any dealer to take care of his regular customers first. So if you don't want to be disappointed when your radio runs into real trouble, call your Admiral dealer now. Get your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Be assured of tip-top performance for the duration. And don't forget, Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. This week, the United States salutes her Boy Scouts, 1.5 million strong. Almost without exception, every Boy Scout has done more than a full share toward winning the war and is still on the job, doubling and redoubling his all-out effort. A salute then to the Boy Scouts, an organization of which America is proud. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guests, Charles Lawton, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, this is a time of important meetings. In Casablanca, Roosevelt and Churchill. In Washington, the 78th Congress. And in the library of the Burns home, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. And here comes George, blissfully unaware of what's going on, and Gracie waiting to make sure he doesn't find out.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Oh, good morning, dear. My, you're up bright and early this morning.
Yeah, I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep, so I figured I might as well get up.
Oh, so that's it. I was wondering what you were doing up at this hour. It's only 11:30.
Well, some mornings I just can't sleep. I'm going into the library and look at the paper.
Oh, wait, George, wait.
Yes?
Look, it's such a beautiful day. Why don't you take a walk?
A walk? What for?
Well, it would be fun. Why don't you walk down to the corner cigar store and whistle at the girls for a while?
Gracie, I haven't... Have you gone out of your mind? I haven't done that in all my life.
Well, you're not getting any younger, dear.
Look, I'm going into the library.
No, wait. I've got it. Why don't you go fishing?
Go fishing?
Well, sure. Go out to the lake and catch a fish and broil it right there. It'll be delicious. I'll go and get your fishing pole and a slice of lemon.
Gracie, I'm not leaving the house. I'm going into the library right now. Gracie.
Now, George, don't get excited.
I told you if I ever caught those buzzards here again, I'd squeeze the hen of rinse out.
No, but, George, this is the most important meeting of the year. Today is our club election, and Francis Fowler, Vicky Gruskin, and I are all running for president.
Oh, so you've got some competition, huh?
Well, I don't mind competition. I always say, may the best girl win. But what if I lose?
I hope so.
Oh, Francis and Vicky have been putting on marvelous campaigns.
I'll bet.
Whenever the meeting was held at one of their homes, they had some big celebrity and a special guest.
I see, a big celebrity.
Yes, and I must admit the girls were awfully impressed. But who wouldn't be impressed meeting Myron Fudnick?
Myron Fudnick?
Yes.
That's a big celebrity?
Well, of course. Myron Fudnick is the first man who ever thought of putting garters on girdles.
Well, I must get Myron's autograph.
And then Vicky had even a bigger celebrity at her house.
Bigger than Fudnick?
Lily Mae Browning.
Who?
Lily Mae Browning.
Who's she?
The famous poetess, of course. She's written 4 lovely things. Love at First Sight, Whirlwind Courtship, Honeymoon for Two, and Oh Beautiful Reno.
She's probably working on one now called Alimony, I Love You.
Oh, but just wait till they see the celebrity I have. He's more important than anyone they ever thought of.
Whoever he is, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Goodbye, dear. I think I'll go and whistle at the girl.
Oh, goodbye, dear. Oh, and now come to order, girls. Come to order, please. Now, before we start our regular meeting, I'd like to read a letter from Maggie Ettinger, our former member who joined the WAC.
Oh, how is she, Gracie?
She says, Dear girls, I am writing to tell you what a wonderful organization this is, and also to remind you that the WACs need many more recruits who can fill important non-combat jobs and release more officers and men of the Army for combat duty.
Oh, yes, I knew.
Our work includes every type of non-combat service, from accounting and cooking to stenography and radio operating. And we receive the same pay as enlisted men and officers in the Army. All women between 21 and 44 who do not have children under 14 are eligible for the WAC. If you know any women who are interested, tell them to go to the nearest Army recruiting and induction station and sign up now. Love to all, Maggie.
Oh, that's a wonderful letter.
Wonderful. You know, girls, I might sign up myself.
Oh, you couldn't, Gracie. You're married.
Well, that doesn't make any difference, Blanche.
It does if you have someone financially dependent on you.
Financially dependent. Oh, yes. I forgot the May Company.
Hi, Gracie. I was looking for George. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know a meeting was going on.
Oh, it's all right, Bill. Girls, you remember Bill Goodwin, don't you? Bill, we've been talking about the WAC. We'd all like to join, but most of us aren't eligible.
I'm eligible, Bill. Do you think I'd make a good WAC?
Well, I don't know, Tootsie. Isn't each WAC supposed to release a soldier for combat duty?
Yes.
Well, I just can't imagine you releasing a soldier.
Oh, Bill.
See, girls, it's really too bad you can't qualify for the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps, but I'll tell you what. I may be able to get you in the Smart Women's Anti-Nuisance Society.
The Smart Women's Anti-Nuisance Society?
Yes, that's right, Gracie. The SWANS, the Swans.
Bill. Why, that's the same name as that soap you talk about. You know, Swan.
Well, I'll be doggone. It is, isn't it? You know, it fits, too, because all the members use Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles, the regular Suds and Whiz, too.
Oh, Bill, aren't you happy that I called it to your attention?
Well, Tootsie, I'm so happy I could just grab you and give you a great big bar of Swan. Swan, you know, is great for washing the dishes because it not only gives you suds faster than other white floating soaps, but since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands, too. That's why you should use it for every soap and water job.
Bill, I've got Swan in my hope chest. I hope you're the one who shares it with me.
Well, I'd love to, Tootsie. After you're married, you and your husband send me my half. You see, Swan breaks in, too, with a simple twist of the wrist, you know. You can use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face. Well, girls, tell George I'll be back. And congratulations on becoming members of the Swans.
Oh, you're sort of crazy about Bill, aren't you, Tootsie?
Yes, we're sweethearts.
Has he ever proposed?
Oh, dozens of times. I wish he'd propose to me sometime.
Oh, dear, someone's at the door and George isn't here. Will you excuse me, girls?
Oh, right, go ahead, Gracie.
Oh, my, I hope this is my important celebrity. Oh, the girls will be so thrilled.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, it's the postman. How are you, Mr. Postman?
Never better, Mrs. Burns. I've been drinking in the fresh air through every pore. Gee, it's great to be alive.
You always enjoy life, don't you, Mr. Postman?
I should say I do. And perfect health is the answer. I've got the constitution of an ox.
Oh, how nice. Is there any mail for me?
Yes, a special delivery letter.
Oh, let me see it. Oh, it's from my celebrity. Dear Mrs. Burns. But he regrets that he cannot appear at the meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society as he has been very busy at the White House since his return from Casablanca. Therefore, he cannot address your club on the subject you chose for him, Africa, the land of enchantment. Oh, dear, and I was counting on him.
I'm sorry about the bad news, Mrs. Burns, but I've got to be running along now. I've got lots of fan mail to deliver down the street to Charles Lawton.
Charles Lawton. Charles Lawton. He's a celebrity, and I know him, too. Oh, Mr. Postman, you've given me a wonderful idea. Now I'll be elected after all.
That's me, always scattering sunshine.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
This is Paul White with the boys and the Six Hits and a Miss introduce you to a gal you're going to be seeing more and more of. She's Rosie the Riveter.
All the day long, whether rain or shine, she's a part of the assembly line. She's making history, working for victory. Rosie, the Riveter, keeps a sharp lookout for sabotage. Sitting up there on the fuselage, that little trail can do more than the mail can do. Rosie, the Riveter, Rosie's got a boyfriend, Charlie. Charlie, he's a Marine. Rosie is protecting Charlie, working overtime on the riveting machine. When they gave her a production E, she was as proud as a girl could be. There's something true about red, white, and blue about Rosie. She's got the fellas going.
So Gracie asked the girls to wait and hurried over to Charles Lawton's house to get him as the guest for her club meeting. The door is opened by a person wearing a frilly white apron.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawton. Is Charles here?
Mrs. Lawton, I am Mr. Lawton.
Oh, my goodness, Charles. What a silly mistake. I'd forgotten that your wife is small and thin.
Yes, and furthermore, her pants never show beneath the bottom of her apron.
Would you mind telling me what you're doing with that apron on?
Not at all. I'm dusting, sweeping, cooking dinner, and in my spare moments cursing the day I was born.
Helping your wife, huh?
My wife isn't here. In fact, she hasn't been home for 5 minutes since she joined some infernal, idiotic woman's club.
You don't like women's clubs?
No. Do you know what I'd like to do to all wives who belong to clubs?
No.
I'd like to make them run between two long lines of husbands. And as they ran, the husbands would beat them over the head with the minutes of the last meeting. Well, what did you want to see me about, Gracie?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah, come along, out with it.
Oh, well, I want you to come over to my house.
Why?
Well, it's George. Yeah, that's it. Something's wrong with George.
But everyone knows that. Can't you be more definite?
Well, yes, George is stage-struck.
Stage-struck? At his age?
Yes, he goes around all day reciting Shakespeare.
How revolting. What sort of Shakespeare does he recite?
Well, his favorite speech is one that goes, but light who softly breaks the window yonder. I'm from the east and Juliet is my son.
That's a little bit off, Gracie. The correct line is, but soft what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east and Juliet is the sun.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Would you mind just taking my word for it, mine and Shakespeare's? But why have you come to me with your problem, Gracie? What could I possibly do?
Well, I thought it might cure George if I got some actor over to the house who could recite Shakespeare better than he can.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult. Have you tried Harpo Marx?
Well, no. But I want someone who's even better than Harpo Marx. I want you.
I'm sorry, but I'm much too busy with my housework.
Well, all right. Poor George. He'll just have to go through life thinking he's a better actor than you are.
He thinks what?
He thinks he's a better actor than you are.
The man is obviously mad.
Sure.
Any man who claims to be a better actor than another is nothing but a ham. I'm 10 times the actor he is.
Well, of course you are. Will you come over and show him up?
Will I? I'll make him sound like the end man in an Elks Club minstrel show.
Oh, and I'll have some of the women from the neighborhood in to watch you do it. Mm. Oh, I know a great actor works better in front of an audience, and especially an actor as great as you are.
Yes, of course. I'll be over as soon as I've made the bed. So.
Gracie, Charles Lawton is coming over here? You mean Charles Lawton, the movie star?
Oh, George, there's only one Charles Lawton. Although when you look at him, it does seem like there's more.
Well, my estimation of that guy is going down 100%. Accepting an invitation to talk to that silly woman's club.
Well, George Burns, you apologize for that remark.
Okay, I take it back about them being women.
Well, that's better.
Well, I'm getting out of here. I can't watch that.
Oh, no, you have to stay. Well, he's really coming over to see you.
To see me?
Yes. He thinks that you could be the greatest actor in Hollywood.
What?
Well, that's right. He says that you never should have given up acting for what you're doing now.
I wonder how he meant that.
Oh, well, he thinks you have the makings of a great actor. Well, he's dying to hear you recite a little Shakespeare.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, well, he thinks you're wonderful.
Oh, gee. Oh, Charlie ought to know. Mighty shrewd judge of talent, that boy. That's what he said, huh?
Yeah. He'd like to see you playing Romeo or King Lear or Portia or one of those parts.
Portia? Portia is a woman.
Oh, he thinks you can do anything.
He does, huh?
Yes. Oh, that must be Mr. Lawton. Now, George, be sure to act for him. Do that Shakespearean line about the light breaking through the window. I'll go into the meeting.
All right. Come in.
Hello, George.
Hello, Charlie. What's soft? What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
What, may I ask, was that?
That was something out of Shakespeare.
His appendix, no doubt.
You You didn't think I did it well?
George, I think you have all the fire, all the feeling, all the emotional intensity of a plate of tapioca pudding.
Oh, gee. Don't you think I'm a great actor?
Yes, you're the new Porky Pig.
Oh.
So you consider yourself in my class as an actor. Why, of all the conceit, of all the unmitigated graft.
Wait a minute.
Burns, you're an idiot. If there's one thing I can't stomach, it's an idiot.
Well, brother, if you can't stomach it with what you've got, nobody can.
My stomach happens to be my business.
Well, you happen to have a mighty big business.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so in spades.
You don't say.
I do say.
Yes, you.
Yes, that's all.
And now Jimmy Cash singing There Are Such Things.
A heart that's true. There are such things. A dream for two. There are such things. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star. Not caring what you own, but just what you are. A peaceful sky. There are such things. A rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star because there are such
Charlie, will you listen to me? I'm telling you, for the 50th time, I never said I was a better actor than you are.
I'm a modest man, George. I'm a very modest man, but I'm honest. And I'm forced to admit there just isn't a better actor than I am.
Well, okay, you're marvelous, you're wonderful, you're magnificent.
I knew you'd begin to see it my way, George. Now, let's talk about you.
Yeah, okay. I'm awful, I'm horrible, I'm terrible. I'm the worst actor who ever lived.
Well, go on. You're on the right track.
Look, Charlie.
Hey, George. I dropped by before, but you... Gee, Charles Lawton in the flesh.
What else would you expect me to be? Who are you?
Well, I'm Bill Goodwin, Mr. Lawton. I'm in pictures, an actor, just like you.
Another one. What is this? A house or a branch of Swift & Company? Your friend Burns here has been bruising the bard with but soft what light through yonder window breaks.
Well, you see, George doesn't know how to do it, Mr. Lawton. Now, just get a load of this. But soft. What's said through yonder bathtub break? Ah, 'tis Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't not buy a purer soap. Youch. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Art thou bathing the baby with Swan? Swan, you know, art great for bathing the baby. It's so pure that it's kind to even a baby's tender skin. So naturally it must be swell for your hands and face. Your tub or shower, Romeo.
This will set the theater back 500 years.
So, friends, mothers, and housewives, lend me your ears. Women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, but Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles. And now, farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell. Parting is such sweet sorrow, and I... And I would say, bye, Swan, ere it be morrow. Well, that's that, fellas. Just washed up Shakespeare. Goodbye.
What a ham. You're a fine one to talk about hams, coming over here to talk to that silly woman's club.
Woman's club? Are you mad? I wouldn't address a woman's club for the entire output of the Florsheim factory. I detest women's clubs.
Then why did you come over?
Because your wife told me you were stage struck.
Stage struck? Charlie, Gracie brought you over here to make a speech for her club so that she could be elected president.
She did that after all I've been through at home. George, I'll make that speech, and when I get through, there'll be one less woman's club.
Well, do you think you can?
Can I? I'll make a speech so hot it'll melt the rubber out of their girdles.
Well, I'll tell them you're ready. Oh, boy, no more Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Gracie, your guest, Charles Lawton, is ready.
Oh, yes, girls, I knew you'd be thrilled. George, tell him we'll be ready in a minute. Now, you're going to see some marvelous acting, girls, because Mr. Lawton is one of the finest actors ever to board the trod. Or whatever they do. He'll probably recite one of Shakespeare's beautiful poems like The Shooting of Dan Macbeth.
Mr. Lawton is English, isn't he, Gracie?
Oh, yes. And let's try to make him feel at home, girls. We'll serve him his tea with a trumpet. You know, like they do in England. Unless, of course, he'd prefer it with a tram.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. You're so
fine. All right, we're ready now. I'll call him. Oh, Mr. Lawton, right this way, please.
Coming.
Now, girls, I want you to meet a man who is much more important than Myron Fudnick. My celebrity. Mr. Charles Lawton, who will perform for us.
My dear Bats. Never before has it been my misfortune to address so gruesome a collection of cronies. The combined stupidity of your faces could only be found in a club such as this or in a colony of tired old pelicans.
Isn't he wonderful? Oh, what a natcher. He almost makes you believe that he means those things.
But I do mean them. It is my heartfelt opinion that this ghastly little band of frumps is more dangerous to the progress of mankind than the boll weevil or the zoot suit. Really, my good witches, I am not trying to amuse you. I loathe you. You revolt me. Oh, nuts. I quit.
You were wonderful. I don't know how to thank you, Charles. Now, girls, while the thrill of my celebrity's visit is still fresh in our minds, shall we vote on our club president?
Oh, yes.
Well, just write your choice on a slip of paper, and I want to say in advance that this is going to be the happiest moment of my life. I thank you.
Here are the ballots, Gracie.
Oh, good. Oh, now, the first ballot is for... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Oh, well, I guess it's unanimous.
Naturally.
Charles.
Yes, Gracie.
I'm a good loser, and I want to wish you every success as the new president of our club.
What?
Oh, well, it's the voice of the people, and we'll meet at your house next week.
Now, listen, you misguided scarecrows. I'd rather be born in I'd rather be born at the stake. I'd rather...
George and Gracie will be right back, so I've just time to remind you that you save money with Swan because when you use Swan, you don't have to buy any other soap at all. In the kitchen, for dishes, and for general cleaning, Swan does the work of easily wasted package soaps. And in the bathroom, for your face and hands, Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. And at the same time, gives you a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. So get hep, get Swan. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Well, Gracie, who's going to be the president of your club now that Charles Lawton walked out on you?
Oh, well, I will, dear. I'm bringing a celebrity to the next meeting who's sure to win the election for me. George, I've got Winston.
Winston Churchill?
No, Winston Sputnik.
Myron's brother. Oh, the tall
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when their guest will be Veronica Lake. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Wax has certainly proved to be very helpful during these days when we have to take better care of our household things. Take your refrigerator, for example. A great many of you undoubtedly use Johnson's Wax, probably the cream wax, to protect the outside against fingerprints, smudges, and dirt. But I wonder how many of you have discovered that you can keep the wire shelves from rusting by giving them an occasional coat of Johnson's Wax. Let me read you part of an interesting letter that just arrived from a prominent businessman. Our electric refrigerator, like all others, he writes, is reaching the used stage. The wire shelves were rusting, and I suggested to my wife that she should clean them and give them a coat of Johnson's Wax. It really worked wonders and completely stopped the rusty condition of the shelves. Well, I'm very glad to pass this man's suggestion along. Johnson's Wax does protect metal surfaces against rust and corrosion. Try it on your refrigerator shelves the next time you're waxing your floors, furniture, and woodwork. If you could follow a mail carrier for one day and see the mixed emotions that he leaves in his wake, it would probably wear you out. So let's just follow the postman to one address, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Mares-y-don't, a letter for Jones, a postcard for McGee, a kiddly-divey too, posties due. Oh, mares-y-don't, send up, number 79. And dozy-don't, a little lambsy peanuts wouldn't do. Indeed, I would. Nobody asked me. Good day, sir. Have I the extreme pleasure of speaking to Mr. Fibber McGee?
You have, Bud. At least I am.
Are you the new mailman?
Yes, I am, madam, and please let the post office department know if there's anything we can do for you.
Oh, fine.
We'll be glad to take a letter or postcard almost any place you say. By the way, do you need any stamps today?
No, Bob, I don't believe we do.
Have you seen the new airmail? Very attractive and only 6 cents a piece.
No, I don't think we
Well,
do.
how about some 3s? I don't think any real American can have too many 3-cent stamps because...
Now, look, Bud, skip the salesmanship. You got any mail for me?
Yes, sir, I have. 1 letter. There you are.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Hey, what are you swaying back and forth like that for? You feel dizzy?
Oh, no, I'm just training myself.
Huh?
Someday I hope to be a railway mail clerk and just travel around like everything. Well, good day.
Great personality.
Yeah, reminds me of the Pony Express somehow. Around the neck, mostly. Hey, this is the letter I've been waiting for.
Who's the letter from?
Woman in New York that analyzes character from your handwriting.
Oh.
I sent her a sample of mine several weeks ago.
Oh, dear. What does she say?
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. This woman is uncanny. She's got my character down perfect. Listen to this. Your signature shows definite professional ability.
Amazing.
Listen.
It says, your writing shows a keen understanding of human nature, a deep sympathy for your fellow man. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going to whistle for that mailman. He gave you the wrong mail.
Wait a minute now. Listen to this. It says, it is to be hoped you are a physician, for you would have made an excellent one.
Oh, dear.
You are analytical. You have a deep insight into human nature, and you have what is more important, the common touch. You get that, Molly? I got the common touch.
Why don't you study medicine, McGee? Or would you have to go back and finish high school first?
I always knew I should have been a doctor. Always wanted to be a doctor, in fact.
If people could see your bedside manner when you're looking for your slippers on a cold morning, I don't think they'd.
The common touch. Dr. McGee, physician and surgeon.
Now, listen. Now, look, McGee, don't start believing everything you read in your mail.
To think of the years I've wasted, the lives I might have saved, the suffering I might have averted.
Oh.
All because I never knew till now that I had it. The common touch.
You know, McGee, I always thought you had studied medicine at one time.
Did you really, Molly? What made you think so? Because of my deep analytical?
No. Because no doctor's ever prescribed for you yet that you didn't give him an argument.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's because they all got what they know out of books. I got it right here, in the heart. If I was to ever...
Oh, hello, Alice, dear.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Good day, child. Please sit down. What's troubling you this morning?
Well, nothing is troubling.
Come, child, relax. You can tell me. This nervous tension is something to be avoided.
Well, how can she relax when you keep staring at the child, McGee?
Are you sure you're getting enough rest, my child?
Enough rest? Jeepers, I get 4 or 5 hours sleep every day of the world, my dear. That's enough for anybody.
For a girl her age, McGee, she's... Hey, how old are you, Alice?
4 going on 5.
4 going on 5? Well, what's the...
Oh, my birthday is February 29th, leap year day. I have my 5th birthday this year.
Ah, a 5-year-old child. Well, go ahead, doctor. Examine her. Maybe she's teething.
Please, ladies, please. Less levity. We can have any less. Now, child, I want you to stop worrying.
Worrying? Criminy, I'm not worried.
After all, things like this may pass off in no time at all. The main thing is to...
Things like what, Mr. McGee? Jeepers,
Oh, stop scaring the girl, McGee. There's nothing the matter with her.
Of course there isn't. Nothing serious, anyway. Tell me, Alice, do you have a slight feeling of hunger before meals?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Do you have a sort of a tired, sleepy feeling just before you go to bed?
Yes, is that very sweet?
When you get out of the bright sunshine, when you go out of the bright sunshine into a movie theater, does everything go black for a brief time?
Gee, come to think of it, it does. Mr. McGee, is there something...
Now, Alice, what's the matter? You're getting pale.
I guess I don't feel very good all of a sudden. I think I'll go up and lie down.
The best thing you can do, child. I'm afraid you've been burning the candle at both ends against the middle. Here, have this filled.
McGee, what are you doing? You have no business writing prescriptions.
But this is just a blank piece of paper, Mrs. McGee.
Yes, that's to put your gum into. I don't want you swallowing it when you lie down. Now run along, child, and get plenty of rest. Drink a lot of milk, and don't worry.
All right, but jeepers, I feel awful.
Now, McGee. Harry, what was the idea of all that?
The common touch, my dear, the common touch. Cheer up the sick ones and scare the bajunior out of the healthy ones. It's all a matter of human understanding. The common touch. And I got it.
Yeah, and you can have it.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Softly as in a Morning Sunrise.
Yes, the deep understanding of human nature. The humanitarian outlook. Take all the great physicians of the world. We all had it. The common touch. Now you take a great physician like Louis Pasteur.
Say, he discovered radium, didn't he?
Oh, no. You're thinking of the wrong Louis. That was Louis B. Mayer. Pasteur invented hydrophobia.
Oh. Well, it wasn't very smart of him. The world would be better off if hydrophobia had never been invented.
Well, that was his destiny, my child. When we got the common touch, like I got, we can understand that a human being is but a small cog in the vast machinery of the
Saved by the bell.
Yes.
Come in.
Ah, good day, Mrs. McGee. What a sight you are for sore eyes. And McGee, dear fellow, what a sight you are.
Nice of you to drop in, Mr. Wellington.
Hello, Sigmund, my boy. I trust you will forgive me for my rudeness at the Rotary luncheon this noon. I'm afraid I was not very tolerant, but that was before I knew I had the common touch.
What did you do that was so rude, McGee?
Oh, nothing really at all, my dear. It was really nothing. He merely sneered at one of my humorous anecdotes.
Oh.
The one about the little shepherd girl who disappeared, and they found her little sunbonnet weeks later out in the pasture.
Well, tell her the payoff, Sigmund. I consider it very amusing.
The denouement of the anecdote, Mrs. McGee, is that the girl was victim of her own ignorance. Her name was Ivy, and she didn't know that little lambs eat ivy.
Yes?
That's all.
Oh.
It went big at the luncheon, Molly. You made a fine speech, Wellington. Incidentally, you better watch your diet.
I beg your pardon, old chap.
What about his diet, McGee?
For him, I'd recommend a high-protein diet. No roughage. Lots of whole wheat bread. No pork. Lots of milk products. Get lots of rest and cut down on the smoking, Wellington. Better come back again and see me in about 2 weeks. And don't worry, we'll pull you through this all right.
You'll have to. I won't go through it willingly. Oh, so sorry. I almost forgot what I came over for. Will you excuse me, Mrs. McGee?
Why, certainly, Mr. Wellington.
Thank you. I say, my dear fellow.
Huh? Oh, sure. Glad to, Wellington. And don't apologize. Remember the sportsman's motto. It isn't how you played the game. It's did you win or lose.
What a charming version. Well, I must go home and give my Great Dane his German lesson.
You're teaching your dog German?
Yes, in case we wish to travel in occupied Germany after the war.
Yeah, but how do you expect a dog to speak German?
But he already does. What? I started him off with Auf Wiedersehen, and already he can say out. Good day, thank you, old boy.
Well, what did he want, dearie?
Wanted to borrow $2 till Saturday.
Well, if you didn't have it, at least you're getting it.
What?
The common touch. Though I suppose a touch for $1 would be even more common. What's the matter?
I just wondered if Kramer's drugstore's got a stethoscope I could buy. What's a doctor without a stethoscope?
Oh, now, just a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Don't go too far with this thing.
What do you mean?
Why, the first thing you know, you'll be caught practicing medicine without a license, and I'll be writing tear-stained letters to the parole board.
Oh, come, my dear Molly, come. Medicine is merely a hobby with me. Remember, I have the soul, the heart of a great physician.
Really? Anyone I know?
Hand me the phone, my dear. I shall call the apothecary shop.
The what? You mean the apothecary shop?
Yeah, the drugstore.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore. Just below. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Seriously. What's that, Mert? Your uncle. Oh, that's tough. Lost a pair of rubbers, eh?
Does he know where he lost them, McGee?
Sure, they went in the Army. Mert's uncle runs a Turkish bath.
Oh.
Okay, thanks. Drugstore doesn't answer. Maybe they ought to...
Hello, kiddies. Remember me, the man who sells the you-know that's so good for your stuff and things?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, boy. Sit down and stop worrying about it.
Worrying about what?
The crease in your pants. It's all very well to be neat and clean, boy. But overemphasis on one's personal appearance indicates that one is socially unsure of oneself.
You feel all right, pal?
He's all right, Mr. Wilcox. The great physician was lost in McGee, and he's trying to find it again.
Health all right again, boy?
What do you mean again?
Well, you didn't have the flu, you know, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Yes, and I remember a guy named Von Zell came in here and nearly ruined me.
If you've got to analyze a character, pal, work on Von Zell. There is one.
Why, fine lad, Von Zell. Splendid personality.
Hey, by the way, what do you mean I'm worried about the crease in my pants? That never worried me, and you know it.
No, Mr. Wilcox is just naturally well-groomed, dearie. If that's a character deficiency, you could deteriorate a little yourself.
Oh, come. I was merely pointing out that too much neatness and couthness is merely the result of the subconscious mind trying to overcome a natural tendency toward sloppiness. Is that clear?
Well, personally, I think it's a lot of mahula. When people are neat and clean, it only means that they like to be neat and clean, that's all.
Ah, but look, boy.
Do you mean to sit there with your head between your ears and tell me that people all over the world use Johnson's wax because they feel socially unsure of themselves? Birdseed. They use Johnson's wax because they know how it'll save housework. It'll preserve and beautify their floors, woodwork, and furniture.
But subconsciously, boy.
Subconsciously, they feel they're economizing, too. Because wax-protected things last longer and require less frequent replacement.
Yeah, but the common touch, Mr.
The
Wilcox.
most beautiful common touch in the world is the touch of a Johnson wax surface.
Oh.
The satisfying, smooth, satiny feel of a surface sealed against dust and dampness. And hey, if you want to play doctor, pal, don't try it on me. I wouldn't let you examine the tongue on my coaster wagon. Goodbye now.
Been holding out on me, eh?
What do you mean?
He never told me he had a coaster wagon. Well, it's them little weaknesses of people that endears them to me. Hey, I wonder how I'd look if I grew a goatee.
Probably like a small buffalo, Bill. Now, listen, you can just sit here in your mellow little mood and love the human race. I've got to order some groceries.
Okay, Molly, dear. There goes a good kid. For her sake, I'm glad I never did study medicine. I'd have been constantly traveling all over the world, being consulted by famous people, with her sitting here alone, lonesome and neglected, watching out the window for her famous husband. I'm sorry, my dear, but my duty is to the world, I say. Did you know there was a petition to bury me in Westminster Abbey? No, not now. I mean after I'm dead. I can hear them bells. The chimes of Westminster... come in. Good day, my child. Come in, little one. Do sit down. I said sit down. I'm very happy to see you.
Are you kidding, Mister?
No, my child. Why shouldn't I be glad to see you?
Well, gee, you almost hardly never are, I betcha.
But don't let my gruff exterior deceive you about my warm heart and great human understanding, sis.
Why?
Well, generally speaking...
My daddy says so, too.
Says what?
He says you're generally speaking.
Your old man. Yes, your father. Fine man, your father. Interesting example of a dual personality. If I can borrow a couple of pistols. Well, how do you feel today, sis?
Not very good, I guess.
You don't? I says you don't?
Don't what?
You don't feel good.
Hey, how'd you know?
Oh, just a gift for diagnosis. What's the matter?
I got a little sliver in my finger, see?
A what?
A sliver. It's too small for a splinter and too big for a sliver.
Well, that's nothing to worry about. I got one in my own finger. Come, sit on Dr. McGee's lap and I'll remove the sliver.
Oh, you're not a doctor, I bet you.
You mean if I never went through the ridiculous formality of getting a degree? No. But I got all the qualifications, sis. Human understanding, knowledge of people, and the common touch. Now, hold still.
Okay.
There. Now, that didn't hurt a bit, did it?
Gee, not a bit. I never even felt it.
Well, that's because when you're a doctor at heart, you got a sensitive touch. A dexterity in your hands.
There's another reason, too, I bet you.
What's that?
You took the sliver out of your own finger.
Oh, my God. Oh, my finger. Hey, Molly. Bring the iodine. Oh, my
What on earth are you doing, McGee?
I'm brushing up on my medical studies. Hey, we got to get a new dictionary, Molly. This thing hasn't even got a simple medical term like pneumonia in it.
Strange that our dictionary shouldn't have pneumonia. We leave it open half the time.
Well, it ain't in here. Look, it skips from Newmarket right down to Newsboy.
Have you looked at the peas?
What good would that do? Pleurisy and pneumonia are two different kinds of things.
Come in. Hello, folks. Never me. I'm Beulah.
Oh, yeah. Who's the cook? Well, how are you, Beulah?
Come right in,
Yes,
Beulah.
thank you kindly, ma'am. Thank you.
How are you getting along with the Tootses, Beulah? Mr. Toots like your cooking?
Oh, he do indeed, Miss McGee. He do indeed. I
just at breakfast this morning, he said, Beulah, he said, he was addressing me personally, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, so he said, Beulah, he said, your biscuit is just like a feather. That's what he said.
It's like a feather, huh?
Yes, and then he said, now can I have one that's more like a biscuit?
Oh, Mort, he's a clip. He's got more wheezes than a hawk shop accordion.
Hawk shop accordion? Good man. Oh, he's real amusing, ain't he, man?
He's got the common touch, Beulah.
Well, what can we do for you this evening, Beulah?
Oh, nothing at all, Mr. McGee, sir. Nothing at all. I just brought you a half dozen cream puffs I just made fresh.
Oh, thank you very much. Himself, you just loves cream puffs, don't you, dearie?
Yeah, I'd like to fall in a well full of them and eat my way out. Are you sure the Toopses can spare these, Beulah? We don't want to short them on ration points.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Toops, he ain't one for dessert, you know, and I saved some for the kids. Besides, I just want you to know Beulah's cooking, just in case.
In case of what, Beulah?
Oh, just in case. That's all. You know when a gal been over a hot stove all day long, you can't get frozen to a job like that. Bye now.
Say, McGee, you think she's hinting for a job with us?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
There. She's a creature of impulses, as I read her character. Impulsive, warm-hearted, and loyal.
Yes, sir. She's the kind that...
Ah, if I only had my medical degree. At $5 a call, I'd have made $30 so far today.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. How are you today, my little hypothyroid?
Please, Doctor, there's a lady present. I'd suggest we leave my thighs out of the conversation.
Don't mind me, boys. You know, it's been a long time since I was so delicate that I called a leg of mutton a limb of lamb. You know, you look tired, Doctor.
I am tired, my dear. I've been sick for a week, but my confounded patients wouldn't leave me alone long enough so I can go to bed and rest. I'm so run down, I got tread marks on my shirt.
Trouble with you, Doc, is that you bungle your cases. Huh? You rely too much on materia medica, not enough on human nature. The best way to practice medicine is not with pills. It's from here, from the heart.
I see. And what would you prescribe for influenza, Dr. Gillespie? Long walks in the rain?
Not at all, my dear sir, not at all. But I'd mix a little kindness and warm-hearted understanding in the treatment.
You know, when you say things like that, dearie, you get the moist, happy look of a horse that's just had a nice roll in a dirt road.
Now, look, McGee, when I passed my medical examination...
You did? Oh, that's great, Doc. Hey, Molly, Doc passed his medical examination. I was wrong. He is practicing legally.
Why? Why are you insulting little gutter snipe? Are you trying to insinuate
Now, boys, please. Come, McGee. Don't lose the common touch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I forgot myself.
Well, don't remember yourself on my account.
I was merely trying to point out, sir, that in the proper treatment of people, understanding is the prime factor. You got to get behind the illness, know what they're thinking.
I know darn well what they're thinking. They're thinking, A, is this going to hurt? And B, is Doc Gamble going to let me off cheap?
The answer is yes and no. The trouble with you lack the important essential for greatness in your profession.
Yes?
Yes, the common touch.
Well, of all the impudent, unmitigated, double-distilled arrogance, how you can have the infernal, shameless, insolent bumptiousness to stand there...
No sympathy, no understanding.
Stand there and tell me I don't understand my patients.
Well...
For 3 grains of monoacetic acid ester of salicylic acid, I'd kick your pudgy little carcass from here to Helsinki. Oh, yeah? Well, let me...
Hush, McGee. Look, Doctor, it's all from the letter that he got.
Yeah.
Letter? What letter?
This letter right here, Doc. It informs me in no uncertain terms that I got what you lack. Tolerance, understanding, the common touch.
Where did you ever get a letter like that? Off a Ouija board?
No. From a handwriting analyst, Doctor. She says McGee has the finest possible character to make a great physician.
Yeah, they could tell that from my handwriting, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't it wonderful how...
When you submitted that handwriting sample, didn't you ask me to mail a postcard for you?
Yes, you did, McGee. I remember distinctly.
So what, Doc?
This is wonderful.
What is, Doctor?
Huh? Why, his handwriting was so illegible, I didn't have the heart to mail it.
Huh?
I filled another one out and signed his name to it myself.
He means they analyzed Dr. Gamble's handwriting and not yours, McGee.
Well, of all the dirty underhanded tolerance, my boy, understanding, don't lose that common sense. Of all the dirty, low-down, deceitful...
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for the wonderful way in which you answered our recent appeal to you to buy war bonds. We're sorry we can't give you the final results as all the returns are not in. But we assure you, your response was magnificent.
And today is the final day of the fourth war loan drive. So if you haven't bought as many extra bonds as you possibly can, now is the time to show your friends and relatives in uniform that the home front knows what to do in the 0 hour.
Good night.
Good night, all.
We delay the Bob Hope program for important news. President Roosevelt has just ordered a work week of 48 hours in 32 labor shortage areas. But the order does not change the 40-hour-a-week law. The areas affected include Connecticut's industrial cities, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Buffalo, Mobile, Akron, Dayton, Detroit, San Diego, and Seattle. The order means all employees in the 32 areas must work 48 hours instead of 40, but they will receive overtime pay. The announcement made by Economic Director Burns says the order is designed to use all the nation's manpower in our 1943 war plans. Burns says those plans include an invasion of Europe, says it will be the greatest military operations in history. Burns says these plans call for additional millions of men in our armed forces. This news has come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight from the Ordnance Training Center at Arcadia, the Pepsodent Company is happy to bring to the men of the United States Army Ordnance Department the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and those 3 Star-Spangled Rhythm Girls, Dorothy Lamour, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake.
So much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from an Ordnance Supply Base, Hope. Telling all you ordnance men, whether you load your bullets in a clipper and a drum, if you use Pepsodent, you'll never have a bum in your gum. Yes, sir. Well, here we are. I drove down here, and I noticed there are no hitchhikers on the road anymore. In fact, the only people you see on the road now are guys with A-cards hiding behind Burma shave signs with siphons. But this is a great camp, and you know the women for miles around here join the reception the Army gave me here. You know how the soldiers hold up their swords while the visiting celebrity walks under them? Well, when I walked under the swords, hundreds of women followed me. What a wonderful way to slice white bread. As soon as we got here, Skinny Ennis stepped up and volunteered to donate some of his blood down here, so the doctor stuck a needle in Skinny's arm. They struggled for 10 minutes, and when it was all over, Skinny's arm got a pint of blood out of the needle. And you know, the soldiers here are swell mechanics all day long. They work in the motors of the autos and at night in rumble seats, and they have... And they have machine guns here that shoot tracer bullets, and one soldier asked me, do you know anything about tracers? I said, I'll say I do. I've moved 6 times this month, but the finance company still locates me. My S's grabbed me there, huh? While I was here, I took a ride in one of those smaller-sized tanks. You know what a tank is. That's a coffee percolator that made good. They were testing the tank, and they let me ride in it. Now I know how an ice cube feels in a cocktail shaker. Boy, did that tank travel. It has 4 speeds, first, second, high, and you'll be sorry. That was some tank ride. Just before I get in, they put a helmet on my head, but that's not where I needed it. And our tank went right through a grape vineyard. What a picture that made. Our heavy tank crushing over the grapes, and right behind us, Company B lapping up the wine. And now, once again, we continue our weekly feature, Meet the Armed Forces. Representing the men here at the Army Ordnance Division, we'd like you to meet... Staff Sergeant James Andelman reporting, sir. Well, how are you, Sergeant? Say, you're kind of big. How tall are you?
I'm 6'2", eyes are blue. How do you do? How tall are you?
Was your mother ever frightened by a jukebox? What is that? Well, where are you from, Sergeant?
I'm from Chicago, Bob.
Chicago. I've played vaudeville. Yes. Yeah, you windy boys, huh? Well, I played vaudeville in Chicago many times. Didn't you ever know when I was in town?
Well, I could never be sure, Bob. You see, I live next door to the stockyard.
You mean my eau de cologne is fighting a losing battle? But tell us something about yourself, Jimmy.
Well, I come from musical parents, Bob. They were both opera singers. In fact, I was born in the town of Provo, Utah, while my parents were on tour.
Really? What town were they in at the time?
They were in Provo, of course. I told you they traveled a lot. They were in the theater.
Well, really? Well, you know, I was born in Cleveland. My parents were in the theater, too.
Were they actors?
No, they just went in to see a double feature. Well, Miss Vera Vague.
Here I am, raring to go.
Well, don't look at us. We ain't going to stop you.
Aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome sailor?
Miss Vague. Miss Vague, please. James is a soldier, not a sailor. Look at his uniform.
Well, what for? I don't want a branch of service. I want a man. You know, Sergeant, I may not look too well under these awful spotlights, but why don't you come for a walk with me outside? Moonlight becomes me.
Yeah. A blackout wouldn't hurt any either.
No, that's strange. I can't understand why you don't think I'm attractive. I bought this new dress to show off my figure to its best advantage. But I guess it doesn't work. What do you think I should wear to make my figure look attractive?
Have you tried camouflage?
Oh, bless your heart, Mr. Hall. I don't know, you're so humorous.
Thank you.
Really, you're the first man I ever saw who had such a pointed whip and such a flat head. But really, I'm so thrilled to meet a handsome soldier like you. Tell me, Sergeant, can you order privates around?
Yes, I can.
Well, order a couple of dozen around for me. I want to go dancing.
Miss Vague, when it comes to men, you've got a one-track mind.
Don't be silly. I have not got a one-track mind. I have other things to think of besides men. But, let's get off the track.
Sergeant James Hanlon. All right, Wendell, tell him about the track.
Sometimes it's smart to have a one-track mind, and that's when it comes to buying toothbrushes. How about the toothbrush you used this morning? On your way to bed, take a look at it. You'll probably find it's wilted, frayed, or soggy. Well, then you need a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. The new, better toothbrush that has 50 tufts of Fibrex, DuPont's finest synthetic bristle. You see, the brightness of your teeth, often their actual health, depends on the kind of toothbrush you use and how you use it. A Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush helps you keep your smile bright. It helps you to look your best, and it helps to keep your teeth healthy. Its sturdy bristles whisk over the teeth to clean them thoroughly. They massage the gums in a kind, gentle way. And because there are 50 tufts, you get a better cleansing action. Get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight. You'll be amazed at how firm the bristles stay, how quickly they dry, how long they last, how well they clean. Get this swell-feeling toothbrush at your store tonight. Remember, 50 tufts, 50 cents.
And here's Francis Langford.
That old black magic has me in its spell. That old black magic that you weave so well. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes met mine. The same old tingle round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name, and I'm aflame with such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. For you, the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for, and every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic collar.
Singing Black Magic from Paramount Star Spangled Rhythm. Am I loyal, huh?
Well, Bob, I suppose you're pretty excited because those three Star Spangled Rhythm girls, Dorothy Moore, Paulette Goddard, and Veronica Lake, are going to be on our show tonight.
Yeah, just think of it. Dorothy, Paulette, and Veronica.
What's that?
That's my Adam's apple hitting my kneecap. Gee, I wonder if they'll like me. You know, they're used to guys like Jimmy Stewart and Ronald Colman and Crosby.
Oh, Bob, what have Jimmy Stewart, Ronald Colman, and Crosby got that you haven't got? You're just as handsome and attractive as they are.
Oh, you're just saying that so I'll feel good.
No, Bob, I'm saying it so I'll eat good. Say, where are the girls now, Bob?
Well, they're in the dressing room getting ready. Gee, I wonder what they're saying.
And now we make the contact. The next voices you will hear will be those of Veronica Lake, Paulette Goddard, and Dorothy Lamour.
Well, I'm ready to be Bob's guest. I brought along my lunch. And I brought along my lawyer.
Quiet. Quiet. I've got the studio on the phone, girls. Hello, Paramount. This is Paulette Goddard. Say, you sent us out under false pretenses. You told us we were going to appear with Gary Cooper. Well, we just found out it's Bob Hope. How do we know it's Bob Hope? Listen, we can hear him howling from here. Give me that phone. Paramount, this is Dottie Lamour. Look, I faced wild elephants for you. I've struggled with lions on desert islands. I've even wrestled a wild tiger in my sarong. But before I'd go out and face that Hope, I'd rather get caught in a blackout with the 25th Battalion. You talk as though Bob were somewhat of a wolf. Somewhat of a wolf. Veronica, he's the only one at Paramount who has a cave instead of a dressing room. Say, Veronica. Say, Veronica, this is your first time on Bob's program, isn't it?
Yes, and I want to thank you girls for telephoning me and giving me the hint. I'd never thought of bringing a revolver. You know, but this Hope sounds like a delightful goon. You know, I thought there was something strange about him when he called up my house and asked me to go out with him.
What made you think he was strange?
Well, on a nickel call, who telephones collect? Veronica, have you ever met Bob? Not before we worked together in Star Spangled Rhythm. Is he the guy who's known on down at Paramount as Keyhole Charlie?
That's our Bob. Oh, no, does Robert really spy through many keyholes?
Does he? He's got the only eyeball in the country that lights up and says, made by the Yale Lock Company. Oh, no. No, you know...
You know, what really gets me is that he thinks he's handsome.
Why, I think Bob Hope is handsome. I think he's as handsome as Cary Grant.
Well, you would. What can you see anyway with that blonde dust mop over your eye?
You be careful or I'll give you a bang over both of your eyes.
Why do you do your hair that way, Veronica?
Oh, I've had a lot of fun with it. I'm the only girl in the world who can go around with a permanent wig.
Well, I must say you have something in common with Bob. He stands all day on Hollywood Boulevard with a permanent leer. You're not kidding, Paulette. I've worked with Bob and rode to Singapore, rode to Zanzibar, and rode to Morocco.
Gee, Bob has made a lot of those pictures, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been on so many roads, he's the only wolf I know with flat feet.
How can you girls talk that way about Bob? Why, Dottie, in your last picture, you had a love scene with him, and it seemed as if you just couldn't tear yourself out of his arms.
Yeah, that's another clever trick of his. Before he takes you in his arms, he dips his hands in glue. Veronica, he used to pull some of those tricks on me, too, but I got even with him when he made love scenes.
How?
Well, whenever I had my arms around him, I'd always pull on the strings and make his girdle tighter. That must be him now. The star-spangled idiot of star-spangled rhythm. Yeah. Brace yourself for the worst, girls.
Oh, girls, it's me, Bob Hope. Are you dressed?
You mean you can't tell? We must have left the key in the keyhole.
How dare you insinuate that I was stooped to looking through a keyhole? Why, I'd never do anything as low and as mean as peeking through a keyhole. Oops. Fell off the transom, huh? Oh, come on, girls. It's time for you to play a love scene with me.
Say, quick, girls. We've got to get out of this. I'll run out the back door. Dorothy, you run out the side door. And Veronica, you run into the closet.
Okay.
Oh.
I got bear traps all over.
Hello, Bob.
Well, here you are. The three most glamorous girls in the country standing next to me. Say, what do you think about it?
We're beginning to feel a shortage of manpower.
Yeah.
Oh, we're only kidding, Bob. We're appearing on this program because we like you. And we'd still like you, even if you didn't have a brother in the wholesale meat business.
Leave my brother Fred out of there.
My, he's handsome.
My, he's tall.
My, he's sweet. No, that's your line.
You know, this is really wonderful.
You know, this is wonderful. Gosh, appearing with you three lovely girls tonight, right now, I wish I were an octopus.
What makes you think you're not?
Oh, Bob, I feel sorry for you. I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Where were you?
Now, I'm going to give you a kiss.
And now I'm going to give you a kiss. Well, say something.
You girls should be ashamed of yourself. Meatless Tuesday, and you just cooked a ham. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, girls. And they'll be back in just a second, fellas. All right, Wendell Niles.
If you're like most people, you put off getting a new toothbrush for one of two reasons. Either you don't think of it, or you hate the idea of breaking in a new one. Well, if you need a new one now, if the one you're using is wilted, soggy, if it sheds bristles, now's the time to get a new Pepsodent 50-Tough toothbrush. I'm reminding you of that right now. And here's the answer to reason number 2. You don't have to break in a Pepsodent toothbrush. Its bristles are made of Fibrex, DuPont's finest synthetic material. It's firm, but it's flexible. It's sturdy, but it's kind to tender gums. In a word, it feels good the first time you use it, and it stays that way for many months. It's a new kind of brush designed to give you greater cleansing power because it has 50 tufts, more than twice as many as any other popular brush having such a small, compact head. And Fibrex makes it feel easy on your gums, comfortable in your mouth. So start tomorrow with a brighter smile, with smoother, cleaner-feeling teeth. Get a Pepsodent 50-tuft toothbrush tonight. Remember, 50 tufts, 50 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hope is feeling blue because he got no place with the 3 glamour girls, and they've all refused to be his leading lady in Paramount Pictures. In an effort to find a job at another studio, he turns on the radio.
The Kelowna Quickie Picture Company is on the air. This is Cecil B. Kelowna speaking. President of Quickie Productions Incorporated. Our motto, if it's a Quickie, it's a Mickey. And now, folks, we present the Kelowna version of that famous play, Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo, Romeo, where art thou, Romeo?
I know where he is. I know where he is.
Who was that?
His draft board. Remember, folks, Kelowna Productions need actresses. If you're an actress, blonde, beautiful, 5'2", with a wonderful figure, drop into my office immediately. This offer not good if you have a husband. Kelowna Productions needs men, too. The glamour girls at this studio want a leading man with the talent of Bob Hope, the technique of Bob Hope, and the handsomeness of Bob Hope.
The foregoing was a paid political announcement by Bob Hope.
See, the girls want me at that studio. I'm going over to that studio and get a job right now. Well, here I am, Kelowna. Got an A card. Say, I want to play romantic roles in pictures. How about a screen test?
Okay, Hope, I've got Veronica Lake here to play opposite you. Now, you're Alan Ladd playing the gangster, and you're tough, see? Okay, ready? Action, camera.
Quick, babe, the cops are after me.
Alan, what have you done?
I tried to buy a pair of shoes. But anyway, it's good to see you, honey. I love you, see?
Oh, Alan, kiss me. I'm just crazy about you.
How was it?
I'm crazier than I thought. Gee, you're just a weakling.
Oh, you don't think I'm strong, eh? Well, watch me pick this 500-pound weight up above my head. There. Now I'll drop it to show you how heavy it is. And now watch me break this iron bar in two. And now watch me tear this thick telephone book in half. There.
Boy, will you be in a spot when television comes in.
Hey, look. Here come the cops.
Oh, Alan, they got you.
Yeah, I'm dying. This is the end. This is my finish. This is Alan Sad. I'm going. I'm going. But before I go, there's one thing I want you to remember, babe. Crime does not pay.
Crime does not pay. You're getting paid for this, ain't you? All right, Hope, for your next screen test, you're Charles Boyer making love to Paulette Garden.
Okay, Paulette, now I play a love scene with you. And remember, I'm Charles Boyer. Got that? I'm Charles Boyer.
Oh, brother, the government says we have to accept substitutes, but this is ridiculous. Hit it, Charles, hit it.
Hello, Paulette.
Charles, how are you this evening?
My charm is scintillating. My face is beautiful. My personality is superb. And my lower lip ain't doing bad either. But ma chérie, je vous aime, je vous adore.
Oh, get a load of that Frenchman with the Eiffel Tower nose.
Oh, you are so sweet. Now let me kiss your lips, sweetheart.
No, but you may kiss my hand.
Ye God, everywhere rationing. My chérie, why don't you fall into my arms? I see it in your eyes. There must be another man. A real Frenchman settles this in only one way, a duel.
You're right, a real Frenchman would duel to the death.
Of course, I'm an American on my mother's side.
Oh, my love, tell me, do you like me in this flimsy gown?
Oh, yes, you are so, how you say it in French, so...
wonderful. Kiss me.
Yes, you know I'm bored with the women.
Say, come on and kiss me.
No, I'm too bored with the women to kiss you. What a ridiculous part. Tell me, would you like to kiss me?
Would I like it? Bob, I would love it. Your kisses simply thrill me. You know, you don't have all the silly lines in this
Please,
script.
just read the stuff. Never mind. Come, I will kiss you.
How was it?
Wonderful. I'm happy. I'm so happy. I'm very happy.
Now we are all happy. Well, Hope, that scene's over. Now for the next scene, Dorothy L'Amour and Tarzan. Now get this, Hope. You're Tarzan. You're up in this tree, and you see Dottie down below. Okay? Action.
Oh, dear, I'm so frightened here in the jungle. Who is that I see up in that tree? Oh, that poor ape. He can't... That poor ape, he can't stop burping.
Hug. Me Tarzan, you Jane? Jane like Tarzan? Jane think Tarzan pretty?
Yes, Tarzan. You look pretty. Now give me back my sarong. Oh, Tarzan, you are so wonderful.
Yes, me Tarzan, me king of the jungle. Me kill 'em animal. Me afraid of no one. Me stink in this role.
Me find that out and rode to Morocco. Now come, kiss me, Tarzan.
Oh, kiss is for babies. Tarzan is a big man. Tarzan is a big jerk.
That finishes the screen test. Now you and Dorothy and Veronica and Paulette come here in the projection room, and we'll run the film.
Okay, let's all go in.
Let's go. Ooh, it's dark in here. And somebody kissed me.
Oh, somebody kiss me.
Gee, now somebody kissed me.
Hey, now somebody kiss me.
I thought that last one needed a shave.
All thanks for the memory. The ordnance men, the young, who test our fighters' guns, ensure the reign and victory's name to live with freedom's sun. We thank you so much. And thanks for the memory. It's your inspective eye that finds where gremlins lie. You make our boys the best equipped on land or sea and sky. We thank you so much. Say thanks to Lieutenant Bunny Edwards and everybody here for their help tonight. And I also want to thank Dorothy L'Amour and Paulette Goddard and Veronica Lake for a swell job. How about that? We'll be back at the same time broadcasting for an audience of air raid wardens, auxiliary police, and firemen, and our guest will be Patsy Kelly. Good night, everybody.
The Pepsi Company has been privileged to present this broadcast to the men of the United States Army Ordnance Department. More than 1.5 million Boy Scouts have undertaken jobs in national defense work, and by their help have released others for service in the armed forces and in industry. Their slogan this year on their 33rd anniversary is toughen up, buckle down, and carry on to victory. Help them fulfill this pledge. This is Boy Scout Week, so give them your help and appreciation. Wendell Niles speaking. This program came to you from the Western Ordnance Training Center. Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not an endorsement of our products by the War Department. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Mr. Sidney Greenstreet, one of Hollywood's most sensational newcomers in a number of years. The famed fat man who lent his suspenseful talents to the Maltese Falcon and across the Pacific. Mr. Greenstreet is with us to create on the air John Dixon Carr's celebrated detective, Dr. Gideon Fell. The story called The Hangman Won't Wait is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The Hangman Won't Wait and Mr. Greenstreet's performance. We again hope to keep you in suspense. He comes striding towards us now, beaming like old King Cole. You can probably hear him chuckle. If he wheezes a little, that's due to weighing more than 300 pounds.
Slander, sir. Gross slander.
You notice the 3 chins in the bandit's mustache and the eyeglasses on the black ribbon. He removes his hat with old-school courtesy. Don't try to bow, Doctor. He is Gideon Fell, Doctor of Philosophy and expert in crime, if he tells us something about the Barton case.
Sir, I have only one remark to make about the Barton case. Everybody was wrong.
I'm afraid we don't quite follow that.
The judge was wrong. The jury were wrong. The prosecution was wrong. The defense was wrong.
But, Dr. Fell, you can't have a murder case in which everybody is wrong.
In my cases, sir, you can have practically anything.
Oh, yes, that's true enough, but...
I want you to imagine yourself in the position of that girl, Helen Barton.
Well?
Imagine yourself waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. You're terrified. You don't know why. The room is cold and nearly dark. All of a sudden, you realize it's a room you've never seen before. There's a queer smell like old stone and disinfectant. There's no sound except...
What is it? What was that?
Now lean back in your bed, dearie. It's all right.
Yes, take it easy, miss.
I was dreaming.
You were having a nightmare, dearie. But it's all right now. Nothing's going to hurt you.
Not yet.
Be quiet, Anna.
All right, all right. Would you like us to turn on all the lights, miss?
Please, would you do that? You see, I don't understand this. Where am I, and how did I get here? And who are you?
Now, don't start that all over again, please.
Start what all over again?
Saying you've lost your memory and don't even know what your name is?
Are you insane? Of course I know what my name is. I'm Helen Barton.
Ah.
But it's all I do know. Where am I? Why on earth is it so cold?
Well, that's not unusual, you know, for England in the middle of December.
Did you say December?
That's right, dearie. 18th of December.
You're fooling me. You're playing a trick on me. My head feels queer and I want to start crying, but I won't. It's not December, it's the end of August. I was going up to see Philip. Oh, that's it. I was going up to see Philip.
Philip?
Philip Gale, the man I'm going to marry.
Be quiet, Anna. And don't turn on these lights yet.
She's having us on. She's...
Anna, this child's shaking all over. And so help me, she don't know where she is. Listen, dearie. I'm going to sit down on the bed beside you. Now take my hands. Hold them tight.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
This is Maidhurst prison, miss.
Steady, dearie.
I'm still dreaming. I must be. You can't mean I'm in prison.
Now look, dearie. I'm afraid it's worse than that.
Worse than that?
Look over there. You see where there's a little bit of fire in the grate?
Well?
And paper on the wall, and pictures, and a carpet on the floor.
Oh, why don't you come out straight and tell her? They're going to hang you in the morning, miss. This is the condemned cell.
shock, the prison clock smote on the shivering air. But I won't quote that any further. I have too vivid a memory of sitting up that night with Colonel Andrews, the governor of the prison. Over here, you'd call him the warden. It was in a little office with a lamp shade tilted so that I could see his face. And he said,
I hate executions, loathe them. Can't even sleep the night before. If you hadn't offered to come here and save my life...
This is a strange place, sir, to talk of saving lives.
No, it's no good being sentimental about the thing. That's the law. I didn't make it.
But I gather you're not exactly happy about this case.
I'm not. That's a fact. Mind you, there's no doubt whatever about the girl's guilt.
I'm gratified to hear it.
But if only she'd confess. Most of them do, you know.
They confess to you?
To me or to the hangman. Not often to the chaplain, because they think he'll threaten them with the hereafter. But when Kirkwood goes in with the strap to bind their arm, he says to him, I don't like to think I'm doing something that would be on my conscience. So if you'd care to tell me...
Quite a sensitive fellow you are, Hagman.
Now look here, I'm serious.
So am I.
Sometimes I wish I had any job in the world but mine. If only the girl would confess. If she'd just stop this nonsense about not remembering.
Not remembering what?
Not remembering how... Well, not remembering how she shot Philip Gale. Not remembering anything, even her own name. Total amnesia, covering a crime.
Sir, you frighten me. You mean to say that a woman suffering from loss of memory can be tried and sentenced to death?
No. Not if she really has lost her memory.
Well, then...
But this defense was a fake.
You're quite sure of that?
Naturally. The judge would never have allowed it to come to trial if he hadn't been convinced that she was shamming. Even then, she might have got off with a life sentence or even with manslaughter if it hadn't been for the nature of the crime.
She didn't cut anybody up, I hope?
No, but it was almost as bad. She shot a man who had raised his hands and begged for mercy. That completely damned her in the eyes of the jury.
And yet, you have doubts.
I tell you, I haven't any doubts. And in any case, it's none of my business.
How has she acted since she's been here?
Oh, a model prisoner. But I wish she'd stop this business of seeming to be in a daze. It's getting on my nerves.
Rather think the prison itself would get on my nerves. I looked into your execution shed once, and I don't want to look again.
Oh, you get used to it after a while.
Helen Barton won't. Tell me about her.
Nice girl, too. I knew her grandfather.
Live near here?
Yes. Born and bred in Maidhurst. She got mixed up with a thoroughgoing swine named Philip Gale. Crazy about him. Wouldn't hear a word against him. Then he threw her over for a woman with money.
I see.
He had a bungalow on White Rose Hill. She went up there one Sunday afternoon.
Alone?
Yes. Herbert Gale, Philip's brother, heard them screaming at each other. He ran in to see what was wrong. Philip was trying to chase the girl out. She grabbed a .32 revolver out of the table drawer and told Philip to put up his hands. That scared him, and he did put up his hands. Then she shot him dead.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, she couldn't remember.
Couldn't remember anything?
No, pretended she didn't even recognize her own family. She said, "Who is Philip Gale?"
Mm-hmm. And you hang her tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Without ever hearing her side of the case?
Well, confound it, man, there's no doubt about the evidence.
Are you sure?
She killed Philip Gale. Gale's brother Herbert saw her do it. This hypocrisy about not remembering.
Emotional shock could do just that, you know.
Oh, she wasn't so emotionally shocked that it disturbed her aim. She drilled him clean through the heart at 15 feet. The bullet entered in a dead straight line through coat, waistcoat, shirt, and heart. You could have run a pencil through the holes. Now, don't sit there puffing out your cheeks and waving a cigar at me. I'm only...
Tell me, Colonel Andrews, aren't you talking to convince yourself?
No.
Suppose that girl is telling the truth. Suppose she has lost her memory.
Yeah.
All right. You don't believe that. Suppose it. And suppose in some black hour just before the hangman comes, that a memory returns.
Don't talk rubbish.
Sir, I've lived long enough to know that mental suffering is the cruelest form of suffering on this earth. Imagine yourself in that position. Come out of a daze into what you thought was a safe and pleasant world. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's happened. You only know that when the clock strikes 8, they're going to take you out and...
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes.
It isn't possible.
Very much fear it is.
Sometimes, we have to use drugs.
Drugs?
Yes. We take them to the execution shed. It's only a short distance, and we try to get it over in a matter of seconds, but sometimes they can't walk. Yes? What is it?
Beg pardon, sir, but I thought I'd better get you, or the doctor, or the chaplain, or both.
Oh, what's the matter with you men? You're as white as a ghost.
Can't help that, sir. I've been a warder at this place for a matter of 15 years, but I never knew anything like this.
It's the, upstairs room, I suppose, Miss Barton?
Yes, sir.
Hysterical?
Yes, sir. She says she remembers now.
I see.
She's carrying on something awful, sir. But that ain't all. She claims she never done it.
What's that?
She claims she never killed Mr. Gale at all.
Never killed? That's all, Harris. You may go.
Yes, sir.
Any other disturbances in the building?
Well, sir, they're a bit restless in A-wing.
That's usual.
Yes, sir. And there's a bloke, outside the prison, who keeps hanging about in front of the main gate. You can see him by the street lamp. First, he'll take a few little quick steps back and forth. Then he'll run and stick his face against the bars of the gate. Then he'll go back to pacing again. Fair gave me the creeps, it did, even before this other thing.
You don't happen to know who he is?
It's the other Mr. Gale, sir. Herbert Gale. I hadn't the art to chase him away.
All right, Harris, go ahead. I'll be along in a minute.
Yes, sir.
So the girl claims to be innocent. You heard that, eh?
Yes, I heard it.
What do you mean to do?
I'll see the girl, of course. But it won't affect the issue.
Not even if she does happen to be innocent?
Well, in the name of heaven, try to understand my position.
Believe me, I do understand it. The jury convicted this girl of murder. Her appeal was dismissed. The Home Secretary has refused to intervene on behalf of the King. You couldn't do anything even if you wanted to. You couldn't even appeal to the Home Secretary without new evidence.
Exactly.
And it's too late for new evidence, because you can't just accept the word of Helen Barton.
All the same, I'm dreading this interview. It's against regulations, but I wish you'd come along with me.
Oh, if there were only something.
There isn't. Where's the whiskey? I think a little stimulant.
She will need the stimulant.
Well, it's a cold night.
It'll be colder yet where she's going.
I didn't do it.
Steady, miss.
It's all right, dearie. The governor and the big stout gentleman believe you didn't do it.
Oh, no, they don't. You needn't try to fool me. Look at them over there in the corner whispering.
Phil, she's lying.
I heard that. You said, Phil, she's lying, but I'm not lying. I'm not.
Miss, you've got to pull yourself together.
And have a nice breakfast. What would you like for breakfast?
Arch Oblers. Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. It is a nice day.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Sparrow. It's as nice a day as I, too, have ever seen. I remember a day like this when I was about 12. Mother took me to London to see the King's Palace. That was Edward. And I had on the green suit, and but that wouldn't interest you now, would it, Mr. Sparrow? Funny, I never went back. Less than 100 miles away, and I...
Morning, Mr. Jeffrey.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Elkin.
Hello, Mr. Jeffrey. Oh, kind of late in the season to be planting now, ain't it?
No, I wouldn't exactly say that, Mr. Elkington. Not for what I'm planting.
Now, what would that be, might I be asking?
A tree, my friend.
Ah.
A nice, strong catawba tree. My son sent it to me all the way from Exeter.
You don't say catawba tree. Well, now. I say, could I be giving you a hand with that shovel, Mr. Jeffrey?
No, thank you kindly. I like to dig in the soil, and the exercise does me good. Thank you kindly.
Oh, well, then I'll be off on my business, Mr. Jeffrey. Good morning, too.
Good morning, Mr. Elkington. Good morning. Oh, this is a good morning. The rain certainly softened you up, didn't they, Mr. Brown? Nice and soft. Nice and soft. Going to dig you a nice deep hole, Mr. Catawba. Nice deep hole, so that your roots will have a good firm start in life. Yes, indeed. Well, that's not the way to act, Mr. Ground, throwing big boulders in the way of my shovel. Mighty big stone, too, from the sound of it. Dig you up, Mr. Boulder. If it takes me a week, yes, indeed. Big stone, all right. Keep after it, that's all. Buried all these years in the corner of my garden, and I never knew about you, now did I? There, that's showing results. Yeah, like an oblong. That's queer. Big flat oblong stone in my garden. Dig you up. That's what I'll do. Dig you up. Yes, indeed. Oh, Mrs. Gracie. Mrs. Gracie.
Yes, what is it?
Mrs. Gracie, come out here. You've got to come out.
All right. Now, what in creation is it, Mr. Jeffrey?
Mrs. Gracie, look.
Land sakes alive. What kind of a hole for a tree is that? Don't see why in the world...
Look, I tell you.
Is it a coffin?
Coffin? That size and out of stone? Then what would a coffin be doing in my garden?
I never heard of anyone being buried here. It's much too big.
Mr. Tracy, I got it. The Romans left it here.
Romans?
Don't you understand? The Romans invaded and lived in Britain over 1,500 years ago. They left it here.
Nobody like that lives around here. And don't you tell me anything different, Mr. Jeffrey.
But I am telling you, a Roman's a communist.
Now, Mr. Jeffrey.
Oh, never mind. Mr. Robinson, run over and get Mr. Robinson here. Tell him to bring a couple of men. We've got to dig this thing up.
Dig it up? Mr. Jeffrey, it's the sun that struck your head.
Now, don't stand there lecturing me. Mr. Robinson, hurry, get it.
No, I won't.
What?
Not to dig it up, I won't. To bury it deeper, yes, but not to dig it up. Coffin or one of them heathen, whatever you call it, it makes no difference. If it's been buried here all these years, then I say cover it over and let it be. There's some things best left deep under the ground.
All right, men, are you ready with the ropes? Right you are. How about you, Joe?
All ready, Mr. Robinson.
Good. Now when I give the signal, 1, 2, 3, you on that side of the rope pull, while you on the other side work on the block and tackle. 1, 2, and up
Have you got it?
Mr. Robertson, you will be careful. I mean nothing.
Now, look here, friend Jeffrey. I've been in the building and excavating trade and constable of this township for 20 years. And all that time, I've given only one thing, and that's satisfaction. Now, so this little stone container...
Judas Priest, man, is 10 foot by 3 and heaven knows how heavy.
Well, true as that may be to my way of thinking, it's still a small job. If you're worried about my damaging it, you're free to call in one of my competitors.
No, Mr. Robinson, I want you to handle the matter. Oh, yes.
All right, then stay clear and I'll give you the order.
Wait. If you please, Mr. Robinson, wait. That housekeeper of mine, Mrs. Gracie, she wouldn't want to miss the doings, and I don't know where she'd gone off to.
Now, Miss Wade, Jeffrey, I'm a busy man, so you just stand aside. No, please. All right, men. Now, don't pull till I give the signal. 1, 2, 3, up and in. Now, easy there, Joe. Finger throw from the left. Up and in. Steady there. Not too fast, you fool. And get ready to put on brake. Easy now, Joe.
Don't swing it too high. Not too high. Are you dead?
Easy.
Not too high, or is it...
No, put it back to the ground. Put it back to the ground, I tell you.
Mr. Gracie, what in the world?
Out of the way.
Put it back to the ground. In the ground it was, and in the ground it belongs.
Get out of the way. Jeffrey, get that woman out of the way.
Mr. Gracie, are you crazy?
Take your woman and get away. My men can't hold it back. Look out. Get almost now, fool. Get on the road. Hurry now.
Mother in heaven. It fell right on top of her. Coffin fell right on top of her. Oh, Mrs. Gracie. It's a cruel thing, Mr. Jeffrey. Cruel indeed. Yes. Cruel and yet not cruel. For the ways of the divine providence are beyond our poor mortal understanding. Yes, I shall say that very thing over her grave when we bury the poor woman. As you wish, Reverend. What a day this has been. More excitement in just a few hours in this village than we've had in a dozen years. I wonder now whether it's... almost 9. Well, I'd better be getting back to the church. Have to get everything ready for the service tomorrow. Did you speak to Mr. Carboy about the coffin? Yes. That's good. We'll pay the good lady proper respect, we will. Well, I'll be on my way. Good night, Reverend. One thing more, Mr. Jeffrey. Yes? I didn't want to speak of it in all the excitement before, but I feel I really should. Yes, Reverend. I know you were in quite an emotional state of mind, but do you feel it was quite the proper and respectable thing to do? I mean, having that Roman antique brought right here into the house, when its inanimate thing, B, was the direct cause of poor Mrs. Grace's death. I wanted the sarcophagus in here, Reverend. Wanted it? But what possible use could that great stone sepulchre be to you? I realize it has certain intrinsic value. After the funeral, we'll get in touch with the proper museum authorities in London and have them take care of it. But don't you see, it wasn't quite respectful of the dead. Bringing the very thing in here that had caused the tragedy. Not respectful at all, Mr. Jeffrey. It was what I wanted. Good night, Reverend. But Mr. Jeffrey, good night. Good night. Disrespectful. No fault of Mr. Coffin as she ran under it. Call in the proper authorities. I'm proper authority in Roman things myself, I am. Read with old Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, didn't I? I certainly did. Here you are, Mr. Coffin. Just where I made them put you. And I did make them, didn't I? Ran right under you, she did. Superstitious old fool. No fault of yours, Mr. Coffin. Yes, you're a big one. Let me see. About 10 feet long on this side and 4 this way. It's a discovery that ought to make history, that it ought. Wait for experts, should I? What would the expense due? Cart you off to one of those museums, and there I'd be. The man that found you with nothing but a hole in my garden and a new grave in the cemetery to show what had happened. No. I'd be my own expert, Mr. Coffin. I'll open you up myself right now. And I'll take the blame or credit, and no mistake about it. There's that iron bar. Mr. Robinson will wonder where his crowbar went. Won't he, Mr. Coffin? But we'll give it back to him in the morning. Yes, indeed. Yes. Got you wide open enough to look inside now, haven't I? Experts. I'll show them. I can't see. Matches. There now. If you don't mind now, Mr. Coffin, I'll bend over to see what you've got inside the... Copy. Are you there? Are you there? Reverend, this is Mr. Jeffrey. Yes, Jeffrey. No. Listen to me. That Roman sarcophagus, I just opened it. Inside of it, there's something, a woman, and yet it isn't. I mean... Oh, Reverend, come over quickly. You see, whatever it is, I don't think it's dead.
My dear Mr. Jeffrey, you must listen to me. I'm a person of understanding, of judgment. I say leave it alone. Don't go near the thing until they get here. Now, I phoned Dr. Thompson at the British Museum. He's an expert, a qualified expert.
Expert. There you go, experting again. Now, you shove on that side, and I'll pull on with this.
Yes.
There. That ought to fetch the lid off.
It's all against my better judgment.
All right. Off with him. She goes. Another shove. We've got it over. Look at her head.
What in Satan's name is it?
Lion's head. That's it, a lion's head.
And that's the body of a woman.
And alive. She is alive.
Don't be a fool. He's an idol. Stone.
No. It's living skin. I'll touch it. I'll prove it. It is stone.
A blasphemous heathen thing. We'll cover it up, and in the morning I'll have it buried again.
No, you won't. It's mine. Found it on my property.
Oh, heaven forgive you. The blood of your poor housekeeper still staining it.
Staining it? What are you talking about?
It's his grace's blood. See, it's still on it.
But the outside of the coffin fell on her. This part was closed.
But it's his blood. Fresh blood.
Oh, it can't be out here.
Mr. Jeffrey.
Reverend. That woman. A minute ago I felt cold stone. And now it's warm.
Constable, can't you walk any faster?
Oh, it'll wait, Reverend. Whatever it is, it'll wait.
But I tell you, he acted like a madman. Practically threw me out of the house bodily because I persisted.
Now, wait a minute, Reverend. Begging your pardon, wait a minute. Me, I don't know a thing about this. I'm sleeping as peaceful as we sleep in the fields when you wake me up.
Well, you represent the law in this community?
But begging your pardon, I don't know if there's any representing to do. If you get what I mean.
But I told you...
Yes, sir, you told me that the coffin that killed poor Mrs. Gracie...
He opened it, I tell you.
And since when is that against the law?
Keep walking, man, keep walking.
Begging your pardon, Reverend, I know when I'm walking.
Now, here's the house. Now, go in there and see for yourself.
That's just what I'm going to do, sir.
You see, I demand that you remove the heathen idol by force and have it buried in the ground where it belongs. I demand it.
Hold it, sir. Well, it's me, Mr. Jeffrey. I didn't send for you.
I brought him here.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Now, Mr. Jeffrey, I feel it my duty.
Begging your pardon, Reverend, as long as you got me out of bed, let me do the talking, if you don't mind, sir. Now, Mr. Jeffrey, I'd like a bit of an explanation. explanation, my grandmother.
Constable, he slammed the door in our faces.
Well, that he did, but what of it? He's broke no law that I know of.
Then come and see for yourself. At the window.
Glory be. I see the thing now. It can't be alive.
I don't know. Stone, and yet it was warm to the touch.
It better not be alive.
Why do you say that?
Because, look for yourself. Mr. Jeffrey, he's cutting into her with that bit of iron.
And help me, Mr. Elton.
I'm right glad to be of service, I am. I'm glad to be of service, but this is devilish hard rock.
Yes, it is. But we've got to break the statue open, Mr. Elkington. We've got to.
If you say so.
The constable and the reverend, they'll be back soon with some new ideas about getting into the house, now won't they?
I suppose so.
They won't stop me. They won't. I've a chance to do something before I die. To make a big discovery, I tell you. They won't stop me. We'll have the statue cut open before they get here now, won't we, Mr.
You try, I will try.
Yes. Cut it open and know the secret. Something that keeps that stone warm as if it were placed. That'll be a wonderful discovery now, won't it?
That it will.
Faster, Mrs. Stevens, faster.
I'll try. Crikey, this stone is so hard.
They mustn't stop us. No, faster, Mr. Elkington. Elkington, why have you stopped?
My fingers cramped. I can't open the end.
Chisel, give it to me.
God, help me.
Got to keep working. Got to. I know the secret in you, Lionhead. That's the name I'm going to give her, Elkington, Lionhead. The power that's kept the stone in you warm all these centuries. I've got to know that, Lionhead. And I will know it. Have to keep working. Have to keep working.
Now, Reverend, you can drive a man too far. I tell you...
No, Constable, now we'll tell you. For 24 hours you've been telling the people of this community that the law won't permit you to do this and the law won't permit you to do that.
And it won't.
But we tell you we won't stand by and permit one of our citizens to indulge in heathen madness and not do something about it. Am I right, gentlemen?
But what can I do? He's in his own home. He's not committing any public nuisance.
We've gone over that 100 times. The fact remains you've got to go in there and stop him. You've got to.
The hardest stone in the world. They made you yes.
Mr. Jeffrey, I'm asking you, please stop cutting into it.
Because of the warmth. Before any of the others know about it. Or they stop me.
Mark, what's that?
Got to keep working.
That sound, Mr. Jeffrey, what is it?
Can't talk to you, Mr. It's important work.
But, Mr. Jeffrey, the chisel, why did you drop it?
My hand. Like an electric current running through the chisel.
Oh, no.
No, just a weariness in my muscles. Pick up the chisel. Yes. Go on. Yes.
I think I'm going now.
No, you stay where you are. You stay there. If I lock the door for you, they'll come in. And I won't let them in before I learn the secret, you hear me?
Sound. Mr. Jeffrey, it's like something burning. You hear? It's been getting louder and louder.
Well, stop. I've got to find the secret of that warmth. 15 centuries of warmth.
Mr. Jeffrey, it's the constable.
I don't care.
Open up, Mr. Jeffrey.
You won't stop me, you really fool.
Open up, Mr. Jeffrey, in the name of the law. I've got a warrant this time, good and proper.
Warrant? No.
Oh, Mr. Jeffrey, you ought to really...
No. I'm almost finished. Go away.
That's Professor Thompson from the museum.
Mr. Jeffrey, I warn you.
No.
Open up or we'll break down the door.
Mr.
Jeffrey, I beg of you, please.
No, they won't stop me. I'm almost through.
I'm frightened, I am.
Broken through to the middle of my statue. I'll find out his secret, and no one else. My neck is breaking through. It's hollow. It's breaking through. In a second, I know. In a second, I know.
All right, men, quiet down. Nothing more we can do. Mr. Jeffrey is dead.
Such a horrible way to die.
It was the lantern. Set him afire, I guess. Hey, what say, Mr. Elfington?
I saw it all. A flame come out of the statue.
You're the bad man.
No, I swear it's the truth. I saw it. Professor Thompson, you tell him. What did you see as you came through the door?
There was a flame from it.
You really mean?
But how can there be a flame from a statue?
And the Romans went down to Egypt.
Professor, tell us, what is it? What is this statue?
The lioness-headed goddess Sekhmet.
Well?
And they worshipped her as the goddess of fire.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! I'll Silver!
There was death in the air. It was in the circling sweep of a single buzzard that hovered high in the blue. It was in the throbbing heat of a glassy sun that beat down upon Painted Basin. but most of all was in the eyes of Sheriff Jim Barrett.
There. Does that feel better?
Thanks.
Tonto. Here. Tear this handkerchief into strips. I'll bandage his shoulder.
I appreciate your help, stranger. It won't do any good. Got more slugs in my chest than my shoulder.
At least I'll do all I can. Gather some wood, Dan. Build a fire. We'll need hot water.
Sure, right away.
I won't live long enough to see that water boil.
You'll pull through. Lift up now. Cut that shirt away and fix it.
Who are you? Another outlaw?
No, I'm not an outlaw. Neither are my friends.
Guess that's right. You couldn't be an owl hoot and be helping me.
You're a sheriff, aren't you? The star on your vest.
Barrett's my name. Jim Barrett.
I've heard of you.
Been sheriff of Calhoun County for the last 10 years. Figured on serving another 10 if the folks wanted me to. But Santos changed all that with a bullet.
You mean Buck Santos, the outlaw? Is that who shot you?
He and his gang sneaking, murdering, cattle rustling.
When did it happen?
About 30 minutes ago. Trailed him up here to the basin. Then they split up and a couple of them dry gulched me.
Even Buck Santos can't get away with murder.
Oh, yes, he can. You see, stranger, even if I was going to stick around, which I'm not, I couldn't prove that it was Buck and his hombres who nailed me.
Why not?
They were all wearing masks, just like you.
I see.
But I think I could have proved a case against them in court. Proved who the real boss is behind the Santos gang with all the robbing and cattle stealing.
You can still prove it.
Not from where I'm going.
Your deputies, they can take the evidence.
There's only one deputy. George, my son. Well, it's kind of hard to explain, but I'm afraid George...
Of course he will.
Folks don't understand George. It's not like me.
What's the evidence you have against Santos and whoever it is who controls him?
Nothing, really, except a confession from one of Buck's gunslingers. An hombre named Slim Leonard. Slim names. If I could have got he and Buck in court...
Did he write and sign the confession?
No, that's the trouble. I had him in jail, but Buck and the gang broke him out. That's when I trailed him up here.
You said this Slim Leonard mentioned names. Who?
There's only one that's important. That'd be hard to prove.
Who is it?
Oh, it's getting kind of chilly, ain't it? It's funny. The sun was shining real bright a few minutes ago.
Hang on, Jim.
Oh, George. I'm kind of worried about him. He'll be all alone.
I'm sure you won't have to worry about George, Sheriff. I promise you that.
You promise?
I promise.
I don't know why, stranger, but this is the first and I guess the last time in my life I ever believed a man who was wearing a mask.
The water's ready. It's boiling.
Never mind, Dan. We won't need it now.
Lawman dead?
Yes, Tonto. He's dead.
Oh, gee. There's no way of finding who killed him.
Yes, there is.
We trail outlaw?
No, Tonto. First, we'll take Jim's body home, back to the town of Calhoun. I have a promise to keep. I want to see George, old Jim's son.
It was late that night when George Barrett walked into the Silver Queen Cafe. In general appearance, George looked exactly like his father. He had the same square shoulders and gray eyes, but there the resemblance ended. He pushed his way through the crowd and edged up to the bar.
Evening, George.
Evening.
What are you drinking?
Nothing right now.
Yeah, I heard about your pa getting killed. Tough luck, kid. I was sure sorry to hear it.
So was I.
How did it happen?
I don't know exactly. He was ambushed this afternoon out by Painted Basin.
Yeah? How'd you hear about it?
Oh, an Indian and a young boy brought his body home. They found him out there.
Yeah, it's too bad. Too bad. If you ask me, it's the worst luck the town of Calhoun ever had. Buck Santos and his crew will go hog wild now.
Maybe they won't.
I see you're wearing your pa's star. You the new sheriff?
I guess I'll have to be until election time comes up again.
It's no job for you, George, and you know it.
Maybe not. But Dad left a message with this Indian who found him, and the least thing I can do is try to carry out his wishes.
You're sitting on a keg of blasting powder. Here it comes right now.
Oh, what do you mean?
Buck Santos. He just spotted you. He's coming over.
Well, if it isn't Georgie Barrett. You're up kind of late, ain't you? Little boys ought to be in bed.
I came in here to see you, Santos.
Oh, that's so? What do you want to do, invite me to a tea party?
My father was murdered this afternoon. Shot from ambush.
Yeah? It's too bad. Leaves Cahoon without a sheriff.
No, it doesn't. As Dad's the only deputy, I'm taking his place.
You? That's the funniest thing I ever heard.
You killed him. Dad sent me that message, so I know it's true.
What's that?
I said you killed him. And you're under arrest for murder.
Arrest? Did you hear that, boys? He's arresting me!
Hand over your guns.
Now listen, you young whelp. Nobody arrests me. You're packing a gun, you'd better go for it. Because I'm shooting that tin store off your vest and making you dance while I do it.
Draw, George, draw!
Cahoon's a pretty good-sized town, but it's too small to hold you and me. Now dance!
Oh, no, wait! Wait, you can't do that!
The sheriff can't handle a gun, but he sure does a fancy toe dance. You heard what I said, Barrett? I'm making a bunch quitter out of you. Now get out of my sight. Put your yeller tail between your legs and get out of town. Now get! Step up to the bar, boys. The drinks are on me.
In a small grove of cottonwoods at the edge of town, the Lone Ranger waited impatiently for Tonto and Dan.
Oh, Scout. Open it. What did you find out?
We went to Silver Queen Cafe. We followed him.
Cafe plenty crowded. We see Buck Santos there. Santos?
Yeah. He bluffed George. Shot bullets into the floor and made him dance.
Lawman get scared. Leave cafe.
Left? Which way did he go?
He headed for home.
Here, Silver. You and Tonto wait here, Dan. I'll be right back, city big fella.
But can't we go with you?
No, Dan. I want to reach his house before he does. I can ride faster alone. Come on, Silver.
Oh, boy. Hold on. Oh, where did I leave that lamp? Oh, here it is.
That's better. I don't like to sit in the dark.
What the? Mast, who are you?
I did all I could to help your father, George. And I promised him I'd help you.
You were the outlaw who killed him.
No, I didn't kill him. I think it was Buck Santos who did that. Your father thought so, too.
The Indian and the boy told me that when they brought him home.
Yes, I know. What are you going to do now, George?
Well, who are you to... Well, it doesn't make any difference anyway. Because I'm leaving town.
When?
Just as soon as I can get my clothes packed.
You're the sheriff of Cahoon. Who'll take your place if you leave?
I don't care.
George, your father was killed this afternoon. Killed in the line of duty. He died defending the law.
That's right. He was murdered just because he was unlucky enough to be sheriff.
He was proud of it.
I knew it'd happen sometime. It's the only law this country knows. Kill or get killed. Well, I'm sick of it.
So you're going to let a cheap tin horn outlaw like Buck Santos run you out of town?
How'd you know?
Tell me something, George. When Santos bluffed you in the Silver Queen tonight, why didn't you use your gun?
Well,
You must know how. You couldn't be Jim Barrett's son and not be able to shoot.
Oh, I can shoot all right, but... Well, I guess I might as well tell you, too. Everybody else knows it now. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? Being killed?
No, it's not that. Really, it isn't. It's just that whenever there's any gunplay, my hands start to shake, and I want to run and hide. I've always been that way, ever since I was a kid. I guess I'm just a natural-born coward, afraid of something I can't describe.
No, George, you're not a coward. And I think I know what it is you're afraid of.
What?
Nothing.
Nothing? Well, that doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. There's no fear as great as the fear of the unknown, something you can't name.
You're right. I can't name it. But that doesn't stop me from being so scared.
Wait a minute. Someone just rode up.
Barrett! George Barrett!
It's Buck Santos and that crew that rides with him.
I told you to get out of town, Barrett. And I'm here to see that you get. Come on out.
There's 10 or 12 of them out there. They'll start shooting.
George! Turn down the lamp. The moonlight outside will be to our advantage.
Better come out, Georgie. Or you riddle that shack with lead.
If they shoot, I won't have a chance.
All right, I'll turn down the lamp.
Housing that lamp won't help any, Barrett. If you're too scared to come out, we'll come in and carry you out.
What'll I do?
I want you to do and say exactly what I tell you, George. Open the door and tell them to come and get you.
But they're outlaws. We're outnumbered.
I'll take care of that. Open the door.
I'm staying here, Sanders. Nobody can make me leave my own house.
Listen to the little badge toters.
Did it hit you?
No, but I can't
Over here by me.
Come on, boys. We'll give that yellow-livered lowman a lesson he won't forget. Watch out, Pup. He's holed up there in the dark. Now fan out and start riddling the place. They'll never come out alive.
No, there's no way we can get out of here.
Hug the floor. I'll do the shooting.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Buck Santos and his gang poured round after round of gunfire into the house of George Barrett. Buck Santos approached the door. The outlaw leader was moving slowly with a blazing 6-gun clutched in each hand.
We haven't got a chance.
Listen, George. We're in the dark. They don't know there's anyone here but you.
Oh, what difference does that make?
I want you to do and say exactly what I tell you. Understand?
I'll do it.
Good. Now, as soon as Santos comes a little closer, we'll
Come on
try...
out of there, Barrett. You're still able to walk.
Tell him to drop his guns.
Drop your guns, Sanders.
Boy, you little... Oh! Why, you knocked my shooting irons right out of my hands.
Make him tell his men to stop firing.
Tell your men to stop firing, Buck. You're covered.
Hold your fire, boys. Hold it.
I'm going to let you go. I'll take your men and leave.
Trying to save your own hide, huh? All right, you've got the drop on me. I'll go.
But remember this. The next time I see you, it's going to be different.
Yeah?
I'm going to arrest you for cattle rustling, robbery, and all the other crimes you've committed, including the murder of my father.
You can't prove a thing on me, and you know it.
Slim Leonard confessed before he broke jail. He even told the name of the man you take orders from.
That's a lie.
Move along, Sanders. And remember what I said.
You can't prove a thing. All right, boys, mount up and follow me. Get up.
George, are you all right?
Ann.
I heard the shooting and saw them right away. Oh, that was Buck Santos, wasn't it?
Yes.
Then you outshot him. Well, you must have. Oh, George.
No, I didn't outshoot Buck Santos. I was too scared to draw my gun. Someone else did it.
Who?
A tall man wearing a black mask. He did the shooting, and he told me what to say. I was just like I always am. I was afraid.
Well, who is he? What's his name?
I don't know, Ann. The worst part of it is he coached me to tell Buck Santos I'd arrest him on sight. He's gone. Now what'll I do?
Oh, Silver, oh. You all right? We hear shots.
Was it a gunfight?
Steady, big fella. Not much of a fight, Dan. Buck Santos and his gang tried to put some lead back of their threat to run George Barrett out of town.
Did George call their bluff?
Yes, in a way he did. Tonto, I want you to ride to the county seat. There's a United States Marshal's office there. Bring a deputy back here with you.
That plenty long ride.
I know it. Start now and get back as soon as you can.
Here, Scout. What want to tell, Deputy?
Tell him about Jim Barrett being killed. That his son, George, wants to present proof identifying the men responsible for the murder.
Up they go. Get him up, Scout.
Does George really know who killed his father?
Not definitely, Dan. He still has to prove it.
We all know it was Buck Santos. George is the sheriff now. Why doesn't he just arrest Buck?
There are two reasons why that can't be done, Dan. First, there can be no legal conviction without proof. Second, George Barrett can't arrest Santos because he's afraid.
Yeah, I know. I saw him in a cafe tonight. It's hard to figure out. He doesn't look like a man who'd be afraid.
George isn't a coward in the ordinary sense of the word. There's more to it than that.
What do you mean?
He's afraid of fear, something he can't name, the unknown.
You mean like being scared of the dark when you don't know what you're afraid of?
Yes, that's it. Fear of the unknown. It's a powerful force, unless you can overcome it.
Yeah, but what can George do?
Quite a bit if we help him.
How?
And we'll use the same force to trap Buck Santos.
I don't understand.
Now, we'll sleep now, Dan, because Tonto won't be back until tomorrow afternoon. But the first thing in the morning, I want you to take a sealed envelope to the bank in Cahoon.
The bank?
Yes. George Barrett goes with a girl who works in the bank. I want you to give her the envelope and also deliver a message.
Are you Ann? Miss Ann Russell?
Yes?
You don't know me. My Indian friend and I were the ones who found Sheriff Barrett yesterday, out by Painted Basin.
Oh, yes. George told me.
I've got an envelope here that... Well, I haven't opened it because it's none of my business. But I figured it might be Slim Leonard's confession, all signed and sealed.
Why, that would prove that... I'll put it in the safe and tell George about it when I see him tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what's this? New customer?
Oh, Mr. Childress, I didn't see you. This is the boy who found Sheriff Barrett yesterday out by Painted Basin.
Well, is that so?
This is Mr. Childress, the man who owns the bank.
Oh, glad to know you, sir.
So you're the boy who found Sheriff Barrett. Well, that's very interesting.
He's just brought even better news. This envelope contains the confession of Slim Leonard, one of Santos' gang.
A confession? Are you sure?
The sheriff told this boy about it just before he died.
They'll put it in the safe. The sooner some of these crooks around this county are brought to justice, the better.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Childress, the payroll for the Western Cattle Company came in by express a few minutes ago. I'll put it in the safe, too.
Of course. I'm going out for an early lunch, Miss Russell. I'll, where's that boy who brought you the envelope?
Why, I don't know. Well, he was standing there just by the door a moment ago.
Well, that's strange that he should disappear. Oh, well, I'll see you after lunch.
Hello, Red. Where's Slim?
In the back room. What's the matter, Buck?
Plenty. Come on.
Hiya, Buck. Red.
Slim, what's this I hear about a confession that you made and signed before we beefed old man Barrett?
I never signed any confession. The old coot asked me some questions.
You're lying. Everything you blabbed and signed is on a piece of paper in the safe over at the bank.
Oh. It can't be. I didn't sign
Red
any...
and I are going to get that piece of paper tonight, along with the payroll for the Western Cattle Company. We're cracking the bank as soon as it gets dark.
Why, sure, Buck. We can crack
But you won't be with us, you sneaking lobo. What I'm going to do now is a boss's orders. And I agree with him.
No, Buck, please don't
You
shoot.
double-crossing
Don't
coyote.
shoot.
Come in. Why, the masked man. Where have you been all this
Kept
time?
my eye on your house all day, George. You haven't been out.
No, there was nothing I could do.
But now there is something you can do. Come on.
Oh, where are you going? I've been waiting here for Ann. It's dark now. She'll be through work at the bank pretty
It's
soon.
because of Ann that I'm asking you to come with me.
Where?
We'll wait in the doorway of that livery stable right across the street from the bank.
Yeah, but why are we
I'll
going...
explain it later. Come on, and don't forget your guns. I have you a place to watch. You can see without being seen.
But I don't understand.
Look through the window of the bank. You can see Ann, can't you? There's only one lamp burning, and she's working at a ledger on the high desk.
Of course I see her. She often works late like this.
But I don't think she's ever worked when the safe that's behind her contained what it does tonight.
What?
There's a lot of money in the safe. That isn't as important as a white envelope that's in there with it.
What kind of an envelope?
It was delivered to Ann this morning by a friend of mine. She's sure it contains Slim Leonard's written confession, the one he made to your father.
And he did confess. Why, with that evidence, I can...
Put the Santos gang in prison for life.
How did you get it?
Wait a minute. Buck Santos knows about that envelope, too. He's afraid somebody will see what's in it.
You try to hold up the bank.
That's why I suggested we come down here. I may be wrong, but I think that...
Look, there he is now. He and Red and one of his gunslingers.
We're just in time.
Oh, if only I wasn't afraid of gunfire.
You're not afraid, George. For the first time in your life, you haven't got time for fear.
Yeah, but I don't...
The life of the girl you love is in danger. She's depending on you. You won't let her down because the thing you thought you were afraid of is just a couple of cheap outlaws. They're deathly afraid of the law. Afraid of you.
Coming up.
Are you going to let them get away with it?
Not in 1,000 years. I'm going to arrest 2 outlaws. Put up your hands, Santos. You're under arrest.
Sir, what are you?
You asked for it, both of you. Drop that other gun, Santos, or I'll drill you.
No, don't shoot. I give up. I give up.
Buck Santos and young Barrett. Hey, that boy really handles a shooting iron.
Hey, what's this? What's going on here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Childress. I just nailed a couple of owl hoots who were going to hold up your bank.
Good work.
George, darling.
Oh, Ann.
Are you hurt?
They'd take a straighter brand of shooting than those hombres used to hurt me.
Oh, George, I have something for you. An envelope that was given me this morning by you.
Who's this?
That's Lawman Barrett over there.
Well, Sheriff, you seem to have everything pretty well in hand.
I have 2 crooks and the evidence to convict them.
Good.
Excuse me, I'm going into the bank.
No, you're not, Childers. Stop him. Red and I aren't going to take all the blame. He wants to get away so we can get that paper in the bank, Slim's confession. It's got his name on it, too. Childress is the boss. I've been taking orders from him for over 2 years.
So that's it. Stand where you are, Childress.
Hey, this is ridiculous.
Get Slim's confession. That'll prove it.
You can't do this.
Sheriff, he's got a gun.
He hasn't got it now.
And he's the one who had me plug Slim Leonard.
It seems to me, Sheriff, you've heard enough to convict all 3 of these men. I'll lock them up. All right, get moving, all of you. Come on.
You've done a good job, George. Your father'd be proud of you. Just as proud as I am.
Oh, I didn't do anything, Ann. But let's get that envelope. Slim Leonard's confession.
I have it right here. I didn't put it in the safe. I carried it with me all day. Here.
Oh, with this confession, I can... Why, it's blank. There's nothing written on this paper. And all the time I thought
it doesn't make any difference. They've all admitted what they did.
Oh, yes, but
Sheriff.
Why, hello there, son.
A friend of yours asked me to give you a message.
What is it?
Hey, easy, boy. Come on, Tyler.
Get him up.
Up there, boy.
Oh, what's it say, George? Read it.
Well, it's just one line. It says, fear of the unknown works better with the law than against it.
Oh, I don't understand it.
I do. It means that Buck Santos, Childress, and all of that gang were afraid of a blank piece of paper.
But who's it from? Who sent it to you?
It's signed The Lone Ranger.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Texaco Town. The 45,000 dealers who serve you with Fire Chief gasoline and other Texaco products present his honor the mayor, Eddie Cantor. Here he is.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all you people who have driven up here in this Greyhound bus. Consider yourselves my personal guests. And let me tell you, when you drive through our town, you'll meet a lot of your old friends. Over there at the service station is your old favorite, Jimmy Wallington. See him? Hiya, Jimmy.
Hello there, people. I'll see you on the way back.
And the music that you're hearing comes from the bandstand. That's Jack Renard and his orchestra. And every Sunday night, there's a concert in Texaco Park. Don't forget that.
Say, Mayor, is that Texaco gas really as good as they say it is?
Well, all I know is this. 2 weeks ago, Ida's father, he's 72 years old, was getting a massage, and by mistake, the masseur used Texaco gasoline instead of alcohol. My father-in-law disappeared for 10 days.
Well, what happened to him?
We finally found him running a race with Jesse Owens, and the old man was 6 laps ahead.
Your Honor, what are you doing about unemployment?
Well, in Texaco Town, there's work for everybody. If any of you need a job, speak up now.
Senor Mayor, I just come from Tijuana, and I would like job.
Oh, you're a Mexican.
Si.
And you want work?
Si.
What kind of work would you like?
Government job.
Ah, CCC.
Gracias, Mayor. You're a gentleman.
Oh, Mayor Cantor is always a gentleman.
Oh, are you leaving?
Oh, yes. I have to go in and send a wire of congratulations to those great flyers, Harry Richmond and Dick Merrill.
Oh, gee, I'd give anything to find out why they crashed.
Look, I'll tell you, but don't tell anything. Look, I'll tell you just what happened. I found out that coming into Nova Scotia, they passed the lighthouse, and a beam of light hit Richmond full in the face while he was at the controls.
A beam of light? You mean it blinded him?
No. Richmond, being an actor, thought it was a spotlight, stood up, took 3 bows, and there was the plane.
Mayor Cantor, always the gentleman.
Mr. Allen's, I think he's cute. I'm going to give him a great big kiss.
Oh, no, please, madam. Don't, please. Look out with that umbrella. Oh,
I'm so sorry I tore off the back of your pants.
That's all right. Mayor Cantor, the perfect gentleman. I always give my seat to a lady. I never expected that I'd be elected the mayor of Texaco Town. In things governmental, I'm not sentimental, but the news almost made me break down. So while I'm the one to rejoice, you'll all be repaid for your choice. 'Cause if you lack enjoyment or don't have employment, there's one man who won't let you down. Your cares will be over. He'll put you in clover. Who? The mayor of Texaco Town. For each pretty wife, here's the chance of your life, dears. If your man makes love like a clown, we'll send someone able to kiss like Clark Gable. Who? The mayor of Texaco Town. Now here's no baloney. Ask Mr. Dion, he will tell you how he got renowned. He'll say we 5 daughters, 'cause somebody taught us. Who? The mayor of Texaco. Now Texaco gas is the best for the masses, and even for those with a crown. When you find it pays more, there'll soon be a raise for. Who? The mayor of Texaco Town. Eddie. Jimmy Wallington,
we're back together again.
Swell. How do you like working for your new firm?
Great. And isn't it marvelous the way they put those life-size pictures of me in front of their filling stations?
I saw those, Eddie.
Yeah, but it's embarrassing.
Why?
Right under the picture of Eddie Cantor, it says, step up and get 5 gals.
Listen, Eddie, are you going to start with those jokes about your daughters again? You did it all last year.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I figured on this program you would change your oil.
Not bad, Jimmy. Look, you're a great booster for this company, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I should be. I'm their super salesman.
Oh, everybody knows that.
Everybody knows I'm a super salesman?
Super salesman? I thought you said stupid salesman.
Well, you must admit that I know how to sell gasoline. My education has taught me how to handle words.
Jimmy, look, words aren't as important as the expression you put into them.
No? What do you mean?
For instance, look, if a fella says to a girl, I love you, babe, that means the guy wants to buy the girl a soda and squeeze it out of her on the way home. You see?
I see.
But if the same fella says, darling, I love you. I love you, I tell you. I love you. Wait a minute, Jimmy. Wait a minute, Wallington. What are you kissing me for?
Gee, Eddie even had me fooled.
There you are, you see? It's all in the expression you put into words. In fact, if I didn't use words at all, you'd understand what I mean.
I don't get you.
Look, we'll play a sketch where we use only the letters of the alphabet, and you'll know exactly what we mean by our expression.
All right, go ahead.
I'll present 3 characters, a woman, her husband, and the husband's best friend. When the scene opens, the best friend is trying to persuade the wife to elope with him. The husband comes in unexpectedly, shoots the wife, the friend, and then shoots himself.
And you're going to do all this by just using the letters of the alphabet?
Yes, all right. Now, here's the wife and the husband's best friend. Listen.
A, B,
C, D, E, F,
G,
H, I.
J, K, L, M, N.
Oh, P, Q, R, S, T.
U,
V, W, X, Y, Z, eh?
B, C, D.
E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R.
S. T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
A, B, C, D, E, F.
G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N.
Oh, P, Q, R, S, T, U.
V, W, X, Y, Z.
A, B, C, D, F, G, H.
I, J, K, L, M, N.
P, Q.
R, S, T, U, V, W, X.
Z, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I.
J, K, L, M, N. Oh, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. C, D, F, G, H, I.
J, K.
L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. heard his orchestra. Now I want you to meet the genial maestro, Jack Renard. Now listen, Jack. Last time you were on the air, you were with Burns and Allen. They're very good friends of mine, but I don't like one thing. They had no business to kid you about being fat. You won't have it on this program.
Oh, thanks.
Why should George Burns say that when you worked with him, it was easy money? He was living off the fat of the land. I would never say that, Jack. I would never say that.
Thanks.
That's all right. That's all right.
You know,
Jack.
they made me very nervous.
Nervous? You mean when you were conducting the orchestra?
Yeah. I always got a thumping in my stomach.
Well, Gracie told me it wasn't nervousness, Jack. She said the drummer was so nearsighted he kept hitting you because he thought you were the bass drum. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that, Jack.
Oh, thanks.
Don't mention it. You know, I'm going over to rehearse with the Firemen's Glee Club, Jack. And if I catch any of them saying something about your shape...
But, Eddie, I'm built in proportion.
Certainly, Jack. For a big guy, you're cute. You really are, you know? Why, even Wallington said you're built in proportion. He said twice around your wrist is once around your forearm, twice around your forearm is once around your waist, and twice around your waist is once around Yellowstone Park. I'll see you.
Thanks.
Hiya, Jimmy. Hello, Mac. Where'd you leave your bus? I dropped the people at the bandstand and left the bus at the parking lot. So, you know, I did a little detective work in that parking lot today. What did you find out, Sherlock? I was amazed at the number of cars from other states. No. Yes. You know, I walked up to a man in a car with Maine license plates on it, and I asked him point blank which gasoline he was using. Really? Yes. He told me he'd come all the way from Portland, Maine, and used nothing but fire chief. No. And then I spied a young fellow driving a car from Michigan. What about the young fellow from Michigan, James? Well, I asked him the same question. Fire chief, he said. That made it 2 in a row. Then I asked one from Arizona, from Pennsylvania, and so on. In all, I spoke to about 20 drivers, each from a different state. And the majority of them told me they were using fire chiefs. Well, that checked with what the manager of the parking lot had told me. He had said, by far, more tourists use Texaco fire chiefs than any other gasoline. There must be a reason for that. Sure. It's because motorists today recognize that modern high-speed engines call for a modern, fast-firing gasoline. Today, a gasoline has to take the spark, has to drive pistons home with full power in 1/100th of a second. That calls for lightning action, the kind of action you get with Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency-grade gasoline. Improved, better than ever, it delivers the full power, flashing pickup, lightning action that fire engines and ambulances must have. Remember, Fire Chief does more than just start your car and run it. It starts it faster, runs it better. And because full power is economical power, Fire Chief saves you money. Ladies and gentlemen, the Firemen's Glee Club and the mayor will sing the popular swing song, Bye Bye Baby.
Bye bye, baby. Will you save your love for me? Sweetie pie, now don't you cry, just say bye bye. Bye bye, baby. Got a little kiss for me. Hug me nice and kiss me twice and say bye-bye. I'm gonna send a letter telling you where I am, dear.
And then when things get better, I'm gonna send a telegram to you.
Bye-bye, baby. Won't you leave me awfully, biddy-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Bye-bye, baby. Say bye-bye. My train will leave at 8. I'm worried I'll be late. Say that you love me just once more. I'll just be gone a while, so let me see you smile. Hold me tight and whisper au revoir. Bye-bye, baby. Will you save your love for me? Sweetie pie, now don't you cry, just say bye-bye. Bye-bye, baby. Got a little kiss for me. Hug me nice and kiss me twice and say bye-bye.
I'm gonna send a letter telling you where I am, dear. And then when things get better, I'm gonna send a telegram to you.
Bye-bye, baby. I'll be lonely as can be. Sweetie pie, now don't you cry. Oh, my baby. Say bye-bye. She's gone. Yes, Miss. Ethel?
Park Your Carcass has been looking for you. He's got a copy of the newspaper he's printing.
Park Your Carcass. Where? Oh, here he is. Come in, Park Your Carcass. Come in with him.
Hello, Mayor.
Park Your Carcass, I've got to talk to you.
Well, make it snappy, because I ain't got no place to go.
Yep. Look, you just printed the first edition of your newspaper now. Did you put in that advertisement for Texaco?
Not yet. Say, you know something, Eddie Scranton? I don't like that stuff no more.
You don't like Texaco? Why not?
I don't know. It's got a funny taste now. Yep. And besides, you can't hardly keep it on your toothbrush.
Yep. Wait, toothbrush? What Park Your Carcass? We're not with Hebico anymore. This is Texaco.
Texaco? What's that?
Gas.
Why should I gas? Can't you tell me?
No. I'm telling you. Look, Texaco is a fuel, and they got me to sell it.
Boy, they must be a fool if they got you to sell it.
Why?
But what are they doing to the toothpaste?
No. Look, you're thinking of Hebico. This is Texaco. There's X in it.
Fresh X?
No. Look, let me explain. It's Texaco. T-E...
Oh, it's tea. First it was coffee, then toothpaste, now it's tea.
No. Park Your Carcass. Will you let me explain it?
What?
Texaco is not toothpaste. Texaco has 45,000 stations.
Boy, I wouldn't want to be a conductor in that line.
This has nothing to do with a railroad. They're gasoline stations, and Texaco gives me 20 miles to the gallon.
That's nothing. I get 150 miles to 1 gallon of gas.
Wait a minute. You get 150 miles to 1 gallon of gas? How?
Well, I put 1 gallon of gas in my car, I put my car in the garage, and I drive around my brother's car.
Oh, will you leave me alone? Go and print the ad about Texaco.
Okay, Duppy. Is that the way you spell it here?
No. You wrote down Texas. It's Texaco. Co. Remember, you've got a co there.
Well, when you've got to go, you've got to go.
Go away. You got to go. Boy, you are one dope. Believe me.
That's a fine way to talk to the next president of the United States.
Wait a minute. President? You're going to be the next president?
You said it, boy. I got my slogan already.
Yeah?
Park Your Carcass in the White House.
Yep. Park Your Carcass in the White House. What chance have you got? Don't you know that I ran for president on the radio in 1932 and I couldn't get elected?
You don't smell it.
Certainly. Don't you remember my campaign song?
What?
Oh, when I'm the president, I'll take the axe from taxes when I'm the president.
Hey, that's good.
And don't you remember, we won Cantor, we won. Don't you remember that?
Yeah. And you know something?
What?
That fits me, too.
Yeah.
Look. Park Your Carcass in the White House.
No, it's nothing like this.
Say, why is it you're done be elected in 1932?
Well, I didn't have a regular platform. I was running on a ticket of wit.
Oh, well, how could you expect to get in on a half ticket?
Yep. Go away from me. I resent that, Parky. Now listen to me. If you love your job, respect his honor, and obey me.
Love, honor, obey? My name is Park Your Carcass, not either.
Yep. Oh, will you leave my wife out of it, Parky? You'll be in enough trouble with your politics, believe me.
Say, I got plenty trouble already.
Yep.
Last week, a dentist put 2 teeth in my mouth that was made from the tusks of an elephant.
Wait a minute. You have elephant's teeth, and that gets you into trouble?
Yeah, all day long I go around biting Democrats.
Yep. Parky, I want to tell you, no wonder they chased you out of Greece.
Yeah, they don't chase me out of Greece. One of the biggest heroes there.
You were a hero? What happened?
In the Greek Navy?
Yeah, what
Saved
happened?
over 3,000 Greeks from being drowned.
Oh, tell me about it. Go ahead.
I was on a Greek boat, and the boat started to leak.
Yes.
Nobody knew what to do except me.
What did you do?
I run up quick in the radio room, and I send out a PWA.
No. Not a PWA. You send out an SOS. Save our ship.
No, PWA. Park Your Carcass wants assistance.
Oh, get off it. Get off it. What, are you back again?
I can't run that newspaper myself. I got an editor, and who do you think it is?
Who?
I'll give you 3 guesses, and if you don't say your son Bobby the 3rd time, I won't tell you.
Well, wait a minute. Is it Bobby?
Who told you?
Yep.
Here's Bobby now.
Oh, Bobby, come on here, Well, my son, how are you? Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Daddy.
Are you the editor of the newspaper?
Not exactly. I only give advice to the Lovelorn.
That's fine. And how do you get the answers to give to the Lovelorn?
From the letters you sent, Ida.
Yep. Wait a minute. Bobby, you mean to say you're printing all those letters in the paper?
Not all of them, Daddy.
Well, thank heavens.
Some I sold to True Confession.
What?
Don't get excited. I'm only using your name.
Well, yes.
And instead of using Ida, I changed it to Simone.
Simone. The French actress, Bobby, that's terrible. For misbehaving like that, I'm going to cut off your weekly allowance.
That gives me a headline for tomorrow's paper.
What headline?
Mayor Cantor's only son on relief.
Oh, Bobby, will you do me a favor? Forget Park Your Carcass and the newspaper business, will you?
Daddy, I'd better stick to singing, huh?
That's right, son. Look, why don't you sing the number you introduced in your picture, Let's Sing Again, while Jack Renard does things on his fiddle, huh?
Let's sing again. There's music in your heart, but you must do your part. Let's sing again. I'm happy when somebody sings to me a simple melody. Let's sing again. Without a song to sing, what is there to cling to? Life wouldn't mean a thing without someone to sing to. Oh, now and then the world may seem so blue. A song will see you through. Let's sing
Well, Bobby, I'm certainly glad your voice is still all right. Now, someday I hope to see you in opera.
No opera for me, thanks. I'm going to be a fire chief.
A fire chief?
Yep, because her father's one.
Wait a minute. Whose father?
Deanna, my girl.
Deanna? You mean the fire chief's daughter?
Yes, Daddy. I'm in love.
Oh. Again, this is the fourth time.
Well, all those other romances were just puppy love.
Yeah.
I was only a kid.
A kid? Oh, sure, a kid.
But it's the real thing now.
Yes.
We're getting married.
Married?
Daddy, love is the most wonderful emotion. It changes one's entire outlook on life.
Yes.
It makes me wish I had my youth again.
Bobby, what next?
I don't know. I'm only up to the 4th chapter.
Oh. You don't want to marry Deanna, Bobby. She's so busy with her singing lessons. Besides, she's 13, and you're only 9. Think. She's 4 years older than you.
Oh, she's trying to rob the cradle, huh?
Look, you better call off the wedding, Bobby, for now anyway, huh?
All right. Call her in, Daddy.
All right. Deanna! Oh, Deanna!
Hello, Bobby. Hello, Mayor Cantor.
Deanna, go ahead, tell her.
Deanna, I got some bad news for you.
What is it, Bobby?
Me and my old man were just talking. Yes? And we figured out we can't marry you.
We can't marry. Don't make me a partner. Wait a minute. We can't marry.
I wouldn't get married until after I'd become an opera singer anyway.
Look who sings opera.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've made a hit with Il Baccio.
Flirting with a foreigner, huh?
No, Bobby. No, that's not Il Baccio as a song. Deanna, you can sing a classic like Il Baccio, and you're only 13 years old? I'd love to hear you.
May I try it?
Please do.
Sull'ombra se potessi dolcen bacio ti darei, dolcen bacio ti darei. Tutto ti direi, no certo Great
See, Bobby, how nice that classical music is?
Not much swing to it.
What? You want swing in opera?
Oh, anybody can sing opera. Come on, Pop. Let's you and me knock something over.
All right. La donne mobile, qual più mal vento, muta de cento.
E di pensiero, sempre un amabile, lei ci ha trovato, in pianto un riso, e menzognero.
La donne mobile, qual più mal vento, muta de cento.
E di pensiero.
Not bad at these prices.
E di pensiero.
If you will buy the fire sheep, we will appreciate it very much. It has delighting action. Fui!
Fui on you!
Get out.
Mayor, the sightseeing bus is back. They want you to come out and say something.
Oh.
Here's the mayor now. Here he is.
Ah, gee, it was a swell trip.
We had a swell time.
Yeah, the mayor's going to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you enjoyed your trip through Texaco Town. As mayor, I'm inviting you to come every Sunday and bring your friends. To those of you who can't be here in person, I extend the key to the city, which is the dial on your radio. And if you like these programs, drive around and thank the man who makes them possible, your neighborhood Texaco dealer. And remember, I love to spend each Sunday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Let's make a date for next Sunday night. I'm here to stay. Will be my delight to sing again, bring again the things you want me to. I love to spend each Sunday with you. Good night.
Eddie Cantor in Texaco Town will come to you again next Sunday evening at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.